Hello.
Okay, we'll give everybody the 60-second warning, and then we will start with...
Can you hear us, Chair?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't see you before then. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, if everybody's ready, we will call the August 13th, 2021 meeting to order. And first, welcome. It's good to see this many people out. It's always good to hear from the public. We always start with an invocation and the pledge of allegiance. This morning we have Sensei Morris Dashan Sullivan with the Volusia Buddhist Fellowship, who will be giving our invocation. So I would just ask the council to all stand, and any in the audience who would like to stand for the invocation and the pledge, please do so.
Well, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to be with you today. I invite you to take this moment to bow your head and close your eyes, or otherwise look into your heart. Source of infinite light and life, the oneness we call by many names, invoking respectful awareness of our spiritual teachers and with our hearts filled with gratitude for the many blessings we have received, we offer our presence here on this occasion. May each of us bring to this gathering an openness of heart and mind so that as a group we can address the challenges facing our world, our families, and our community. In a time like this one, sometimes I'm reminded of an ancient story about an elephant who was the king's favorite. He was very strong when young, but one day after it had lost its youthful strength, he became hopelessly mired in the mud. Knowing the elephant had been powerful and fearless when in battle, the royal trainer brought musicians to play a battle song for him. Hearing this music, the elephant's spirits rose. He pulled with all his might and was soon freed. Like the elephant, we may at times feel overwhelmed by difficulties that arise from our circumstances or within our hearts. May the music of our highest values give us the strength to bring light to our world. With our beloved community and our natural environment always in mind, let us recall with gratitude the many ways we are supported, and in return, let us remember to support one another. With the infinite light of wisdom and compassion shining within us, may we recognize each moment as sacred and live in mindfulness and care. In my tradition, at the end of prayer, we put our hands together in front of our hearts, uniting our hands in one gesture, just as many individuals unite as one community. You may join me in this if you like. Thank you for your presence. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
United States of America.
to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
One nation, under God, indivisible.
and justice for all.
Okay, we will start with public comments, and call your name, just come up to the podium. You can remove
Excuse
your
me, Mr.
mask
Chair?
as you talk. Yes, ma'am.
Roll call.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Robbins? Ms. Wheeler?
Sorry, here.
Ms. Gertman?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Ms. Post? Here. Mr. Brower?
Here, and Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. And in that, we have two members appearing virtually, And it would require council approval as an extraordinary circumstance.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Post, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're in. Okay, now we'll go to public comments, and we have, I believe it's Chief Justice James Clayton would like to come and speak.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I hope won't use 3 minutes. First, I want to thank Councilperson Post. She made an incredible, generous suggestion regarding some of your American Resource Plan Act money. Perhaps, how are you? $240,000 to our specialty courts. Unfortunately, due to the way it's set up, we don't really need that money at this time. It was incredibly generous. I told her earlier this morning that I was going to thank her for her suggestion. But what I would like you to do, and I've talked to Mr. Rechtenwald about this, I know that those of you on the east side know that your City Island courthouse is antiquated. It's 50 years old. And in 2017, there was a push to get a new courthouse built, either there or where what I call the old Sears building on Beach Street is. And at that time, Chief Judge Perkins had all the data, statistics, and everything supporting that. So just wanted to plant the seed, if you would, when you're trying to figure out where to put your money. Judge Perkins is here with us, and I'm passing that off to him. I've delegated the new courthouse problem to Judge Perkins. And if you have any questions, you can call Judge Perkins. But I sure appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk to you. Thanks. And hope he's
Thank you. And Judge Terrence Perkins.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the introduction, Judge Clayton. Excuse my appearance. My dermatologist is saying that I pay for the sins of my days on the beach patrol as a youth, so I apologize for that. Back in 2013, when I was then the new chief judge, I invited the council chair over to the courthouse annex because I was alarmed with regard to the lack of security and some other deficiencies that we noted there. Let me say that there's no better view in Volusia County than the view from that building. I grew up as a lawyer practicing in that building. It is close to my heart, but it was clearly deficient for use as a courthouse at that time. I brought that to the attention of the chair. The chair brought it to the attention of the other members. And through the resources of this organization, you were able to apply for and obtain a grant. We had appointed a nationally known architectural firm that at no cost to the court system or to the county reviewed stem to stern all of our facilities on the east side, the pros and cons of each of those facilities, and they made extensive recommendations to us on how best to proceed. We had a workshop on it, and I don't mean to speak for anybody or prior councils in that regard, but I think there was a consensus developing that this is probably a good thing for that area of the county and probably a good thing for public safety. Other things happened after that, and probably for good and valid reasons, that was not our priority at that time. The only reason for addressing you today is to ask that perhaps it's time to put that back on the agenda. Perhaps it's time to maybe look at it in more detail through a workshop or something along those lines. And I would offer my assistance in any way I can. We would probably start with those old plans and specifications and talk about where we want to go from there. But I would ask that you do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't think I've seen you since 1970. Is that when it was? Okay. No, you're right, 74. It was earlier, yeah. Okay, Paul Richardson.
Council, my name is Paul Richardson. I'm from DeLand, 927 East University Avenue. I know I have been doing that so late, I'm sorry. But, and I do have allergies, so if I start coughing just a little bit, I'm not sick at all. But I was going to talk about the inflation crisis facing America, but unfortunately the other events I want to talk about instead. Whether you agree with President Trump or not, he made an agreement, not just with the Taliban, but with the Afghan government to pull out on May 1st of this year. And through some, I can only assume petty reasons, President Biden decided to push that back to September so that he can claim responsibility for the pullout instead of Trump. I don't know why. I can only assign those reasons for that. Anyway, President Biden decided instead of sticking to the agreement that Trump made and pledging our word as America to pull out of Afghanistan on May 1st, he stayed there. And so now we're paying the price for this. Taliban has overrun the country in Afghanistan, killed many thousands of people, going door to door, taking girls and women to rape and pillage, and kill American allies who assisted us in translation and or government officials that work with the Afghan government, and it is absolutely disgraceful. You can disagree with pull out of Afghanistan, but what happened, it was just disgraceful. He even said that it wasn't possible in doing and what the Taliban did. And so I call on President Biden, the Vice President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, and the entire Joint Chief of Staff, including the Chief General there, to all resign in disgrace, because not only did they sleep on this, President Biden came out and decided to blame everyone but himself for this debacle. It's disgusting. All those American troops that sacrificed before are now sacrificing now. So I just wanted to come up and just say that. Just burns me that what's happening in Afghanistan right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Dyer, your light is off.
I apologize.
That's okay. I just didn't want to overlook you. Suzanne Shiver?
Suzanne Schreiber, Ormond Beach, Florida. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. On August the 3rd, we launched an anti-litter campaign. That would be Dream Green Volusia. Our campaign supports the Keep Volusia Beautiful campaign, plus new ideas and a change in mindset. Our campaign supports cities launching their own campaigns and coordinating with the county. We are spreading the word about the Adopt a Highway, Adopt a River, Adopt a Beach, and Adopt a Monofilament Recycling Station, which the county manages. We would like to see an Adopt a Drain program to keep drains clean, along with a visual educational marketing campaign. Whether a simple label of this drain leads to the river in large white lettering with a fish, or a full mural saying only rain down the drain, the visual aesthetics are needed. Many citizens don't know the impact of debris down the drain system. There are all types of ways to pay for this high-impact program: sponsorships, high school and college projects, homeowners associations, clubs, etc. The county and cities have the power, the following, and the connections to launch a program. The city of Holly Hill was the recipient recently of a water goat with county approval paid for by a grant. It was placed in the canal system and caught 50 pounds of trash in the first 3 days. These are grants. There are grants available for other cities and for the county for canals with outflow to the river. I want to thank the county staff for following this through, and the city of Holly Hill for taking action. Meetings with city utilities, public works, and elected officials are taking place. Cleanup show pride in the community and will never go away. It's the mindset that we're looking to change here. Volusia County is special, and growing public support for county and city campaigns is really being embraced in a relatively short amount of time. Our painted trash can is to create the idea that the sky's the limit. One size doesn't fit all, but the end goal is the same across the county. Less litter means a better quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just watching to make sure you didn't take the trash can. That's ours, right? Oh. Well, it's well done. Rebecca Chafee?
Hello, I'm Rebecca Chaffee from New Smyrna Beach. I am opposed to ECHO funds being used to pay staff because taxpayers were not informed of this use of ECHO money prior to our vote, and it takes away from ECHO money being used for what we intended it for. If money was to be used for staff pay, it should have been made clear in the ballot language. The use of funds for paying staff could easily spiral out of control now and into the future. Secondly, I'm asking that the council members endorse the Florida Right to Clean Water Amendment that, with enough petition signatures, makes it onto our next ballot for Floridians to vote on. Since our state regulatory system is not preventing our waterways from being polluted, nor helping to ensure clean drinking water, and is in fact issuing pollution permits and aquifer withdrawal permits, effectively destroying our ecosystems and negatively affecting our health and our economy, this amendment would let Floridians take matters into our own hands by giving us the right to take legal action against polluters. Full ballot language in the endorsement page can be found at fl5.org, and I'm going to leave cards for all of you guys with our website. Volusia Soil and Water Conservation District has endorsed the amendment, as well as the Florida Water Keepers and River Keepers. The Florida Springs Council, Riverside Conservancy, Dream Green Volusia, and elected officials in the state have also endorsed it. Please do the right thing and show pride in endorsing this important amendment for our state constitution. Lastly, I'm asking that the county start to heavily market a new positive mindset and theme with keeping our county green, pristine, and litter-free. People are drawn to live and vacation in places where the community shows care and pride in its unique beauty. This means keeping our unique ecosystems intact and pristine. People are also drawn to community spaces that have aesthetically pleasing art that uplifts our souls and brings people together. One way to create this new mindset is with anti-litter and nature themed murals and artwork on buildings, trash cans, stormwater drains, and other areas throughout the county. Other needed actions from the county and cities are water goats and drain socks to capture litter in our canal systems, more trash cans in public areas with more frequent pickups, littering fines being raised and finally enforced, litter cleanups issued to litter offenders, more and varied personnel to issue littering fines, and more water refill stations in public spaces to encourage reusable water bottles. Litter is a drain on our economic resources, destroys the ecosystems that we collectively rely on for survival, poses major human and animal health risks, presents a lack of pride and care in where we live, and stifles our tourism economy. We must be serious and creative in addressing this problem. Thank you. I'm going to leave cards for the administrative assistant over here. She can give them to you.
Thank you. John Nicholson?
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach, Beachside. 4 items. One, in 2019, I made a comment about the JAC facility, Juvenile Assessment Center. I haven't heard anything about it. I don't know if it's been formed yet. The city has a perfect location off of Nova and ISB. Perfect location for the people that will be using it. Perfect location because it's vacant and the city owns it. Secondly, the trail. I oppose the idea of 50% increase in the trails. I didn't like taking $1 million a year to start with. It never went to the voters. Remember, it was supposed to be $300,000 max, and they took $1 million. Now $1.5 million. Is that for staffing? Way too much money for staffing. Ocean Center. 2 more items popped up on the north side of Main Street. Megabucks. There's also a possibility of having a renewed amusement center at the pier and just south of the pier. So I would like you to take a look at the landscaping on the Ocean Center, replant the trees, replant the grass, all the things that not very costly, but it looks terrible. And lastly, the courthouse, absolutely get rid of it. It should be downtown. There should be synergy downtown. It would be great for our building downtown. but also, it really is not functional. And if it's not functional, it's time to bite the bullet and do what needs to be done. Now, the city gave you that land, and the city gave you the land for the library, okay? When you had the armory, it should have gone to the city. If you have no use for it, it goes to the next government down, which should have been the city of Daytona Beach, but you sold it to the France family. So in lieu of that, I'm asking you to give the property on the island to the city and absolutely build what you need downtown. Thank you.
Jeremy Karaginas.
Mr. Chair, Council, good morning. My name is Jeremy Karaginas, President of Volusia County Professional Firefighters, Local 3574. I'd like to thank the members of the Council for continuing to acknowledge public safety. I'm here today to comment on the presentation you will see later referencing an update to fire and EMS. I think the presentation you will see demonstrates the potential that our fire rescue and public protection team has with the support of the Council. The presentation highlights our success amidst a pandemic. Mr. Pozo and our Fire Chief Howard Bailey have executed the fire fund budget gracefully, even with the challenges they were presented with. With that being said, although the fire fund is healthy now due to increased home values, it is fragile. During my 16-year career, I've seen the fund decrease, and with that, our staffing, our replacements for our safety equipment, and station improvements were erased from the budget. The community and voters came together in 2015 and identified this as a problem and voted to increase our fire tax by 35 cents. However, the fire fund suffered a massive blow of $1 million due to last year's rollback, in a time when demand on public protection is higher than ever. The fire fund did not receive any of the first-round CARES Act money to assist with our poor station infrastructure and the absolute need for a shift relief factor. Your firefighter paramedics have been working far beyond their normal schedules and continue to sacrifice their health and time with their loved ones, and we're so proud to do so. We have worked more than 1,100 forced shifts collectively since January and are approaching a $2 million overtime tab. We continue to put Band-Aids on fire stations that have poor response times due to locations, stations that have to be evacuated during storms, stations that have non-compliant ADA bathrooms, and have no place for the community to interact. With trim rates set, and without raising any taxes, an investment to the fire fund with ARPA funds would greatly help our shift relief factor, our increased service demand, and our poor infrastructure. I cannot imagine the difficult decisions the council faces with all that encompasses our county. I truly appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharice Boyd.
Right here. Yeah.
See, I know the trick. Don't talk until it's done. It won't start till you talk. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm Sharice Boyd. I'm from the great city of Daytona Beach. Welcome back. Glad you're feeling well, Chairman. And one, I need everybody's shirt size, which I did tell her. And today I challenge you all. I mentioned that we do the community walks. I'm sorry, I take this off. we do the community walks, and I've invited you all out, and we want to do them in different areas, and they're very COVID safe. Jeff is gone with us, so he can attest to this, and none of you all have responded. So here's what I do. I like to call you out in public. So what I did was, I ordered some shirts, and I paid for them. I'm not rich or anything, don't believe that. But I got shirts for all of you all, okay? Then Thursday night, we're having a community game and movie night in Daytona on the corner of Park Avenue and MLK from 4 to 9. You're all invited. I will send you invites if you need, but she has it as well. And the issue that we're having, if you look around, except for my uncle, I think I'm the only person in the audience with melanin in my skin, except for employees. That's an issue. It's constant. Unless we have an issue on the agenda that we're addressing, we don't show up. Black, brown, Asian, they're not here. We're not represented. Obviously, Barbara Gertman, she's not here right now, Councilwoman Gertman. Y'all have to get in the community and talk to us. We don't know what's going on. We need to be involved. And I've started this campaign, #Volusia Get Involved. If anyone else wants a shirt, y'all want to be a part of this, you have to. Y'all are making decisions that affect people that look like us, and we don't even have words to say because they're not aware of y'all. You got in here, people voted, but we have a horrible voter turnout rate, so that means the majority of people don't even know who y'all are or what we talk about in here, and y'all make the decisions that affect over 500,000 people. So again, I'm inviting you all, I'm asking you, and I'm charging you as a citizen who voted for half of you up here, and will make sure the other half don't come back. Please, step up, be heard, be seen, get involved. Y'all already know how I feel about public protection. I agree with the man said prior to that. Also, I ask that you think about, as I sit on the NAACP executive branch, I chair a couple of the branch committees. One I chair is social justice, the other is prison reform, branch reform. And right there, I never hear you talk about any of those items. Those items infect us all as a country. We need you present. So I'm going to ask that you all join us in the general meeting at the NAACP. You can do it via Zoom, and you come and you listen to what people are saying. Everyone in NAACP is not Black. It was founded by white people, so no one will feel unwanted or uncomfortable. But you are isolating yourself from the greater demographics that are the most impacted, that are not part of that 1%. So if you have any questions, y'all know how to reach me. And the shirts will be available for your sizes. Thank you.
Well timed, thank you. All right, and with that, we'll move to the consent agenda. I would like to pull H, I, and J for discussion and a vote, and K through M just for comment from the council. The reason is these are all ECHO items, and it was a hotly debated fund, both this and Volusia Forever, and it won a huge majority of support, and I don't want the public to see us just rubber stamping some really weighty decisions on a consent agenda. So out of respect for the public and their vote to tax themselves, I would like those items discussed. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, I was just questioning Q on the actual item. It says that that is tabled until September 21, but I haven't heard anything more about that. Is that correctly tabled until September? Q.
Not on my copy.
Mr. County Manager, or?
We would need a motion to table it. That's the recommended motion for that item.
Okay.
Is that a motion, Billy?
Billy, is that a motion to table this item?
I'll second that.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Lowry. All in favor to table item Q, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Isn't that we're just pulling it to just do that vote now instead of on consent? Is that what you're doing?
We're pulling it to table it for.
I thought that's the actual agenda item, though, is to table it, correct? They're asking for it to be tabled, so you're pulling it for vote then?
Please did.
Is what's happening, so.
Well, she pulled it to table it, and we needed to vote on it to actually table, and it will be brought back at a future council meeting.
But that's literally what the
It had
ask
it on the paper itself. It had on their table. So that's my question.
That is the agenda item, is to table it, is
Okay.
what I'm saying. So it's not an additional request to table it, it's just wanting to specifically vote on it and consent then?
You good with that? You just wanted clarification, Councilwoman Wheeler? Okay.
Yes.
We'll vote for it, which is to table it. Any other items?
I have several, Jeff.
Okay.
I have I, India, J, Kilo, or J, Juliet, K, Kilo, those are all the Echo, or some of the Echo. I have S, Sierra, T, Tango, W, Whiskey, and X, X-ray. So I, J, K, S, T, W, and X. All, the first three, I would request for vote, and the last four would be for discussion only.
Okay. That pretty much coincides with my request, but your first three, I, J, and what was the third one?
K.
K for a vote. Okay.
You pulled H for a vote too, didn't you?
I pushed, eight, yes. So that pulls H, I, and J for a vote. Now K, and L and M for comment from staff and any council member.
Thank you. I didn't hear what you had pulled. I had to step out to talk to someone in the hallway. Thank you.
So
You're
we
welcome.
can make a motion then to approve everything except H, I, J, K?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll move that way, yes.
Motion by Lowry, second by Robbins, to approve everything but H, I, J, K. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, then let's start with item A. Is Donna here? First item is H, a resolution, a waiver request for the annual goal setting and report to county council requirement for the ECHO Advisory Committee.
Good morning, council members. Brad Burball, Director of Resource Stewardship. So I'm here to answer any questions and give you some background on the request from the committee members. So H before you is a request for waiver of the annual goal setting. This goal setting exercise is part of their enabling document. We had several new members appointed in March, and that's typically when we do some of the goal setting, the new part of the year. And so this request was to waive that. However, they did do a lot of things. We had several meetings and listening sessions. They made tweaks to the criteria and guidelines that we presented to you at the joint workshop in July.
Heather Post?
I didn't have any comment really on H. Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm still up.
Your name
Yep,
is still up.
I'll unplug it.
My concern with this was how do we run a program without goals? You're telling me that there was a goal-setting meeting?
There was not. So the members at the time did not feel comfortable. It's an annual exercise.
Mhm.
So they're asking for 2021. They didn't feel comfortable because they didn't know enough about the program. We're already in process of working on goals for 2022.
Okay. And my understanding from members of the committee was that there was a pretty interesting goal suggested, and I just hope that you will embrace it. That goal was to accentuate every letter of ECHO. Right now, it's heavily weighted towards environmental, which I'm personally happy about, but there's also cultural, historical, and outdoor items. And so that was my main concern, that we actually look at ECHO as ECHO and not just one facet of it. Do you remember that coming up in the committee?
Yes,
Okay,
it was discussed.
okay. What was the result of that discussion?
So since the committee had voted as a whole to waive for 2021, it was to be revisited in 2022,
Okay,
September.
okay. Any other, Heather Post?
Yes, so I do have comment then. I believe I was one that either brought that up or certainly jumped in on that conversation in our ECHO workshop. And my request for that was to do that really as soon as possible, right? Because the whole point, or a lot of the discussion that we've had with people putting in applications or not putting in applications previously was that it really wasn't defined. It's very, very general, right, ECHO? And so it's really not defined the types of things that you can do within that. And so I'm not really comfortable waiting an entire year to get that message out. That seems like a very basic thing that you don't really need to delve too much into.
So our next meeting, our subsequent meeting after July is September, and we have that on the agenda for the conversation, is to start the goal setting planning.
So is that going to be defined in September, or is that part of your goal setting for 2022?
Is what defined, I'm sorry?
ECHO?
Yes, we have descriptions of each of them, each of the grant programs and what's funded for each of the letters.
But you're just told me that your discussion in September is going to be on goal setting specifically for that for 2022, correct?
So goal setting in terms of changes like the suggestion to look at separate applications for each of the letters. So at this point, they wanted to work through the process, open the call for our community because we didn't have one next year, and come back in 2022 with goals, how to strengthen the program, and come back with recommendations to you.
Okay. I just want to ensure that part of that message to the public, so that's out of the September meeting, is going to be specifically drilling down by letter and really getting the message out to the public, not just a one-liner, but really getting the message out to the public and to the entities as to what's available and the possibilities. So a lot of our discussion was thinking outside the box, right, and not doing things the way that they had been done. And I feel it's very important that the public actually understands what that means. So I'm hearing you that we will get that out of the September meeting?
Yes, we'll try. And we will, we have a mandatory workshop on August 31st for all of our partners who are interested in this grant cycle. We've been having one-on-one meetings with our partners who have projects in the hopper, but we will communicate to the public what each of the letters are, what type of projects we would support related to each of those letters.
So that was the worry for me, was that August 30th is the workshop, and you must attend the workshop to submit. And if we're not really getting the message out to those entities or to the public prior to that workshop, how would they know specifically? I mean,
We've had a press release. We've also did social media. We've reached out to all of the previous grant recipients or prospective grant recipients that we've met with in the past.
But is that press release just advising that it's happening, or is that press release, because I saw the press release, it's not, or is it drilling down what's being discussed in September? That's the whole point, right? Is to really provide an opportunity for the public to understand what's available out of ECHO and breaking those letters down. So if we're not doing that prior to the required workshop, what happens when now the public understands fully, now that we're thinking outside the box and maybe doing some things differently, what happens when those people say, oh, well, wait, I could actually participate in this, and August 30th is already gone. Is there going to be a second round, or are they going to have to wait a year for the workshop?
Good morning, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. It's one of the things that we plan to bring to the September meeting, to the ECHO Advisory Committee, is having a second round. the goal for this particular board was given to them by this council. Please go out, listen to the community, find out what they're wanting, and bring back changes to us, which we're doing today. So they accomplished that goal. Did they sit down and have a goal setting? No. They immediately went into those listening sessions. They worked very hard.
Right.
So, but because of that, we have delayed this fiscal year's application opportunity. And we've got folks that are saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and apply this year, and some saying, oops, my funding's a little off, could you have another one? So we have worked out a schedule so that we can have 2 this year if the ECHO board agrees, because they have to do a lot of heavy lifting, reviewing all those applications. So there will be plenty of opportunity. We've also been asked to look at some other things, and that will happen September 13th in terms of living shorelines, and there may be other things that come up that are equally important for them to discuss. So this will be thoroughly vetted. They will have another opportunity this fiscal year to apply if ECHO agrees. We actually have the chair here, so he's willing to stand up and speak if you have direct questions of him as well.
So prior to the end of this fiscal year, we will have another workshop for another required workshop for those people wanting to participate.
We won't start a session that soon, so we anticipate that we would.
That's what I just heard, so
No, I said that we'll have I said that we would get a session started, a funding cycle this fiscal year, and start another one so that we're catching up. We will have it in the spring.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get you to say. When is the workshop going to be? So not in this.
So we need to propose the timeline to the ECHO board because they do site visits, but it would be springtime, would be the second. So you'd have one in this.
That would basically be for the next fiscal year's applications, correct? Because that would be in the fall. Or would they, again, be able to submit? Because the fiscal year would almost be over then, right? If we're telling people what is available.
So they will have 2 opportunities during the calendar year, or fiscal year from October 1 to September 30th to receive funding. And then we would start over with a regular cycle in the following fiscal year. So October of 21 through September of 22, even though we're starting early to try and get that cycle done ahead because we're so far behind. So there will be 2 opportunities for them to apply for and receive grant funding within the fiscal year that starts October 1.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Thank you both. I want you to know that Donna just sat down. She's still there. Neither one of you are under the gun. This is an unusual situation where citizens voted to tax themselves without the procedural language, without controlling language. They gave us a lot of trust, and I think what you're hearing is just a desire to hold that trust, to make everything public. So I appreciate your explanations, but I don't want you to feel like you're under the gun here. I'm going to call on you again, just because I want the public to understand what's happening with the program that they're wildly supportive of. I'd like to keep it that way. So, Fred Lowry?
I move approval for item H.
Motion to approve item H by Lowry, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Did our 2 screen voters vote aye for approval? Thank you. The motion carries 7-0. Item I. I'll start. My concern with this is that we had an exceptional grant program that required a 4-to-1 match. It's a program that for items that would affect the entire county. It was voted on and approved by the ECHO Council with a 4-to-3 vote out of a 9-member board. And I'm concerned about it because really what we've done is taken the exceptional grant program and got rid of it. It's now just an another grant, another program in ECHO. Can you discuss that at all?
Sure. So the reason for the change by the committee members was they wanted to see larger projects move forward throughout the county. So this means that it's an exceptional project, is one of paramount importance, that will provide access to our citizens countywide. We haven't had an exceptional grant since 2012. We've had 4 since the program started in 2000. They felt that they still have to vote in a 2/3 majority that a project is exceptional. And, you know, as I was talking to our chair yesterday, he reminded me he has some institutional knowledge, having served on the committee, that the 4-to-1 match, we have a lot of partners who may phase their projects. So they'll apply for a standard grant at the 400,000 level and do phase 1, 2, 3 to get that 1-to-1 match, where we could get the project done quicker if we had a 1-to-1 match for the exceptional grant. That was the thinking of the committee.
Okay, and for me, that answers the question, and that's what I wanted the public to hear, is that even though we will likely approve this change, every one of those grants still goes before the committee, and what you just said was each one has to be approved by a supermajority? Okay. Danny Robbins.
Brad, can you just give us a quick update? I heard you mention the living shorelines earlier. Is there any new information on that?
So living shorelines, as it stands now, as part of as a component of a larger project, is acceptable, not as a standalone project. So the committee had discussions about this, deep discussions, and they think it's a worthwhile endeavor, but the standalone issue, they need to have further discussion, so it will be a point of discussion at our September meeting. We'll work through it and come back to you with a recommendation.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion, Chair, to send that back to the committee for the living shorelines, to explore language, just to update that in a future guidebook, if that's possible with the county.
There's a motion on the floor by Robbins to send this back to the committee for the discussion on living shorelines. Is there a second for that?
Question.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't that be part of the really drilling down into the initial letters? So that could be part of that drilling down process?
It can be, but
You want to make
it's
sure
more
it's in there?
specific because of the level of importance to this when it comes to our just countywide water quality. But to, as Brad said, as a standalone project, I think it would be very beneficial to identify that single aspect of it.
So if you would be willing to slightly amend your motion, I'd be happy with, because we already discussed it, right, in our workshop, so I'd be happy to ask that the committee be sure that they address that when they're drilling down and really looking at each letter.
I'll amend that.
So that it's included.
Yeah, I can amend that for you, Heather.
Okay. Because I just would hate to see us say,
Well, I don't
we
want
want
to
this-
postpone the current guidebook because of the potential projects coming up. I mean, afterwards, you know, if we can just go back and look at that with council's permission, that would be great. Thanks.
I'm good with definitely having it brought up, sure.
So are you seconding that amended motion? And the amended motion is that this goes back to the committee for further discussion? And now we have a second?
For further discussion as part of that, so
Right.
not as an entire separate entity, because I'm not sure that's appropriate, but, so,
Mine was making it just like an acceptable project, that's all. Living shorelines.
right, so my ask was that if it was not a specific request to go back, and it was just to remind them that that's certainly a project or a discussion to have as part of drilling down and saying, hey, these are options as part of the initials, then I'm good with that, if that is your amendment.
Well, Mr. Chair. That was your request for amendment. Mr. Robbins said that was fine.
Then he restated it to say exactly what he said the first time, so I want to make sure.
but I'm sure I just heard him say it was fine
Okay.
what you said as amendment. Mr. Johnson.
You know, excuse my voice, but I think they're very aware of the living shorelines.
Right.
And I think we need to be careful about sending direction to them. They're supposed to be sending advice to us. They know about it. I think we need to leave it alone, let them discuss it, and then let them bring it back to us.
So that was my point, just to make it a reminder. You know, I'm okay with making it a reminder in that discussion, specifically for that. So, motion, or I don't know if somebody wants to restate what's happening, but.
Well, are we just giving guidance and we can go ahead and
Yes.
approve item I? Is that what I'm understanding then?
It sounds like guidance to me.
Okay, then
Which
I'm
is
going-
what the committee asks us for.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept item I since we've given that guidance.
Okay, before I call for the vote, the county attorney would like to speak to this.
I think Dr. Lowry just clarified, so
Okay.
the motion is to approve, but also to give guidance on the issue of the living shoreline. Okay.
Yes. You're good? All right. All in favor of the motion to approve, aye, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Did we get a second on that?
We had you seconded. Heather Post seconded. The motion was by,
The final
by
motion?
Robbins, second by Post.
Aye, yeah.
Okay. Number J, letter J. Oh, there you are. This one really requires some feedback, I think. This is probably, at least for me, in my email, it's created the most amount of questioning from the public. And I understand their questions. So I'm hoping to give them the information to clear it up on paying for staff to run the ECHO program out of the ECHO program. So before I ask any questions, can you just update us on how we got here?
Sure. So the ECHO board took up the discussion of paying for 2 staff, an activity project manager and an admin coordinator. Those positions were previously paid for out of general fund. And in many cases, because there's a 20-year history, sometimes the person running the program was doing more than one job, and they weren't necessarily giving their 100% to this particular program because they were having to do other work. The last person in charge was Carmen Hall. And you've seen Carmen enough to know that she has a lot on her plate. She's a division director. She took it over when she became operations manager, and she kept it primarily because we weren't sure that it was ever going to be redone again anyway. So it was, and we really feel like it deserves the attention of full-time staff. So the ECHO board voted all in favor of having the ECHO program pay for the staff to administer the program. It saves us general fund dollars, and just like any other grant, if we get a federal or state grant, we are given a percentage off the top that pays for the administrative activities that are required to make sure a job is accomplished within the grant.
Okay, so my question is, for 20 years, we ran the program with 2 part-time people and
Initially, when it
input
started, it
from,
had full-time, and then it morphed into sort of part-time here and there, people doing more than one thing for their position.
and so for the next 20 years, what we're going to vote on right now is, are you hiring new people?
We have an admin coordinator that is moving over from community assistance, and she has handled ECHO for, goodness, 7 or 8 years at least. And we have an activity project manager that we just hired.
And their sole dedication is to ECHO?
Well, actually, we are planning on having the ECHO activity project manager also help with administrative staff. We had proposed other staff and really felt the need to shrink it down for this first year so that we had the bare minimum of staff. So there are going to be, she's going to be helping us with marketing, not just ECHO, but the resource stewardship division and all of its assets. So marketing, outreach, but yes, but ECHO takes a lot of time.
It does. I guess what I'm thinking about, where I'm going is, we're in a process where we're trying to control cost and growth of government. And I'm still unclear if this is going to require that we hire 2 completely new staff people, that this is all that they do. My feeling is that, again, it's the problem of voting for a program without everybody knowing exactly how it would be managed. Although we had 20 years of history where the management was paid out of the general fund. My preference would be that the program is self-sufficient, that it pays for itself, that the tax revenue generated by the millage rate for ECHO covers the management of it. That would be my preference. My concern, though, is that, are we growing government? Are you going to have to add 2 new people to your staff? Because you're pretty busy already. I'm going to let some of the other council people ask questions here, but Dr. Lowry?
Yeah, as the board recommended unanimously, correct?
Yes, sir.
Some of them are new, but some of them have been on there for quite a while. Is that true?
That
This is the same board that's been running the program that everybody's happy with and approved unanimously last fall.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really think we need to let ECHO board guide us on this and not try to become part of the board. And, they presented this to us. This was also alleviate expense fund, which is something that kind of makes it smaller from my viewpoint. So I'm going to move approval for letter J.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to approve letter J, and we have a second motion by Lowry, second by Johnson. Heather Post?
So did I hear you correctly that this, the activities project manager and the admin coordinator that we're hiring for this program would also be doing other duties in the resource stewardship program?
We're doing a lot to rev up the division where, you've got 4 activities now with the ECHO, the land acquisition, land management, and IFAS. So the primary responsibility is ECHO for this particular staff that we're referring to right now. You've got a grant administrator. It's not just going through the grants each year, but we have to actually go back and monitor all of the grants that have been awarded in the past, make sure they're still doing what they're supposed to be doing. So there will be other activities as assigned. Like I said, marketing, really trying to make sure that this legacy that we're building, that the community has said that we need to build, that everybody knows that the assets are there. And so we're also adding a level of transparency that we haven't had before. They're going to be responsible for getting the dashboard set up for both this program and Forever, so that the public at any time can see where the expenses are going. So each time we acquire a piece of property for Forever, each time we have a grant under ECHO, all of that's going to be their responsibility. That's never been done before. That's going to take a lot of staff time, not only to make sure that we have a good dashboard, but that it's updated and maintained. So that responsibility is going to be significant.
And so as the Director of Resource Steward Management, I forget what's your exact title?
Resource Stewardship.
Resource Stewardship Director? What's your exact title?
Director of Resource Stewardship.
Thank you. Is any of your salary coming out of ECHO funds?
There will be a small portion, yes.
Okay, so that's not included in here, or where does that come in? Was that approved, or?
It's part of the upcoming budget.
Okay. Was it approved through, it's coming out of ECHO funds?
Yes.
Was it approved through the ECHO committee or anything, or we're just taking it out as part of our budget without approval, or?
So the ECHO board said that their recommendation was to fund the positions and administrative costs. So they made this motion, but they also approved the overall budget with the administrative costs, which include the portion of my salary.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that part, I was just say. Would love to have heard that prior, especially when we're talking about hiring additional. You know, while I greatly appreciate the recommendations of the committee, and certainly in listening to all of that, we get recommendations from various boards and committees routinely, and a lot of those are unanimous suggestions or recommendations, and a lot of those are not. And it is still our job to really look at things and vet it and figure out where we're headed. So while I appreciate that the board is okay, or the committee is okay with spending those monies, do we know how much monies that is budgeted for your position specifically?
Not off the top of my head, but I can tell you for the administrative cost, it's 3% to manage the program.
And then do we know the amounts that we're looking at for the activity project manager and administrative? I'd just like to know in totality how much we're spending on yours, the activity manager.
So in totality, it's $250,000.
For all three?
For everything. So that would be office supplies, equipment, operations, salaries, everything.
So $250,000 annually out of ECHO.
Correct, which is 3% to manage the $8 million program.
Gotcha.
Do you know, or does the county manager or anybody know what's the number that we've spent the last 20 years to manage ECHO out of the general fund? Well, I mean, one way or another, taxpayers are paying.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, it's one fund or another, but it's all out of the general fund, or now in this case, we're proposing for the program itself. It's just like any grant we get, there's always some sort of administrative allotment or fee that is charged to manage it. 3% is actually pretty low. I've seen it many times as high as 10%. There's no reason for that here. But you take something else like the Forever program, you know, where there's actually land management costs and other things that are involved actively in managing the land. That's another program similar to this, and it was voted in the same. And Mike can get into the specifics of that, but basically you're voting in also the ability to bond these programs was what really takes it to the people to be voted. So you're setting that aside with the ability to bond it, should you need it. Now, Forever is where we've done that part of it because we make large purchases. ECHO, we've had a pay-as-you-go because we've actually brought in a lot more money than there's been projects for. So as he said, it's an $8 million a year program with also about a $16 million reserve sitting there. So right now it's a $24 million program that they're going to be hopefully increasing the size and amount of projects, helping people, helping applicants a little more so that they can be successful to get this money where it's intended, which is into the projects.
Thank you. Heather Post?
And so when you're saying, Brad, that it's 3%, or you're saying it's 3% of the totality of the program, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
$250,000.
$250,000.
It comes from the funds that taxpayers voted on for projects. And that's the dilemma that taxpayers have. Are we reducing the amount of money that goes into specific projects? Again, my concern is that we're going to pay for it one way or another. We're either going to pay for it from general fund, which is really another tax, or we're going to pay for it from the program. So that's why we're discussing this. Yes. I'm sorry.
Barb Gartman, I certainly agree with you that you want the fund, the ECHO fund, to pay for its own resources, and 3% is a reasonable amount for administration. And after 20 years' experience and the concerns that we were aware of, to have staff focused and to ensure that this is getting done right with as much transparency and visibility and accountability as possible. I think it matters, and over 20 years, use the lessons that we've learned. So I'm certainly in support of it, and I think it's the best way to go.
Billy Wheeler?
Mr. Chair, yeah, thank you. I've been waving, so some of those comments have already been said, but I agree. This is something that completes the implementation of the projects and designate someone specifically to make sure the follow through is done on that. That was something that the advisory board was very supportive of having that, and that was their decision, and we all appointed advisory board to make those suggestions and decisions. I also think 3% is a reasonable figure, and this way they are completely zeroed into our ECHO projects, and the fact that we are to do an audit every year, correct? An internal audit. So that, there's another safeguard, but this is keeping it as transparent as we could possibly ask, and that was what the voters were wanting. So I'm in deep support of it.
Thank you, Billy. Ben Johnson?
Yes.
You want to just send a note down?
Don't worry, I've had all my COVID tests. I don't have that. I think it's either distemper or parvo. But when we were talking about this earlier in the year, and the people I talked to, this thing should be self-sufficient. Every meeting we've had this, people have been trying to cut the general fund. We can't keep adding to the general fund and then say we're going to cut it, cut the money to pay for it. There's no way to do that. And all year long, projects have been added to that. And now people say, well, we're not going to pay for it. We ordered a steak and want to pay for a hamburger. But this program right here, it's common practice to put money on it to support the program. We did that in the sheriff's office, but we had district commanders that worked in cities and in the county. It's typical to split it, the funding, and also there's other stuff that we'll give them that's not paid for. The board came back and recommended it. And this way we have people who are directly responsible for the program and accountable for the program. And I think it's the best way to go, to let the program pay for itself, put the people responsible, accountable, and take it as it is, as the board asked us to do.
Thank you. Danny Robbins?
Mr. Burball, I know you guys have a full plate. Can you tell us how many projects that you have that are going to be monitored? Is it a couple hundred?
So we funded 220 projects throughout the county over the years. We have several in progress right now. I believe about 16 in progress. We've committed $6 million to those projects, paid out about $1 million. So we have about $5 million that we've committed, about 16 projects in process. And also, we've implemented the auditor's recommendations to strengthen transparency and accountability, which will take more staff time in terms of monitoring and compliance.
Thank you. Good job. Thanks.
See that, and I guess that's my concern. I like the idea of the fund being self-sufficient. I think when voters voted to tax themselves, they were smart enough to assume that there was some associated management costs with the program. What I don't like is taking money out of projects, but one way or another, taxpayers are going to pay for this from the general fund, and I have to agree with you, Ben. I'm hammering at trying to get general fund spending reduced. So I have to be consistent. What I'm hoping is that if we have dedicated people to do this, is that instead of having a buildup of funds every year, we can actually get funds out to the projects that the people voted to have done. So I think we're circling the wagons here. Heather Post, and then George would like to speak.
I think it's very important to point out, I'm asking these questions, right? This is literally our role. Like I said, we get lots of recommendations, and it is literally our role to still look at all the aspects and to vet it. I know that the ECHO staff works, and the people who aren't on ECHO staff work very hard in these programs and have for the last however many years. Asking these tough questions does not negate that, but it is in fact our role, so it's being done. We did get a lot of emails, as the chair mentioned, about this, and so I thought it was very, very important that we did pull this, that we did discuss it, that we do specifically vote on it, so that everyone knows where we stand, that things like, your position, because that's not something I want to come up in a month and have me surprised at, right? So those kinds of things, although those are tough questions, I think are very important to be discussed at this point. So just letting you know that. But I would also say that the push is to move the county in many different divisions into the next level, right? And to the citizens were not happy with the previous version of ECHO. So we decided we needed a new version of ECHO, right? And this is the discussion. And so moving us to the next level and really making it successful and making it more attuned to the community's needs, and really attuned to getting Volusia County where it needs to be in the next however many years is the focus. And noting that these funds are coming out of county budget, period, because it has to get done. I'm taking into account, I'm in favor of this, but I will tell you that I will be looking at the dashboard. I will be looking at these different things. I will be absolutely looking at marketing, especially on those alphabet letters, right? There is a tremendous expectation of accountability, as you have mentioned many times in this role. So just know that those are additional questions that I know I'm going to be asking. I'm sure other council members are going to be asking, and certainly the public is going to be asking. So in doing this, I think it's very important that everybody understands that. And as we move forward, especially if we're using some of the ECHO funds to pay for it. I would also I would just request that as we do the audit every year, that it is really laid out for the public, the percentage, because you said that, some of the IFAS duties and different things are incorporated into these programs, so that other things are being worked on. So I think the audit every year is very important to show the percentage and to really show the input that is going in from all three of your positions, to look at that every year and to make sure that it is, if that money's coming out of ECHO, that it is specifically, the majority is being spent there. So that would absolutely be a suggestion. Thank you.
Chair?
I can't tell which one of you it is. Is that Barb Gertman?
It's Barb.
Go ahead.
Do we sound alike? When we do this, can you see us?
I can. And usually Dr. Lowry also flashes me because he watches that screen. But if I'm missing you, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Please do what you just did and just interrupt.
I'm a little slow today.
Okay, all right. The only other thing that I wanted to mention about any of these is that I think the ECHO committee did a great job in reaching out into the community to get feedback, to allow feedback, to talk about what their recommendations were and to get, input. So none of this has been done in the dark. It's been in the light, it's been transparent, and everybody has had an opportunity. So I feel comfortable, although I think it's great that we're talking about it again here. But I feel that it has been transparent and the community has had every opportunity. And we spoke in the very beginning that we would not have everything defined prior to the vote, and we would work through it, and we'd work through it with public input and committee recommendation. So I think we have lived up to that expectation.
Thank you. Billy, did you have something as well? Okay.
No, that was it. I think we had a motion and a second, didn't we, Mr. Chair?
Did we have a second? And it came from you? Okay. We had a verbally weak but a heartfelt second from Ben Johnson, who was pounding on the table.
Was that for discussion? Do we want to hear from George first?
We do want to hear from George, and then Dr. Lowry I think is going to call the motion, but, so George, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, maybe to ease a little mind, people out there, you're making really today what's essentially a one-year decision. It's not a 20-year decision. So this is what we're proposing and how we want to build the budget, as has been said. And to the kind of related to the fear that is taking from projects, if that were the case, if we were to ever get to a point where we were doing that, we could revisit this and how you want to pay for the management of it. Right now, you're nowhere near close to doing that. I mean, we've never had a year yet where, we've used all of the funding that comes in. That's why you have a $16 million plus reserve. So what we're just proposing here is that with what comes in within the year, we think the 3% can manage it very well and take it to the next level, as Ms. Post said. That's definitely what they've been talking about, and that was definitely done with that in mind, not status quo, but to upgrade everything. And but we can revisit it next year, the year after, wherever. If it starts really competing for projects, well, then we would come back and say, maybe we need to fund it a little bit different way. But I think right now, it's a very safe and prudent way of getting this thing going and going to the next direction.
Thank you. I agree. I think it's been a good discussion. Again, I want the program to be self-sufficient, but I also want to see the dashboard done immediately or yesterday. I think that the voters deserve to see how much money is being spent by staff. I think they deserve to see the projects that are under consideration, what the cost of those projects are. And I think that's really key information, Mr. County Manager, that you just gave us. We're not voting for 20 years. We're voting for 1 year. And I guarantee you that in future county council agenda meetings, that if George Rechtenwald comes to me and says, I need 2 more staff people because we lost 2 to ECHO, and we're growing government sideways, there's not going to be a majority of people on this council that'll be happy with that. So let's your name is still up there. Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Thank you for your input. We have a motion on the floor to accept letter J. And we have a second by Johnson. The motion was by?
I have Dr. Lowry.
Dr. Lowry. Are you still claiming this? Okay. All in favor of J, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
And any opposed? I just wanted to make sure you two weren't, there's a delay in sound. You were voting in favor and not.
Aye.
So, okay.
Yes.
That brings us to K, and Heather, you wanted this to be voted on or just discussed?
I had just pooled all of them for vote, so.
Okay. K is a recommendation from the Echo Advisory Committee to increase the trail set aside from 1 million to 1.5 million. Donna?
Donna Butler again, Community Services. So the set aside has played a really critical role, and I'm going to call Tim Bailey up here to give you a little background about how that $1 million set aside has been spent since it was put into place by previous council. But its primary role is to build the parts of the trail now that cannot be funded by Sun Trail. So there are a variety of different ways that that can be done. And then on top of that, the council really, the advisory committee heard a lot from the public that they wanted amenities along their trail. So they would like water stops and places to repair the bicycles, possibly covered places to sit and take a break, because some of those trails are very long and don't have access points to, or ingress, egress for those types of things. Security systems were also discussed at key points where there might be some behavior that needed to be recorded. So Tim, if you'll come up real quick and talk about that. To date, over 60 miles of paved trails have been funded utilizing the Echo, Federal, and Sun Trail. But Tim can give you a little bit better history than I can about the history of Sun Trail.
Good morning. Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. And yeah, Donna's correct. The Sun Trail program has done a great job for Volusia County. I mean, both St. John's River to Sea Loop and the Coast to Coast Trail, a lot of our funds are, a lot of our construction projects are funded with Sun Trail monies. No matching dollars, no sunset. However, there are points along the trail that are not eligible for Sun Trail, which would include access to public right-of-ways that are not, we don't have a willing seller. So we have to approach eminent domain. That is not an acceptable expense for the Sun Trail program. Or better said, they're not willing to put Sun Trail monies in for eminent domain right-of-way acquisition. So the only opportunity we have to connect gaps is our local funds, which is the $1 million set aside, or in this case, the $1.5 million set aside. The other elements that are not funded via the Sun Trail program would be restrooms, parking lots or trailheads, wayfinding signs, maps, and then most importantly, or one of the more important points, is resurfacing our trails. We've got 62 miles of trails currently right now. So having a funding source to set aside to resurface our trails as they age, like we're getting ready to resurface the trail, the Pat Northey Trail, which extends from Lake Monroe Park up to Mansion Boulevard, which is a certified 5K trail. We're getting ready to resurface that project. So it's these types of funds, the $1.5 million set aside, that goes into funding all those things that Sun Trail doesn't. And I want to make one more point. So I've heard before that, we're looking for trails on the east side. So that is a city FDOT partnership. Volusia County would only be moving in on that in unincorporated. So when you're looking at trails and you see them going up on the west side and maybe it's not as much on the east side, it's a partnership with FDOT and the city, and they are moving forward, right? They are working together. It's a little tougher because there's less right of way. But they are moving forward on that. So it just takes a little longer to get those trails established. They are moving up to finish the St. John's River to Sea Loop, which is the big push for us now. Coast to Coast is completed in Volusia County. St. John's River to Sea Loop is next.
Mr. Chair, question?
Yes, Billy Wheeler.
Okay, Tim, but we do have unincorporated areas on the east side. And if this additional funding is agreed upon, I really, really, really would like to see the east side also pursued. We've got wonderful, world-renowned trails on the west side. I'm just asking, please, that we look at the areas on the east side that we can develop those and have those same worldwide trails. It's extremely important to the people on the east side also.
Absolutely.
Billy, you're exactly right, and my question is, do we have a master trail program? Do we know where we're going?
So yes, there's two answers to that question. So when someone says a trails master program, right? Then you're
master
talking
plan.
Master plan program. So you're talking about a document that is created with a consultant in partnership with the local entity on how wide your trails are going to be, what signage is going to be on the trails, how thick your asphalt's going to be, where the restroom's going to be. That's the type of master planning. They have one source document. So what we have is a construction plan. We've got a 20-year construction plan of building out the St. Johns River to Sea Loop and the coast to coast and connectors to those areas. So that came up at one of the ECHO listening sessions or ECHO board meeting, that there is a need for a trails master plan. So we have pledged that we would be coming back to say we're going to work with a consultant, build a trails master plan, not unlike what Orange County did recently. They've got a trails master plan. But we do have our construction plan that's built out for 20 years, and we know where we're going, when those monies become available. In Sun Trail, which is they have a 5-year program, so we'd be working in tandem with them on the next 5 years for the construction schedule. So the Trails Master Plan would be coming up in the next 12 months. We'd be working on that.
But we're going to hire a consultant to tell us what our trail plan should be, and is that money going to come out of the ECHO funds as well?
Well, typically, whenever you're doing either a Parks Master Plan or a Trails Master Plan, you usually work with a consultant to help you. There's a lot of work that goes into that. A lot of work that goes into that.
Heather Post.
Question on that. Have we ever needed a Trails Master Plan in terms of your definition of it in the past?
Well, we know what we're building, so in that aspect, no, we know where where we want to go. We know we have to complete the St. Johns River to Sea Loop. The alignment might be in play as we look to find right-of-ways, specifically from Lake Beersford Park north to Minnesota as a gap. So there's a variety of different options of where that alignment might go. So that part is still in flux, but knowing that we have to connect to Putnam County on the west and Flagler County on the east, that's a given.
How much, just estimate, are we looking at in hiring a consultant to do this master plan for the trails?
We haven't pursued that cost yet. So I can't really answer that.
George or Suzanne, can you give us like a ballpark? Is it 200,000? Is it 5 million? Just a general ballpark of what something like that would typically cost? Don't go anywhere, Tim.
Well, I think Tad could probably better answer it as far as kind of scope, but I don't think it would be in the millions, that's for sure. It would be.
No. Good morning, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. No, for a plan such as Tim is describing, I think you're in the neighborhood of $150,000 to $200,000 at most. A large part of this, we do all of Tim's building. So there was a plan that was originally set. It had been identified. It was actually pretty straightforward. You were part of large trails. We were filling in gaps. That's what we're using the ECHO money in association with the federal and state funds that we were getting for the River to Sea Loop, the East Coast Central Regional Rail Trail, the Coast to Coast Trail, all of those. We're still filling in gaps from that. We still have projects that are doing a part of that. So a portion of this would be covered under that. And those are the easier parts of the framework of such a plan. But then we have other aspects of that carrying on, coordinating with the cities, and then tying those into what the cities are doing. The consultant would be able to handle a lot of those planning exercises that my staff doesn't have the time to run around to do. We're busy putting the plans together for a lot of these for actual construction and then overseeing that portion of it. So hiring a consultant allows us to bring somebody on board, go out to the public, coordinate with the cities, and figure out where we have gaps that need to be filled in, aside from the obvious.
Okay.
So where is that money coming from? Is it coming from ECHO funds?
It would come from what would potentially be allocated as part of this, yes, sir.
Okay, so we're learning several things this morning where that ECHO will be paying for. I don't understand.
Currently, right now, we actually do a lot of our trail work that isn't funded by the state or the federal government using our, so when we acquire property, when we put in trails, when we design trail things right now, if it's not paying for that with the ECHO Trail Fund.
The million?
Yes, ma'am. So it already covers a good portion of the staff time on the trails activities. This would just be a continuation of with a plan specific. And there was a, Kevin said there really wasn't much of a plan before because honestly it was pretty straightforward. And we just identified when we could effectively accumulate staff time, do so moving forward. Now there's more coordination we're really looking at. The low-hanging fruit, so to speak, has already been taken up. Now getting into other sections where you're tying it into what the cities have, hasn't been much coordination outside of some of the bigger trails. So.
Right, I've heard that twice now, that it's a bottleneck with cities, and that's what concerns me, is that I don't know how we have a trail program and increase it if we don't have a master plan of what we're going to, including working with the cities, including working with the scenic byway of the transportation planning organization that has lots of ideas, including the Citizens Advisory Committee that I can tell you some of the members are frustrated that they look at other counties and they see a master trail program. We're increasing funding, but they don't know where it's going. They don't see the master plan. I would hope that before we take another $250,000 or whatever it is out of ECHO funds, that we let those entities, the people that are now working full-time in ECHO, the Citizens Advisory Committee, who wants to have a master plan, and the TPO, where they can work together. We can't do this in-house without spending another $250,000 of the ECHO funds?
My staff does not have the time to do that now, sir.
Yeah, what Tad was alluding to is when a consultant is hired for this, they work independently with all of the public in all the impacted areas to identify not just the alignment, because I think what you're talking about when you're talking about the bottleneck. So we know that trail has to go north and south on the east side. But we don't know, is it going to go on Reed Canal or is it going to go on another street? And the cities, they have input that they want that trail to connect as much school territory together or parks to connect. So they really have the input on where they want that trail to be, right? So you wouldn't be getting that trail, the consultant to identify, what their city is going to eventually choose where that alignment's going to be. It's going to really be up to the city. They do know that it has to connect at this point in the north and this point in the south, and the city and FDOT have to work it out with their elected officials and citizenry to identify how they get there, along with public right-of-way.
Okay. And I just think that's part of the plan for, not for your office. I just mentioned the Citizen Advisory Committee, the Byway Committee of the TPO, now full-time staff people that are working with ECHO, that we can do a lot. I don't know why we're not, and maybe you are, but I don't know why we're not working with the cities now to find out the paths that they want. You have a committee a volunteer committee that's willing to do that, so that's my concern. Heather Post.
Well, I wasn't finished, Mr.
Oh.
Chair, and you launched into your discussion, but may I finish?
You can finish.
You actually asked a lot of the same questions, so that's excellent. Tim, But you said we haven't really needed a trail master plan in the past. So the west side is the more extensive stuff, right? Because it's mostly county. And then once you start hitting east side, you're having a lot of these city discussions in order to really move forward on stuff. But you said that we haven't really needed one in the past because it's really straightforward. I mean, if we're looking for a trail, it's got to get from point A to point B, and then we figure out how to do it. Do we really? My understanding of the public's ask has been just to really lay out what our anticipation is of point A and point B. I'm not sure why we need a consultant to do that. You should be able to look at the construction plan, correct, and just lay out some very basic stuff. Do we really need a consultant and to spend $250,000 to?
So, yes. Except I'm not sure the public, I think the public would like to have a master plan. But yes, I think staff could do that. I know where you're going to need a restroom. I know where you're going to need some extra parking. We know that, right? Trying to identify, how we acquire that. Tearing down a house and using eminent domain to establish a parking area to access the trail where we don't really have any parking, right? So there's, I think staff knows the needs, right? But actually reaching out to the public and having their input, and that's important to the public to have. And then we would have a source document to say, yes, we've met, we've listened to, this is what they'd like at this location, and then we would have a document to move forward.
Is it, so, because I'm hearing you say that there's really not a tremendous need for, that's what I'm hearing, for the master plan, or that definition of the master plan. Could we hold off on the master plan and still create a master plan, just not that definition that goes in depth and hires consultants and does all of that, but simply if the county could simply lay out, because everyone I'm talking to in the public on these different committees and things, everybody just wants to know what the plan is, right? So how are we getting from point A to point B, and what are those ideas and different things? And that's something we can do without spending that $250,000. So my suggestion to council would be to make the recommendation that we not move forward on that definition of a master plan at this time, but that staff just simply come back with something, and I think that would be very easy, right? Because you know what your plans are, and you have the 20-year construction plan. Is that available online, the 20-year construction plan?
I have I have the whole trail build-out program online, as well as at the DeBerry Hall that's our Trails Welcome Center. So you'll see all three trail sections, coast to coast, 260 miles, the St. Johns River to Sea Loop, 250 miles, and then the heart of Florida, which is just to the west of the St. Johns River to Sea Loop, and that's 250 miles. So those are all established. The alignment for each one of those sections, though, are still flexible, because we're working with other municipalities, other counties. They have to maintain it once it's in place. So they have a say on where the trail goes. So that part is still flexible. The approximate 1 mile swath going north and south, we know that. That's clear. It has to go within this 1 mile section to go north and south.
Well, I think
So Tim, let me just dive in. Basically, what you have is like a corridor map, and parts of it have been completed, parts of it are gaps. We can show what that map looks like, and like to Tim's point, it's really giving you a corridor that they're still determining the easiest or the best route, the route that's desired by now, in most cases, the municipalities, as they said, to pick up maybe little parts of their city.
So my suggestion then would be that we take that if that's if that's already created.
I have that, yeah.
Okay, so that's already done. That we take that we provide it to each of these committees, that we provide it to each of the cities that it would actually affect, and ask them specifically, make the ask, make them provide some sort of recommendation or suggestion as to where we go from here to get us from point A to point B, and then we can go from there. But I would ask that we hold off on the paying of a consultant to do that at this time. Because you're saying on the east side specifically, or more, that it is in fact the cities that are going to be making that determination anyway, right? So let's start having those discussions, but we can't do those discussions without that plan.
Right,
And I
yeah.
really think that that's what those committees are telling us, is
Right.
that, hey, we want to be having these discussions, but we don't know where you're trying to get from point A to point B, and who do we need to talk to, they're wanting to know, do we need to go to Ormond Beach City Commission and say, hey, we'd really like A, B, and C to happen, but so how do we get there? And I think that doing that without the county spending that money at this time is probably the best option.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and that's, we can coordinate with the cities to do that. It really just is drilling down with me, working with whoever, or Tad and I working with whoever the point of contact is with the city on where they really think their alignment's going to be, because we're really not plugged into their negotiations with FDOT and their citizenry, right? But we can reach out, say, tell us where you think your alignment's going to be. We can add it to our maps all the way up to the Flagler County line and all the way up to the Putnam County line.
And these committees and these boards exist for a reason. So and so let's give them the opportunity to be successful in that. That's literally their role.
Sure.
So let's do that, and that would be my suggestion. I'd love to hear that everybody on council is in agreement on that, but.
Well, give them something to agree on. Put that in the form of a motion that we accept
motion
K without spending.
That would be my motion. Mike, you want to sum it up? You still listening, Mike?
I am.
All right.
Sorry. The item before you is to increase the set aside to 1.5 million. My understanding is the maker of the motion would approve that, subject to further discussion on the spending of a master plan.
So negative. So then my motion would actually be, because that's $500,000, and I'm assuming that the $250,000 would come out of that. So my suggestion would be not to, at this point, not to increase the set aside and to not do that master plan at this point. We can certainly come back and address it.
So
That monies would be being spent for.
your motion is to not approve K then, to stay with the $1 million annually. Is there a second for that motion?
But specifically with the caveat of the master plan. Yeah.
Barb was waving?
He was waving, yeah.
Barb and Billy, I'd like to hear from you as well, because this affects, your East Side district. But Barb Gertman, go ahead.
Right. So, I guess the way I was hearing the need for the additional $500,000 wasn't specific to the master plan. It was for a long list of potential needs, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm not in support of not increasing it, because that need is still there. And certainly from West Side and the trail region now, we need those resources, whether it's to repave or whatever, those needs are, those funds need to be there for that. And I think the public supported ECHO and supports the trail, so I'm going to support the increase.
I would amend my motion then.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, then, because the $250,000 was coming out of this, correct? For the master plan. The master plan.
That's where we're coming out,
Yes, so that monies would come out. So I would amend, I hear what
We haven't had a
Councilwoman.
second for the motion yet.
No.
We haven't had a second.
Okay,
I
I'll
don't
just.
think Mr.
We have
Brown might be
it.
able
Is
to-
there a second for the original motion to not approve K, to not approve a $1.5 million annual increase? Is there a second?
Okay,
So the
there's
motion
no-
dies from lack of
So I
second.
would,
Would you
I
like
would
to?
propose the motion then.
Okay.
An actual motion, that we increase it then, if we're saying we need those funds, that we increase it by 1.25, and that we not move forward on that master plan consulting issue, which would take the other $250,000.
Is there a second for that motion?
Mr. Chair?
Well, we've got to deal with this one first, Ben, and that motion's going to die from a lack of a second. Billy Wheeler, before we,
Yeah, just wanting to make the motion to recommend an increase from 1 to 1.5 million annually.
Second.
and are you, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the increase from 1 to 1.5 million by Billy Wheeler, second by Ben Johnson. Are you dealing with at all the expenditure of up to $250,000 for a consultant?
Mr. Chair, none of that is included in my motion. My motion is as is written. I will trust the staff and the advisory board to handle this at this point. My motion is as it stands.
I just want everybody to know what they're voting on. Personally, I won't be able to support that. I want to see the increase, but I don't want to see more money taking out of the ECHO funds for a study that I believe we can do in-house with the Citizens Advisory Committee, who wants to do it, with the Scenic Byway Committee of the TPO, and
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
is my motion, it had a second?
yes, it did, and now we're discussing it.
Okay.
I have Dr. Lowry and Ben Johnson that would like to speak before this might make a difference to what you're going to say. The county manager, George, would like to weigh
Go ahead
in.
and I'll yield to George. You can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. George, you want to go first?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Well, I just wanted to add two things. We can take and look at, with the Department of Transportation, the TPO, we have other options, especially when it comes to studies, to see what else could be out there. But I just wanted to assure the council that anything of that size would be coming back to you anyway. So you have, control over the spending of something that large. So you would see this again if we were to bring it forth. But I think we're getting the message loud and clear that right now we need to make sure that if we do something like that, that we have some partnerships. And we'll bring back some information regarding that at that time. But as Tim alluded originally, there's plenty of work to be done, amenities and other things that the ECHO set aside could go to in the meantime. So we'll come back and we'll regroup and talk a little bit more about planning efforts going forward and how they would be paid for. And you have my assurance that the ECHO monies will be going towards the projects themselves that we are trying to complete.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Before I call for the vote, Commissioner Lowry, Commissioner,
Disappeared.
you're okay? Okay.
I just wanted to point out that this original 1 million that was set aside was 17 years ago in 2004. I know you probably maybe don't know the exact answer to this, but a ballpark would be good. How many miles of trail have been put in since 2004?
So, I'm going to go back in time. So, I think we had like 5 miles of trails at the time. And the earlier part was really the Lakeman Road at Gemini Springs to Mansion Boulevard was the earliest trail section that I'm aware of. And so everything else that's on the ground now has been built after that.
Okay, the majority of this is going to the amenities then to to try to help.
Yeah,
us.
everything that Sun Trail won't pay for, because obviously Sun Trail is the first choice, right? There, it's
Right.
funded, no matching dollars, no sunset. We would use those dollars first. It would only be the areas that we cannot use Sun Trail monies for that we'd be using 1.5.
Missing spots, right?
That's right.
Gotcha.
That's right.
I'm done.
Councilman Johnson.
We know some of these trails are starting to get some age on them, and we've got to keep them up because of the liability issues involved. You're riding bicycles, people walking, and we're going to pay, if we don't pay to keep them up, we're going to pay a lot more in liability costs before it's over with.
Thank you. Then we have a motion on the floor to approve the 1.5 million. I'm with the county manager's assurance that if we're going to spend $250,000 or whatever, it comes before the council, we'll get to talk about this again. I fear that we study things to death. I know study is important. We have to be able to make accurate decisions, so with that assurance, I can support this increase from 1 to 1.5 million, which is Billy's motion on the floor, with a second by Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed by like sign? Okay, K passes unanimously, 7-0. Okay, L, you wanted to discuss and vote on L and M, correct?
Negative, no.
Negative?
Nope.
Did you need to discuss L or M? Okay. Donna, you are done. Thank you very much for going through this exercise, but I think it's very important for the public to know how their money is going to be spent.
Parent and have the conversation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good job, guys.
I don't know if we've ever taken that long for a consent agenda.
It's important.
That brings us to,
Maybe it shouldn't have been on consent.
maybe.
I do remember a time somebody pulled all the items on the consent agenda, but that's been some time back.
It wasn't Mr. Johnson?
No, Mr. Daniel.
Oh, he was a lawyer, right? Okay, that brings us to item 2, the Advertising Authority budget.
Hold on, we got S, T, W, and X.
Oh, you pulled those for,
Discussion only.
okay, take it away on consent agenda, letter S.
Is Clay here? Or someone for S? George? I don't see Clay.
Can we go back? I don't remember pulling all these.
Yeah, she asked for S, T, and W to be pulled, so
Okay.
it was my.
Not just pulling things out of my rear, friend.
That's too much information.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So I just wanted you to go, this should be very, very short. I just wanted you to explain this one because I have had public asking questions about anytime we, look to sell any kind of county lands. So if you could just breeze over this real quick and just give the explanation on public record, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. When property comes back to the government because of lack of payment of property taxes, the county is given that, and we first work with the cities to see if they have any interest, if it's within their boundaries. If it's outside of their boundaries within the unincorporated area, we review it with all of our staff. Is it needed for public works, parks and recreation, any kind of open space requirement that we may need? If there's not a public need, we then look and identify if it's available for affordable housing. If it's available for affordable housing, we work with Donna's group to identify where it can go and how it can be developed. If there's not the readily available funding or capability of being used for affordable housing, we identify it as a surplus property so that we can put it out for bid so we can get the best price for it, first of all. Second of all, so we can get it on the tax roll so it is operational.
And this specific one, if you could just explain.
Again,
the
same
actual land.
situation. What happens is Brianna Peterson and Jessica Strobel in our office sends it out to all of the departments so that they can review the need for the, can it be utilized for any kind of public purpose? At that point, if it's not, again, we work with the community assistance and community service folks to make sure that if it can help service one of our folks who needs affordable housing. In this particular situation, that's not available either.
And if can you put that up on the screen, the where it's located, and just that's what I'm trying to get you to talk about is where it's located and why we're surplusing it.
If I remember correctly.
If you could put S6. The
There
photo.
it is.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's basically an undeveloped residential lot over in the West Highlands areas. And what we can, as you can see, it's on a serviceable road, so we see that it is a viable lot. It can be developed. It will not have a negative impact on any public services. So therefore, we're making sure that it can be put back on the tax rolls. We do look and see if it can be used for affordable housing. That's one of our top priorities. And again, if there's not an available organization who can take it and build it and use it for guaranteeing it for affordable housing, then we put it out for bid. And as you can see, it's a 5,000 square foot lot in a neighborhood consistent of 5,000 square foot lots.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
Thank you. This is not a question for you, Clay, but I'll just add to the conversation that yesterday I had a very encouraging conversation with county staff about land that we have well used for decades. It doesn't owe us anything, but we may not need it. And I was encouraged to hear from staff that we are considering the possibility of selling that land, very valuable land now, and because it doesn't serve us anymore. And that's the kind of thing the county doesn't need to own land that we don't need when we could take that money and spend it on things that we do need. So T, you wanted to discuss?
Yes. So no staff input needed on this one. This was a proclamation for the International Overdose Awareness Day. So not a specific discussion on the proclamation itself, but the point of International Overdose Awareness Day, which is August 31st of 2021 this year, to simply bring attention to the opioid issue in Volusia County and the overdose numbers. I do want to applaud our new, maybe he's not really new anymore, our ME, who has gone way above and beyond in his role to work within the community to address overdose, and then the numbers that he sees, also SMA, and but I'm having more discussion within the public and with various organizations on really working to address the overdose issue within our communities. I think there's some more that we could be doing, and so just wanted to mention that, put that out there, and certainly if anybody would like to discuss, please let me know. But I think it's definitely an issue in Volusia, and one that as a whole that we could be doing more on. So I'm really looking forward to some more out-of-the-box thinking from the community as well. We have a lot of organizations that are looking to partner on that kind of stuff. So wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't see any other discussion on that, so we'll move to the letter W, if you wanted to discuss that.
Yes, so this is very important too. I think probably this should have been on the actual agenda, but this is the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding for IAP for the paramedics and EMTs, and that, let me pull this up. You know, we talked before, we have lost in Volusia County between January and June, so not even knowing July and August numbers, but we lost 25 paramedics that just left. So that leaves a big hole. And so what are we doing to address those kinds of things? And I thought it was very important that this was brought up. And so Joe, if you could just explain the bonus, the things that we're doing to try and alleviate that and to keep some of the limited personnel that we do have, what we're doing to keep them.
Yes, ma'am. Joe Pozo, Public Protection.
When we saw that really drastic drawdown of paramedics, and certainly it's a national problem, just attracting new paramedics to come to work. So last meeting, you approved a sign-on bonus for new paramedics. That's it's a tiered system, so it's $4,500. As soon as we get them in the door, it's $1,500. When they clear as a lead paramedic, which generally takes between 90 days and 180 days, they get an additional $1,500. And if they agree to stay for a 3-year period, then they get at 1.5 years, they get an additional $1,500. This works similar to that, but this really is for our incumbent paramedics and EMTs. So those who would commit to a 3-year period get $2,500 when they commit, they sign an agreement. Then at the 1.5 year mark, they get an additional $2,500 for a total of $5,000. We don't have any issue now with EMTs. However, nationally, there is an EMT shortage as well. It's just in different parts of the country. We haven't noticed that yet here, but we did want to protect against that. So we're doing a similar bonus program for EMTs. It's $2,000. So if you commit to a 3-year to the county, then you get $1,000 when you sign the agreement, and then another $1,000 at the 1.5 year mark. And what we're asking in that agreement is that you stay for 3 years. If you leave any time before that, then you would repay us for whatever amount we've given you as a bonus.
Thank you. So it's very important to
absolutely
to ensure that the public understands the movement that the county is making to address some of these issues.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I think this will come up again. You can leave. But it'll come up again, and you'll be back for items 11 and 12.
We'll really get into it a little bit more in 12.
Yeah, as essential as pay is, the work environment is just as critical. So,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we covered all of the agenda items you wanted pulled. Councilwoman Post.
X was the last one. I think, Mike, if you just want to
Yes, sir.
address.
Yes, ma'am.
There's obviously a lot of question as well about the drug settlement and things. So if you could just go over that very quickly, Art, on what we're approving.
Good morning. As to the Mallinckrodt, it is one of the smaller players. It also did not make as much money from opioids as some of the other players did. It's in bankruptcy. It has a lot of secured debtors, and I don't know how much you know about bankruptcy, but the people who have a piece of paper, such as a mortgage or a loan, that's secured by something, they go to head of the line, and they will get their money paid first out of any bankruptcy. Volusia County is an unsecured creditor, just like somebody who has a personal injury claim or some other claim for which there was no enforceable obligation against a tangible asset. So what we have been provided is notice from our council that there is a September 3rd deadline to cast a ballot either for or against or abstaining from the Mallinckrodt bankruptcy plan. Right now, our bankruptcy council is telling us they're likely going to recommend voting for it. But this is the last meeting we have before their deadline. So what they were asking us to do, and what we thought was a good idea, was give them the authority come September 3rd to cast the master ballot for us. Even if we were to vote yes or no right today, we would not be casting the ballot. Our bankruptcy council will be casting a master ballot on behalf of all the 800 to 1,000 local governmental entities that they are representing. And so that's what we're asking for authority here. The amount of money that is
being discussed is nowhere near the amount of money that's been discussed in the other bankruptcies and the other cases that involve Johnson & Johnson with three distributors. It's a relatively small amount of money that they're thinking may go to unsecured creditors, about $1.6 billion. And it's basically, in bankruptcy, a lot of times you're faced with not good choices. So I think it's a really good idea to let our bankruptcy attorneys vote for us in the way that they think is best by the time they've gathered all the information to meet with the voting deadlines.
And Mike, you gave a number before, I thought just sort of an estimate as to how much the county would be looking at receiving, not a definite, but certainly an estimate in regards to this. Do you know that?
If we were to go back to the settlement with three distributors in J&J, that would be $26 billion. The county's estimated for the first 3 to 6 years is roughly $300,000. It then will go down.
$300,000 annually, correct?
$300,000 annually. There is then a regional fund, which is what we're meeting with all the local cities, and that is estimated to be approximately 1.4 million. It has to be spent exclusively for new programs or expanded programs, and you have to come up with a plan that a majority of the cities by population in your county agree to. And we have a task force meeting. We've already formed a task force, and we have a meeting next Tuesday, I believe, August 24th. We have another Zoom meeting with all the municipalities. Every municipality is working with us greatly, and they're all participating as far as the task force is going.
Thank you. So this ties into T, right? What I was discussing about Overdose Awareness Day, basically. But I really wanted to stress how active the county has been in keeping tabs and really active in the due diligence to recover these funds to assist in addressing the opioid problem in our county. So I wanted to absolutely point that out, and I wanted to thank you for your efforts.
Okay, well, thank you. Any other questions from anybody?
I don't see any, and the council already voted affirmatively to give you that authority. So,
thank you.
Now, we can move on to 1136, to item 2, the advertising authority budgets, and I appreciate you all waiting patiently through this.
Good morning. Debbie Mills, New Smyrna Beach and Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. Before we get going today, I want to introduce Donna Ruby, who's here. She's our treasurer for Southeast Volusia. And I also have Elizabeth Gifford from our office, that is our marketing director, and they're right behind us here. And Mia Lagarda is back at our office, holding down the fort there. So we've got a small team, but we're mighty, and I think you'll see that in a lot of the things that we've been doing. I'll just go ahead. So I was thinking even this morning how long COVID's been with us. This is now stretching over into a third fiscal year that we're presenting on today. So we have taken very deep cuts when COVID broke out. Last year I reported that our industry was saying when COVID first broke out, we'd be lucky to have 10% occupancy, and that's if you could collect the TDT. I mean, it was a dire situation. We immediately laid off 3 people from our staff. We were at a staff of 5, and we are generally at a staff of 7, and we were looking to replace those as we were starting to grow. But we held the fort down with 2. We just sat there, we listened, we did very minimal marketing in the last year and a half. We did our organic measures, which really, really worked for us. Those are newsletters, the social media formats that we have, Google AdWords, just being out there, being involved with meetings. The prudence paid off. This year we're seeing across the board. Florida's up. We were one of the early states that opened. That did us very well. We're a small area in New Smyrna Beach and our surrounding cities of Southeast Volusia, and that really paid well for people to come and do the trails and do the blue ways and the green ways. And we had our best March ever in the history of Southeast Volusia, which now with the June numbers, that is now our best month ever on record. We had the best April, the best May. I mean, things are just at historical highs, which is wonderful, but we know that this is probably going to be very hard to sustain, especially as the world starts opening up again. Our recovery plan for this fiscal year started October. We were just speaking very softly, as I mentioned, the newsletters, the website updates, our mobile app. You know, we created a partner kit so that our partners could actually put different messaging into their emails out to their database and everything. We worked with our industry as best we could. They were going through many hardships. January through March is to be smart. We didn't start marketing again really till February. We did some newsletters in Garden and Gun, Local Palette, you know, some of the top magazines that had a good circulation, and mostly out of state, out of market. You can see some of the things here, the newsletter marketing that we had. This is our new campaign. We just did a photo shoot and a video shoot in May, and our campaign this year is Laid Back Luxury. We really want to get the higher demographic folks in here, park the car, come back, you know, do the trails, do, you know, the waterways, explore the area. And we want, you know, we know through tourism that when people come and they love the area, odds are they'll come back and settle here, they'll open a business. You know, we're working very closely with our Southeast Volusia Economic Development Group. So we share our research with them. And that's the goal of this campaign. So this is our new photography. You can see the trails, feel like you're on the top of the world, and then some of the kayak images. You're so close to Mother Nature. I should mention that we are continuing our sustainability. We want tourism to be very sustainable. We take that very seriously. We've been actively engaged in that for about 4 years. We have about 6 partners that are involved right now that have been accredited through sustainability. We've got another 4 in the hopper that we're trying to get on board. And just with the pandemic, they're understaffed, overworked. It's been very hard to kind of get that going again, but we're working very hard this summer. Things are easing up a little bit with folks. So we're working with Yelp on Tea. 2 more of our hotels want to come in the program, and in the Hub on Canal. So then getting into the budget, you will see that there is quite a bit of a rollover, revenues versus expenditure for estimated close for this year. And this is because we did do the layoffs, we did cut back. Last year we cut back about $31,000 from our accounts payable. We unplugged the refrigerator. I mean, we did everything just to make sure we could come out ahead. And I must say that we are the strongest this organization's ever been. So you'll see personnel services will go up in the future. Our marketing expenses, we're putting more into marketing. We are doing more on the website. We're actually going to be increasing our, redoing our content management system on our website with a software that we currently use. So what we're doing is really aggregating data now. All our newsletters, everything ties in. We've got great ROI. And you'll see that our reserves are going to go up another $500,000. I'd love that to be up a little bit more, quite frankly, so that we had in reserves what we start our fiscal year with, just to be fiscally sound and to make sure that we can withstand any terrorism, epidemics, you name it, in the future. And then I'll go into detail here with some of this. Here's the expenditures by category. You can see marketing and advertising is still 54%. And I will say we're very much aware of our areas and our quaint towns, and we want nothing more than to keep them that way. So we don't just mass market. We're very strategic, we're very surgical where we go with things, and we really try to get people to come in and stay for a while. And our average daily stay is about 4 days, and we're trying to always increase that. Here's a little summary of personnel services. You can see fiscal year, the current one. We had, at the start of the fiscal year, we had 2 employees, which was Elizabeth and I. Proudly, we didn't really let any of the programming go. We worked really hard to do that. There was a little burnout with that. And we did just hire a new person, which is Mia. She's back at our office, and she's helping us with the visitor center. I'm really proud to say that even during this pandemic, we had a lot more residents come in to our visitor center. We were passing out the trail maps and all the outdoor activities, whether it was Daytona, West Volusia, you know, we want them to stay in Volusia County and be happy. So we did a lot of that, and that's a good sign, because as a DMO, we're changing. You know, we're not just about the visitor, we're about the residents. We want everyone to be symbiotic, and we know that the visitor adds the economic impact that we can help increase and improve the product in our areas. So for fiscal year 2021, I have down for 2 new hires, but I want to rest assure you that I'm just not going to run out and hire someone, because we have been hearing with our research that, I mean, now we know the Delta variant's here, and we have been seeing some cancellations. Nothing too dramatic yet, but with Florida being in the news a lot, it's not really helping the cause right now, but we want to be careful. You know, I don't ever want to have to go through laying off anybody again. And I don't think that we'd ever have to have that situation now. But digital takes so much work. Social media takes so much work. Those are huge platforms that help us get our marketing out. And our domestic PR firm has been doing fantastic. All of that does need to be managed internally. So I would look to hire someone in the fall, at the beginning of the new fiscal year, wait on the second person, see how things go, see how the economy goes. If I don't need that person this next fiscal year, I would certainly wait. So just so that you know that. And all of these dollars are in coordination with the county's personnel standards, 4% pay adjustment or $1, whichever is higher. And we comply. We're always working with George and the team, the HR department, everybody, legal, Heather and her team, and Mike's team, and doing everything that we can do to align. So here's a further breakout of how this works. The agency fee, about $225. Promotional advertising, we have a lot more that goes into a lot of different things. The marketing, promotional expenses, about $458. And that, as you can see, we're really upped our research this year. We're already working with Key Data. We have our own research firm. STR is the hotel reporting research, and then Zartico. We're bringing Zartico on board, and we're about 2 weeks into uploading all the data with them, but they will give us real-time data on a lot of the visitation, where they're coming from, where they're going when they're here, and then how we can work to get them out to the more western fringe maybe, and off the beaches and all that. So that's kind of where we're going with all that. And then, of course, our privacy, the ADA, the virtual, and all of, the cybersecurity stuff that we need. Operating expenses pretty much maintained about $190,000 each year. We've really kept that down low, but I'm going to leave that as it is just in case, because with technology, we're always having to increase something or change out a computer or a laptop. And so that pretty much concludes the budget, but I did want to show you, we just recently completed a TV commercial. We're running TV right now in domestic markets, and we just partnered with Visit Florida for the fall. They received an EDA grant for $5 million. So for our investment of $100,000, we're going to get a TV buy worth $500,000. So we're getting an extra $400,000 from that co-op with Visit Florida.
Immerse yourself in nature's glory in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Discover it at the beach, on the water. It's everywhere you go. Let our laid-back beach town spirit get inside of you. It's nearby. It's near perfect. It's everything you need. New Smyrna Beach, Florida. Laid-back luxury is waiting for you. Book now.
So that is the new spot that we have, and that'll be running out in the domestic markets with Visit Florida in the fall. So if there's any questions, be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I thank you for all your support. Oh, yes.
Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, and this isn't a question, but Debbie, I love the laid-back luxury campaign. As some of the members of all of the advertising authorities know, I'm really pushing for a different image for Volusia County. We're here and tourists are welcome, but I like the idea of this laid-back luxury campaign. You're really gearing towards the older group, and I just think this is wonderful. And that was a great return on investment.
Thank you.
I just have a quick statement for you and a question, if you would fill it out a little bit more. You said something really interesting that I'm going to use as a launching pad to talk about priorities. You said in the downturn you had a refrigerator that you unplugged.
Mm-hmm.
I'm receiving criticism of why are we discussing $4.5 million for an advertising budget when EMS people don't even have a refrigerator? They don't have a place to go and clean up. Those two things you can't put together. You have funding that comes from a bed tax. Mm-hmm. We have the money there. Whether we want it or not, we want it. This is really important. Because you also said that some of the people that come and visit will stay here and open a business, and that is absolutely true. If you look at economic development and the kind of people that we want to attract, good entrepreneurs, they want to live in an area where there's things to do, where the water's clean, where it's safe. I just think that needs to be said. As we look at priorities, approving your budget is not robbing somebody else, whether EMS, fire, or anyone else. And before you respond to that, I'll give you my question and you can handle both. The other thing that I hear, and we've discussed this, is that New Smyrna Beach is a victim of its own success. It's a wildly popular place. Flagler Avenue is fun to go to. It's full of people. And so I also hear, why are we spending money on New Smyrna Beach and Flagler Avenue? Why can't we send those people to Daytona Beach or Port Orange, which is also part of your area? You're well aware of that. Would you just share with us your thoughts on how you approach that?
Absolutely. Prior to COVID, I was meeting at least every 6 months with the mayors, and I know Mr. Burnett in Port Orange, we've had numerous conversations, and we do send people to Port Orange, to the Sugar Mill Gardens there, to the Riverside Park, to the Pavilion. When we have journalists come in, we bring them up there to On Catfish, to Copperline, coffee shop in the Pavilion at Port Orange, the trails, the golf course, we do share that, and same with Edgewater, and bring them down to Goodrich's and Oak Hill. So we definitely do what I feel is a good job getting them out and around, and we do market that. What we do find with New Smyrna Beach, yes, it is very popular, and one of the things that we do have is a lot of day trippers, and we can't say stop, don't come here, but we do know their habits. Unfortunately, it's a great beach, and they come to Publix, they buy the food, they go to the beach, they leave the garbage, they go home. And I know that sounds really short and blunt, but that's kind of what happens. So what we're trying to do is get people that'll come here, want to be a local, come back, open a shop. We have heard those success stories. So we try to market to that. So, and what we've done in the last 2 years is we've gotten very, very, as I mentioned, almost surgical with the way we do the marketing. We're just not throwing this money out there and trying to get everybody and their brother here. We're just not. We're trying to go to the higher demographic areas where people have maybe a little bit larger disposable income, that they could come and say, you know what? I do want to open a store here. This is so adorable. Or I want to bring my manufacturing company here. So we definitely work on that. I left a visitor profile at each one of your desks, and then we share this with economic development. I share it with all the cities. I actually have Chris Edwards from the city of New Smyrna Beach. We're always in conversations. We share data. So I think we're doing a good job. It just, yes, we don't really have the infrastructure for a lot, but I think that the hotels have not been at 100% occupancy. Many hotels during the pandemic had to shut down rooms because they didn't have enough staffing to clean and turn over the rooms. So it's actually a little bit of a miracle that we're doing so well because they've increased the ADR. And when you increase the ADR, which is the average daily rate, you're going to get a higher demographic because you're not just going to get anybody that's going to pay that rate. Now, one thing I've always learned in research and in my years of tourism is you never want to slip back on your ADR because it's so hard to increase that rate back again. So we've really tried to keep that for the properties and for the short-term rentals. I mean, what a great place to remote work, in Volusia County. I mean, whether you're in Daytona, West Volusia, or here, it's just a great place. There's so many things to do. So I hope I answered your question with that.
I appreciate you spending that much time on it. And Heather Post, do you have a question?
Yes, so there are quite a few people who reach out consistently about the tax or the tourism authorities, the advertising authorities. And but I'll tell you the main complaints that I get about your specific advertising authority is that you are too successful. And but those are the kind of complaints I want to be hearing. Right? Yeah. Absolutely. So, in really, in talking with you many times at length, with really listening to the public in their complaints, and really looking at all the aspects of your specific advertising authority, I think you're right on target in working to make these business owners more successful, and specifically for branding that area of Southeast Volusia County. You're specifically branding it as the place to live, work, play, and not only that, but to invest. Mm-hmm. And those are things that I consistently hear. I can tell you that, I do talk with many other county commissioners around the state, and I am amazed. I just got another call last week from one of them. I'm amazed at how many actually come here to New Smyrna Beach to vacation, and they're always calling and wanting to have a meeting. But I commend you actually for the work that's being done within your specific advertising authority, and again, I do think you're right on target. So thank you.
Thank you. Advocacy is a big part of that. And, it's been hard to get out there and really do it in the last couple of years because of the pandemic, but it's education, education, education. So we're working hard. I know Georgia and Lori are doing the same thing, but we just have to get out there and just let people know what we're doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Who's next? Georgia. Well, I was going to vote them on as a package,
Can we,
unless you have an issue with it.
Can we do them individually, just to get them knocked out?
Sure. So give her immediate feedback on how she just did?
Sure.
Okay.
So
you want to make a motion?
Fred or?
Okay, I'll second.
Okay. So I guess I'm just moving approval of the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority.
Second.
Budget.
Motion by Post, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now she can relax and go home.
So your budget's approved unanimously.
Okay. Okay.
She's got to stay and listen to me. I'm Georgia Turner, and I'm the director of the West Volusia Tourism Office. We represent 14 communities along the west side over here. So just going to give you a couple of key points of what we're doing for this upcoming year. It just seems like it's Trails Day. Trails, trails, trails. We're going to talk a little bit about our trifecta of trails in our area. We've got some additional markets that we also market, and also have a lot of advertising and other marketing that's coming up. Talk a little bit about our travel partnerships, because that's a big part of our success. And then finally, give you a little more good news about something that's coming. We have as I said, kind of a trifecta of trails, as we say, because we've got the traditional trails that we talk a lot about today, but we've also got two other trails that are the Cool Craft Beverage Trail and the Wings of the West Trail. When you've got a big region like we do, it's really a fun thing to kind of try to find different activities and programs that include the entire region, and that's been what we've been trying to do. As you heard from Tim earlier, our trails are nearing completion, and that's a huge thing for us. St. Johns River to Sea Loop, the Coast to Coast, Heart of Florida. But we also have some other trails. We've got the Chuck Lennon mountain bike trail that's very popular up in DeLeon Springs. We're going to be doing a lot more within the next couple of years with Sunrail to get people to ride and bike and hike and tour and shop and spend money over here. David Swanberg, who's with us today, that just took my picture a second ago, is getting out among all the trails, and we're going to call him the trail guy. And Christine Spence, who's also here, is going to help him along with that. But we're going to buy him a bike and send him on his way, GoPro, and send him on his way. He's already started doing some blogs for a publication that's called the Florida Bicycle Association, their messenger, and we're looking for more and more information to try to get out about our trails. The second trail that we have is the Cool Craft Beverage Trail that's was launched in November of last year and has been very well received. It's not just a beer trail, it's also wine and mead and coffee and juices and different things that are along the way. We're working with a company called Banwango, always get it wrong, Banwango, that's going to put together a digital passport that will get people moving throughout the area to all of those different things. Something else that started 7 years ago is Erica Group, who we've claimed to be our artist in residence, put together actually drew a set of angel wings on the side of a building in downtown DeLand. We hired her to spread the love out throughout the area, and all of this became a social sensation as well as a scavenger hunt for people to go around and see all of the different trails throughout the West Volusia region. And this year, be on the lookout, because for her 7th anniversary, she's going to be creating a 7th set of wings. So we'll bring more about that to you later. But that's not all. Our markets, of course, are outdoors. We're very fortunate to have 3 of the best state parks in the state in our area, as well as all of our other outdoors, with everything from skydiving to just all the different things that we have. We also focus on arts, culture, and history. Health and wellness has been really big for us in the last couple of years. And then, of course, our weddings, because we've got wedding venues all over West Volusia as well. Our advertising and marketing, we do have a lot to promote, so and not a lot of money to do it, so we have to really work smart. We're going to get a new website this year. We've not had a website since I've been here in 5 years, so that's one of the things that we're working on. Something else that we really do a lot of is Google search and display, social media, because a lot of people know where they want to go. They want to see manatees. They want to come to the trails. They want to do all these different things, come to see our arts and culture, but they don't know where we are. So we do a lot of not only social media search, that kind of thing for the destination, but we also break it out in targets to where we talk about the trails. We talk about wellness, weddings, that kind of thing. We've also had a lot of success within the last couple of years with a video series that we called What's Up in West Volusia. We're going to end up with 7 of those that we are still playing and still are getting thousands of views on YouTube and in our different promotions. But we're going to do shorter promotional videos, what we're calling vignettes, because in the last 5 years too, I've noticed that people don't have the wherewithal or whatever to watch a 4-minute video anymore, so we're going to go shorter on that. We do a lot of wedding travel, RV, and boomer shows around the state of Florida. Florida is still our major market, just because we do have a smaller budget and Florida's our major market. but we're always trying to see what the newest thing is. John Mellencamp, who was here a couple of years ago, is coming back with his art display in downtown DeLand from January through March, hoping he'll come as well. But that was a great thing for us in the past, and one of the highest visitation for the Museum of Art in DeLand. A big thing that we do, and it's part of my background, is that I've hosted media for years and years, and really feel like that gives us a third-party endorsement. When you don't have a lot of money, that earned media does a lot for you. So we've got a lot of bloggers, different people that come for different reasons here, and traditional journalists. We'll have to do a update on our wedding guide that's been very popular, because we still are bringing a lot of people here to not only this year it's been renewing their vows a lot and having a party or whatever, because maybe they didn't get to have their real wedding. But we do have some beautiful, beautiful wedding venues, and two that opened during the pandemic. One out in Lake Helen and one up in Pearson that opened in 2020. So that's pretty cool. Something else that we're very fortunate that we have a lot of people that spend a lot of money in the area. The Stetson Mansion Christmas Spectacular spends a lot of money to bring hopefully about 20,000 people here in 3 months for their Christmas Spectacular, and we do a co-op with them. We were also fortunate to get part of that EDA grant from Visit Florida, and we invested $10,000 and got a $50,000 buy. So we're very, very excited about that. We just had a film crew here this past week that was filming throughout the area for that commercial that we'll have. Partnerships are our bread and butter in what we do, because we've got a lot of partners and a lot of great people to work with. We have a year-round partnership, of course, with our sister organizations, with Halifax Area Advertising Authority in Southeast Volusia. We work with the Lodging Hospitality Association. I'm a board member for Visit Florida, which has been a great thing for me to really see how Visit Florida works. You can, go down and see on up to, U.S. travel. But something else that we did about 4 years ago was we became the official travel partner with Stetson University, because Stetson does bring so much of our business into our area. So that's been a great thing when you can get a TV buy for basically nothing on ESPN or something that they're advertising on. So they're a wonderful partner, and we love working with them. We are also keeping up our fishing tournaments. We just had a Kayak Anglers of Florida's Championship this past week. We'll have 2 crappie events that are coming up in January of the upcoming year when the fishing's good. And then this is just kind of a list of everybody else that we deal with. Main Street, 4 chambers of commerce, our 2 historic byways in the area. Daytona Airport helps us a lot, gives us all kinds of great deals to be able to promote our area out of the airport. We work with the Historical Society, writers groups. And then this year we've joined a new thing called the Florida RV Trade Association, which has been great. So what I was going to give you the announcement, we made it last week, but after we went over to Newport Richey to the conference over there, but West Volusia and the city of DeLand are the recipients of the what they call POMS, Preservation on Main Street, which is the annual meeting of the Florida Main Street and the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation. And Heather said a little bit about how when she goes places that people always want to come to New Smyrna. Well, at this conference, DeLand is looked upon as the, just the granddaddy of them all, because it is the oldest Main Street program in the state of Florida. But that will be next year. We'll not only be in the city of DeLand, but we'll also go out all throughout the area to, show people what we have to offer. So that's going to be huge. That'll be about 300 people, fill up all of our hotels at a time. That's a great time for us. So this is our budget. We didn't have quite as great of a year as our sisters did, just because we had a little bit of an interesting dilemma, but we don't want to complain about it because it put people in our hotel rooms. But the Stetson University had something called the Safer Stetson Initiative last year, where they did not have enough dorm rooms to have all of their students be just one person to a dorm. So we they bought 200 of our rooms, and they were tax exempt. So if you see my numbers not look quite as good as everybody else, it's kind of interesting situation, but it was great because we had a hotel that probably wouldn't have opened without the 70 rooms that they got from Stetson University. So, but then when you just look at our estimate, it's a little lower than, than what we had originally adopted last year. But same way with what Debbie said, we've all been very frugal and we're trying to, work it all out. So our budget request is not quite as much as it was for this last year, but I'll kind of go one by one and show you what we're talking about. This is just our graph that shows a lot of what we do is, try to, and we were great to have that money in reserve, so we're excited about that. But our marketing expenses are close to $500,000, so that's really good. This just shows you a little bit of what our personnel is. We're also assuming that 4% or $1 pay adjustment for our 3 full-time employees. We did have part-time employees, but they're all senior citizens, so they were working every Saturday, but then we found that we might need them more just on an as-needed basis, so the 3 of them have come back just on an as-needed basis. So this is just our, a little bit of a raise with our 4%, and then also some cost for our Florida healthcare plan and that kind of thing. Our marketing expenses will stay about the same. Our professional services will go up a little bit. We're bidding out this year our ad agency, as well as getting a new, as I told you, a new website. And it's funny to watch the 2014 prices compared to the 2021 prices, because we haven't had, some of these things in a while. Just this shows you our registration fees, our trade shows, and everything's kind of getting back to normal, which is good. Our operating expenses go up just a little bit. We have a slight increase in our utilities and in our rental building every year. And there's also a slight decrease in our memberships, just because one of the organizations that we were so excited about that we joined in last year had passed away during the time for the pandemic. That was the Superior Small Lodging group, so we don't have that anymore. That's really all of my information in a nutshell. I just want to thank the county for all of your support, all of you. You're great advocates of ours. I really just appreciate your kind words about tourism, and love what the county does with our trails. I mean, it's just a major part of where we go. Tim Bailey is, I kidded around about Main Street being a rock star. Tim Bailey's a rock star throughout the state when you talk about trails, because you guys have really done a lot, and it's given us a beautiful product to promote. So thank you. Any questions?
No question. No question, but for me, you're a rock star. I have to say, Georgia, since I've met you, since I've gotten involved and become an advocate, you just hold the line, but everywhere I see you, you're making a difference. And you're bringing West Volusia, the vision, the expectation, and I just think the energy, you just bring such a positive energy to this whole environment that even when it's down, you're up, right? And it shows and it matters. And I just say thank you for being out front for West Volusia. And I couldn't imagine anybody better in this role. So I'm going to make the motion to approve her budget.
Second.
Wow. Okay.
Motion by Gertman to approve your budget, Georgia, and second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Before I let you go, I know it was embarrassing just to hear what she said, so I want to make it a little worse.
Okay. I can take it.
I am aware of your career path, of your background. Barbara's exactly right. We're very blessed to have you here.
Well, thank you.
And I hope that you will stay. I'm assuming that you can tell us, you don't have to do it right now, but where to get the best mead in West Volusia. I don't know because I don't know you personally. I don't know if you can tell us where the best microbreweries are, but we are blessed with really good microbreweries. So my only question to you, because you mentioned it, is it's hard to promote something that you don't do. How often do you go skydiving?
I've taken a lot of people skydiving throughout the years, but I'm more of the beer girl. I'm making, anybody that knows me does know that. So I'm making David the trail guy, and I'm going to be the beer girl forever. Okay, well, thank you very much.
And safely ride the train. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And next, we have Halifax.
If I could just add to George's embarrassment, she was a rock star when I met her in the 90s, and she has just gotten even more so. I'm Lori Campbell Baker, Executive Director for the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, doing business as the Daytona Beach Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. I want to, before I get started, I think John Phillips, there he is in the room. John is a member of our board of directors, the Halifax Area Advertising Authority. There may be others. I know there are some listening as well. In the back here, I have Kate Holcomb on our communications team. Kay Galloway does marketing and design. Linda McMahon takes the sales and travel industry. And back there in the back is Chuck Grimes, and he makes sure all the dollars work and the HR works as well. Let me see. Okay, let's get started. Just always a reminder, this is the Halifax Area Advertising Authority and the appointees. This is a very interactive and involved board always. The work that you're going to see today, the budget and the marketing plan, is the result of not only the staff, but also a variety of committees that have come together to advise the board. And then the board, just like the county council, takes each of those decisions and makes the best choice there. Just talking about some of the highlights that we had. Keeping top of mind, of course, was a big part of what we did. Going into this year. New marketing programs focusing on things wide and open for the pandemic. So our beaches, for sure, always lead with the beaches, open spaces, trails, green spaces, all of that really, really resonated during this pandemic. We took a lot of time to mine our databases when we weren't able to get out there and talk to people. We found ways to book the business and rebook the business. We worked closely with the Ocean Center and our meetings hotels to salvage some business that had planned to cancel. We were able to get them to postpone. A lot of collaboration with West Volusia, Southeast, the airport, and of course the Ocean Center. These are just some of our current publications. They have countywide assets. They're really great. If you haven't seen them lately, let me know. I'll send you a copy. And we too are all about trails. So this year we launched the Ultimate Daytona Beach Trail Guide. We've got a little bit of everything. So if you love the Ale Trail, we've had that going for several years. We've added to it hiking and biking, iconic areas trails, Share the Heritage, which is our African American trail, the Motorsports Trail, and of course monuments and statues. So this area has so much, and we can map it out on our website to make it easy for folks to explore. Always, always encouraging local residents to explore as well, because residents are our best ambassadors. Goals for this year, so many goals. We really want to maintain a very strong digital presence. We are now seeing the results of going out and meeting with meeting planners who maybe had looked at different areas before, now are looking at Daytona Beach and Volusia County. So we're seeing a lot of successes already. We are planning to feed the funnel of visitation. So we know that millennials and Gen X are part of that funnel. And so we are always trying to get folks that have come to come back, but from the CVB perspective, always opening that funnel as well. We know that because of all the assets that we have, if we can get you here once, we know you're going to come back. The revisitation is very strong for us. New technology helps us to know, and Debbie was talking a little bit about this, it's amazing what technology can do now. So we get to know who's coming into the market, what their household income is, where they go once they come to the market. So many things that just a few years ago would have been impossible to know. The CVB's social channels, highly engaging. We are able to take the assets that we have in the community and amplify their message, whether it's Jeep Beach or whether it's an attraction or a restaurant, we're able to help them get that out. That helps us as well. And strategic public relations partnerships. We bring in key influencers. We're constantly writing blogs and copy. We have the fun job. It's to take the best of this destination and make sure that people know about it. Our budget, as we've talked about, we in March, April, May, June, and July had record-setting months. Pent-up demand, good marketing in the right places, and a higher average daily rate helped us to bring in more dollars. We are going to roll some of those dollars into this next fiscal year, almost $1.4 million, so that we can continue the programs that we are looking at. If I could say one word about this coming fiscal year, I would say fluid. So full steam ahead with a visit responsibly message all the time. It's on our website, it's in our ads. We ask that people visit responsibly. We want them to visit, and if it's not their time, we want to plant that seed in their head so that when it is their time, they choose this area. You'll see that we are bringing some of our staff positions back, but most of our efforts always are on the marketing and sales side. If I could get you to hit play. This is our current campaign called Start Your Engines.
Start your engine!
Looking for beautiful beaches with plenty of room? Daytona Beach is the place. When your time is right, we'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Start planning your trip and experience wide, open fun.
So that campaign speaks to the assets that we have. This, you heard start, if you're ready, start planning your trip. So whether you're planning and going this weekend or you're planning and going in 2 months, we've got that covered. And that is the gist of this year's budget. Questions?
Heather Post?
Yes, so I actually have quite a few points of discussion. So first, Suzanne, either Suzanne or Ryan or someone, I had questions with staff specifically about the statute, right? So the statute that talks about us using the convention development tax specifically says where we can use those funds. I know we've been looking at the budget, we've been looking at a lot of different ways to reduce our budget, the best ways to really push funds. But it's interesting because the statute specifically for the convention development tax says it must specifically go out to the advertising authorities. So the advertising authorities and then partial, and Ryan, maybe you can expound on that a little bit, if you don't mind stepping down for just a second, Lori. But the partial, we spend, or we receive $400,000 a year approximately from the convention bed tax for the Ocean Center, specifically out of this, correct?
The Halifax Advertising Authority has budgeted up to $400,000. The amount that's paid is based on actual expenses incurred by the Ocean Center.
Okay. And so in this past year, do we know how much was spent? I'm not seeing it on,
We can get that. It'd be something less than 400,000.
okay.
I believe that in the packet on page 2-51, you'll see that the estimate for this fiscal year, 2021, is 250,000.
Oh, at the bottom, at the XXX, okay, right above total operating expenditures at the bottom, yeah, okay. And then the expected for 21-22, the request is 400,000 to go into the Ocean Center funds for the area.
It's to reimburse eligible expenses. They're not automatically sent to the Ocean Center. The Ocean Center submits to the Halifax Advertising Authority for reimbursement of eligible expenses.
Gotcha, okay. So, knowing that, because that's a big part, there's been a lot of questions on on us really drilling down and looking to cut expenses in certain areas. Knowing that there is no way really to cut down on those expenses, and I want to get that message out from the convention development tax. It's not like we can take that monies and push it back into the general fund. So I wanted to really make that point as well. But also looking at so that's the budget side, but also looking at the best way to expend funds. I think it's important that we have the conversation about the Daytona regional area, right? I know that Councilwoman Wheeler has been, thank you, Ryan.
Okay.
Councilwoman Wheeler has been, wanting to create a task force and do different things because of the various truck meets and all of that kind of stuff. We have Derek Feature, the new city manager of Daytona, who I talk with, that has really made a point to say, really what we've all been saying all along for quite a few years, is that Daytona doesn't have a brand. And that's it's no offense to you and your staff. I know that you are all amazing staff. You're highly qualified, certainly. I think you're wonderful people, but let's be real as well. The area does not have a brand. We don't have a message of, this is the expectation when you come here. And even looking at the commercial that was up, I mean, it really was just come visit. So it's not the message of the brand, right? And branding is very important. When George came in, we had many discussions, and we continue to have discussions on the branding of Volusia County administration, right? Because you have to know who you are and where you stand in order to really move forward and prosper. We had wide open fun. We've got, I'm hearing you say, we've got the visit responsibly message that you're going to be working on. In approving the advertising authority's budgets, so my question initially, right, in talking with Ryan and staff was, we really don't have any authority over the statute, because that money comes in and it has to go to the advertising authorities. So then I said, well, why on earth are we approving these budgets, right? What's the point? Well, it's because it's part of government and it's the process that we have to do. So it's not like we can't say, we don't think that this all should be happening and move the funds into the general fund. Like it's not an option. But I think one of the things that we do have the option of is approving the budget in totality, and having a really strong discussion at this point. If we don't approve the full budget, I'm looking at convention development tax for the last 4 years has basically been about $8 million that has come into the advertising authority. And for many years, this region just, I've heard it mentioned all kinds of different ways that, Volusia County, it's like a high school kid who really doesn't, have any sort of, and I'm seeing a lot of nodding in the audience, who doesn't have any sort of, like a high school girl that doesn't have any sense of where
I
she's
think I
at.
actually gave you that line.
Oh, there you go.
When it
Right.
related to
Yes.
average daily rate especially.
Yes.
Because we were trying to get to that higher household income, that higher average daily rate, and we are now pushing toward that with everything that we do. I totally hear what you're saying about the taxes. The money that's spent from the convention development tax, which comes to tourism marketing, think of it like, again, a funnel. So the more power we have up here, the more people that we bring in, that takes the tax burden off us as citizens for paying for the Ocean Center as well. So it's kind of a double plus. Not only are we employing people and increasing our local businesses, but we're also helping to pay down those bonds, so it's a win-win.
I'm
if we do it
definitely not
right.
negating the convention development tax, and I'm totally happy with taking that money in from the tourists and pushing it out into our county in any way possible.
Great.
So Absolutely. But what I'm also looking at is we continue to be sort of in this, and funk is a really harsh word, but again, it is what it is. We continue to be in this funk in this region. And again, you know, Derek Future coming in outside, right? He's come in, he's assessing and rebooting. He's looking at the city and really working to see where, you know, what differences can be made. And that was the very first thing that he mentioned was the eggs and issues the other morning.
Yes, that was a great
for the Daytona
session.
Chamber. You know, that was one of his points as well, was that the area just really has no brand. It doesn't know what to do with itself. So how can we then expect people to come and live, work, play, want to invest in this area if we don't even know what we're suggesting that they invest in? So I have a tough time with that, right? So because it's just been a continual thing, and every year you come and we approve the budget, and every year we're still in the same boat.
Well, we have huge investment going on. What boat are you referring to?
Well, all of what I just said. So our branding. And
So Derek at Future, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah.
So he's talking about a brand for the city, the municipality of Daytona Beach. We brand under Daytona Beach the entire Halifax area.
But so Volusia County really has no brand either.
Well,
that's
you don't
been
really
lots-
want to brand under Volusia. We talked about that years ago. It's tough for people to get their head around what's a Volusia.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, hear me out. I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying is the Halifax, this is the general area that your advertising authority covers, which is the Daytona regional area.
Right.
That is the area, I think, that really has no brand. And that is a very large portion of Volusia County, and Volusia County not having the brand. So I understand you're not fully in charge of all of Volusia County, but hear my message. So I'm in this spot, right? Because year after year after year, you guys are doing amazing things, but we're still in that same boat. And I don't know what we can do to correct that, right? I have lots of discussions about, on our end, my suggestions and discussion with staff is we really need to work on Volusia County administration branding, right? And working on our employees and doing all of those kinds of things and getting people to be loyal and love to work here and bring them to the area, right? So our branding. But in terms of the actual Halifax area, I'd like to see more being done. So I just want to point out, so the one thing we do have authority to do as council is to not approve in totality the budget and to say that some of that budget, if we don't approve the whole budget, it would have to go into your reserves. And you would have to, you'd be holding out, and that would really be saying this year, okay, we need to really see some changes. I am not suggesting that.
Okay.
Okay, relax, hear me out.
I'm trying to understand what part of it is falling through the cracks that we need to immediately address.
So we have. You do not have the feeling that you don't feel that the Halifax area has no brand? You really don't feel that?
I know that we've just come off 5 record-setting months, and that every year prior to that, we've increased. So I really do want to have a one-on-one conversation about what you feel the brand that includes everything from the Flagler County line to Ponce Inlet might be. We have, in everything we do, I promise you, we are pushing a higher standard, a higher average daily rate, a higher household income. You'll see the restaurants, the Hard Rock, the Marriott Autograph. I'm having a meeting next week with Max Daytona.
So I do see that there is,
the
I do
investment
see
is
that good
huge.
things are being done. I'm not negating in any way the work that your team is doing. But I am saying I really feel as if we have to work on the actual branding of that area. You are right, it is a very large area. You have Flagler County, which by the way is really all of my district.
No.
Flagler County to, Flagler County to, didn't you just say Flagler County to Ponce Inlet?
No, I don't have any of Flagler County, I promise you.
The line.
Yeah.
My
I
district
really
is not
do
in
want to
Flagler
work with
County.
you, and the
Please
board,
listen to what I'm
the
saying.
board sees that as well.
I know you're distressed right now. I'm not canceling your budget.
I'm not, I'm really not.
But please listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that is a very
trying.
large area, and I'm asking that, what I'm saying is that in this next year, I really want to be seeing, and that's been the message from citizen after citizen after citizen. I was on an airline flight one time, and these are the discussions that I have about the county administration branding, right? Because branding is so important, and you guys are branding. That's
what we do.
That's your role, right? Is the branding. So to hear you say that you don't really see a branding issue for the area.
No, what I'm saying is
breathes me.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been on planes where people have, they've said, where are you from? And I tell them, and they go, oh, geez, sorry to hear that. Well, that's branding, right? And so all I'm saying is that I'm in approval of your budget this year, but I'm setting that message, and I know that Billy's gonna or has been talking to you as well about, that side as well. We do need to work on that branding. I know that Derek's talking to you on various aspects. It is not saying that you are not doing wonderful things, but branding is the foundation of all of that. And if we don't have the foundation and people have no idea what our brand is for an area, then I think it really provides an opportunity to not be as successful as possible. So I just want you to know that in the next year, I'm really going to be expecting, I'm totally in approval of your budget, but this next year, I'm really going to be expecting some major, not wide open fun, but some major movement on the true branding of the Halifax area. So
Count on it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I want to talk more with you one-on-one.
Yep. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So,
Mr. Chair? Oh, okay.
yes. No,
Sorry.
I see you waving. Go ahead. Billy Wheeler.
Okay, so Lori, you and I did talk. So let me make it clear, I didn't start the task force. I do want to clear that up. That is Daytona Beach that is heading that, but I am in discussion with Fiacher as well as the chief and all of that, and part of that discussion panel, only because so much of my district is that beachside core area. The task force is strictly on how to handle the virtually promoted events that invade the area and leave us less likely to bring families in when we have those kinds of conflicts with those events. So that task force is one thing, but as the chairman of the Tourist Development Council, I have a lot of the hotel representation as well as all of the advertising authorities on that. And there are some of the board members that are on the Tourist Development Council that are also part of the HUB board. So one of the topics that we did discuss, as well as the task force, put the task force to the side because that's implementation for the public safety, and they're going to be leading that, and that's another whole thing. But we did bring up, where do we want to grow? Well, who do we want to be when we grow up? And one of the things that I had asked, Lori, you and I had discussed, I want to see new ideas on where we should be and how do we get there? Because we've had the same messages somewhat in the public's eye. How do we change it? That we aren't party central. We're here to have fun and certainly encourage events, but discourage bad events. And so that was part of the discussion at the Tourist Development Council. And you and I had a lengthy phone conversation again, and you understood my thoughts on that I want to move us forward and promote and encourage the wonderful events that are coming to our area and not have those negative events be the face of this area. That is extremely important to me, and I gathered from the TDC that was the focus for all of us, that we don't want those videos that are going viral to tell us who we are. We want to write a different story. So I'm going to be anxious to see how it comes out this year with all of you discussing that, because I think you've heard it and we've all heard it, how we need to change the message and we need to be on the offense rather than the defense and picking up the pieces. And there are so many wonderful events that are happening in the area, but unfortunately they get down on the list because of the few really bad negative events that occur. So hopefully the task force will take care of the implementation for the security and the well-being of the community, and then with the advertising authority, just changing the message. Here's what's accepted. Here's where we want the families to come and visit and the reasons why. So I appreciate our conversation. I feel pretty good that you understand, and I thought everybody agreed on how we want to move forward in a very, very positive light. So with that, if there's no other discussion, I'd like to make a motion to approve Pa's budget.
Second.
Motion by Wheeler to approve the Halifax budget, second by Lowry. I'm going to call for the vote. I do have something I'd like to offer to you as well, but all in favor of approving the budget, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? So all three of you got good feedback. You got the hardest feedback, and it's one of the reasons is because you have the hardest job. You have the biggest area. 30 years ago, Daytona Beach was known as a family destination. You've been hired and came on in a transition period that frankly hasn't worked. Not your fault, not what you've done. It's part of the vision for the Daytona Beach area that just hasn't worked. And when I fly into Orlando and I drive to DeLand, I don't see signs that say Flagler Avenue, New Smyrna Beach, DeLand. But Flagler Avenue is wildly popular. DeLand is America's favorite landscape. All the signs you see are Daytona Beach. And My commentary to you, it's not criticism, because you have a huge job to do. I'm tired, as you are, I'm sure. I grew up in Daytona. Now I live in West Volusia. I'm tired of seeing the bad press about Daytona and the names. Billy couldn't have said it any clearer with some of the events. You can't control every event. I understand that. But what you can control, and where I think we've missed the mark, is with the local advertising and marketing. I think it's failed. I think wide open fun and then the cutesy takeoff on taking all of the bad things that are associated with Daytona Beach and trying to have fun with it, I don't think it works. And so I don't know if you've already chosen your advertising agency, but I think you need to change them. Has that decision already been made?
So in this next fiscal, we go out for RFP for the agency. I will say, Jeff, that this agency has gotten us to the pandemic and through the pandemic better than most destinations nationwide. It's been very strategic, kind of painful sometimes. Do we take the message up here? Do we take it back? You saw in the email that I sent you all Friday, the progression of the campaign. Each one of those pieces were thought out very, very carefully in a pandemic. So yes, we will be going out for RFP for the agency, but the agency has done a good job. The audience for the message is not us. The audience for the message is the folks out there that we're trying to draw in, not just for day trips, but for overnight stays. Wide open fun resonates, we tested it. Wide beaches, open spaces, fun family activities, but we're not tied to this message. We're not tied to anything. I can't tell you, this board, this staff, a more passionate group about moving this destination forward, whatever it takes. I love getting your input. I'm not the least bit offended. I'm taking notes because I want to hear what you're saying. I want to hear where it's coming from. I want to hear how we can make this even better. We are dedicated to this. I promise you.
Well, I don't know how you're measuring, and I don't want to keep belaboring the point, and I'm sure that you could tell me how you're measuring the success of the advertising agency. I am curious, as you mentioned earlier, that the millennial planners are looking again at Daytona Beach. Why is that? What are you hearing?
It's not just the millennial planners, but it's the millennials and the Gen X's. People, I was here in the early 90s when we were trying to turn the page on 1989 MTV. And I can tell you that when Linda and the sales teams go out and talk to meeting planners, every once in a while somebody will say, "Hey Heather, you're from Daytona Beach? Ooh, spring break, right?" So everything that you'll see in our ads, in the way that we position ourselves, is not party central. At no point ever do we advocate bad behavior. Great events, family events, empty nesters, baby boomers, those are audiences that love this area and they come back to this area. And we have the high-end properties now, but we also have the mom and pops. And we have rustic campgrounds. We are trying to fill all of them and keep everyone happy. And we've said for years, we have almost 200 properties in the Halifax area, almost 12,000 rooms. We've said for years, if you have a style and a budget, we can meet that. If you have a family of 5 and you have this much in budget, we can find a hotel or a condo or a vacation house. We have something for everyone. And that message, if you really look at the ads that we're putting out there, a lot of them, like what you see on this screen, is we call user-generated content. Those are folks that were here. They tag us in their posts. They allow us to use that. They love this area, right? So we want more of that. But to your point, we want to elevate that brand always. Always. It's what we do. It's good business.
Heather?
So you made an interesting comment, and maybe the point is how Volusia Countyans feel about the brand name. Because you said the message is not for the people that are here, it's for people outside. But if the people here are not invested in the brand, that's a problem, right? So I think that that's part of the role as well, right? But I know that your whole team has been doing really good, amazing things. There's zero doubt that you have, certainly been successful in certain areas for sure. But I just, knowing what I hear from the people that live here, who also, by the way, talk to the people who visit and et cetera, right? It's those business owners, it's just across the board. That we could be doing a lot more. And I want you to know, without a doubt, that I am absolutely willing and ready to advocate and to help you to be as successful in that role as possible. But I just want you to fully understand that, I am looking for more of that. So, but
I look forward to
it's
chatting
specifically
with you,
to make
yes.
you more successful.
No, agreed. And not,
Make the county more
the entire
successful.
county more
Oh,
successful.
From Flagler
Agreed.
to
Agreed.
Oak Hill, right? Yeah,
We're on the
River
same
Road.
page.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Appreciate your support. Thank you all.
Council, what I'd like to do with your permission is to get through items 3 and 4. I know there's people here that have been waiting all morning for the beach concession discussion. There goes half the crowd. You want to skip it and come back?
I can do 3.
Okay, all right. Did everybody hear that audible? We'll do number 3 after lunch. We'll deal with item 4, the beach concession contract review.
Sure.
Right now, if Ben is here. Jessica.
Good morning, or afternoon.
Ben.
Good afternoon, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. The agenda item before you all today is a discussion on the beach concessionaire master agreement. Basically, right now, we have a contract with the one entity. They serve as the master contract and the primary contact with the county, and they manage all the vendors and ensure they are following all the rules that we dictate through our procurement process here. So this contract will be up in October 1st, or actually the end of September 2022. So we want to discuss some of the items that we're hearing people are interested in as far as vendors on the beach, as well as get you all's input into the procurement process to make sure that we are having a comprehensive look at this contract. So I've got Jessica Winterup here, as well as Pam Wilski to discuss. And I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to go through the current contract and as well as get y'all's ideas on the future procurement.
Good afternoon, Jessica Winterup, Volusia County's Coastal Division. I believe Ms. Wilski is making her way down. Should you have any questions specific to procurement? This is intended to be a guided discussion so that you can provide us with direction for what your next generation of beach concessions will look like on your beaches. If something is not listed in this presentation, if you've got an idea, throw them out to me. I'm more than happy. This is kind of meant as a menu. You can select all, you can select none, you can throw things at me. We'll be a short order cook. We'll cook your eggs the way you want them. So, as Ben said earlier, you currently have one contract. It is a master concessionaire contract, And the contractor provides background checks for every single person that is working on the beach. They have been checked for background issues. Every single person working on the beach has been Habitat Conservation Plan trained, so they're fully aware of the restrictions regarding our environmental permits. The benefits that they have as a concessionaire is that they are permitted early access during turtle season. As long as our turtle surveys have been completed, they can get on the beach before everybody else, set up their gear. They are also allowed to enter the beach when the beach is closed during capacity. That's also a pretty big benefit. The two big benefits to being a concessionaire that I see are you're allowed to do sale transactions on the sand. If you're not a concessionaire, you can't do transactions on the sand. You're also allowed to advertise on the sand for your services and your wares. So your current contract does expire on October 1st, 2022. It includes, right now you have rental furniture and umbrellas. You also have one location at Minerva that provides a guided e-board tour. It's like a little skateboard that's made with a handle. And you also have non-motorized beach equipment. What that is, surfboards, boogie boards, man-powered bicycles and tricycles. I think one vendor is even doing cornhole rentals and games. You also have your mobile ice cream vendors, and you have your stationary food vendors as well. Your fees for your current contract are listed right here. We will get into a fee discussion a little bit further in the presentation. Please feel free to just give me feedback, stop me if you need me to. So your current contract timeline, this October, so in a couple of months, based on the feedback that you give to us today, we are going to put together some requests for proposals. Ideally, it would close within a month. We're going to review it for completeness and get additional responses if necessary for things like insurance and items like that. If the council desires, we are looking to bring these back to the council in January of 2022-ish to confirm that you guys want to see proposals and presentations and make the selection for the contractor. That's the process that we did the last time we went through this. The concessionaires were selected by the council. Is that still the wish?
Yeah, I don't see any disagreement. It is with me. I'm curious, let me just ask a quick question. How many people responded last time to the request for proposal?
Last time we had 3 different responses. We had 3 contractors put in responses. The county had a preference on a county-wide master concession, but we also gave the option to put in just for north or just for south. And we ultimately went with the county preference, which happened to be one of the existing vendors at that time that carried forward. I believe one of the major sale points for going with the current concessionaire that we have right now was that they pulled in the majority of the existing vendors. They had an agreement with pretty much everybody that was on the sand prior to this contract, and they kind of created a new company, and everybody got pulled in, and you had to meet their minimum standards and level of service on the beach. So this, if we have our RFP close in January, we bring them to you for direction. We're planning on presentations by the respondents. In February, you guys can make a selection on how you want to proceed with what vendors you would like to have on the beach. And the reason I've got a pretty big gap here between February and October is, one, it provides you time should the solicitation process take longer. The last solicitation process took us 6 months, coming to council twice while it was open. So this just buys you time. Us coming before you today gets this feedback to try to make this more efficient on your end. For your end product is exactly what you guys give us direction to do. It also provides the ability for the next contractor that you select by selecting your contractor in February and making them effective in October. It gives them the ability to invest in their capital. They may want to buy some new equipment. They might want to do improvements to their vehicles because the sand is really harsh on their vehicles. So it just kind of gives them the time to step up their game so that October 1 they're ready to roll. Okay, so I've broken out some areas that we would like some specific guidance on. Each one has a couple subsections, so I'm just going to work my way through there. Based on your feedback, it might result in some beach code modifications, which we would bring back to the council for consideration. Everything that you provide feedback on today will comply with the Habitat Conservation Plan and the incidental take permit. We will write it in such a way that we do not violate our environmental requirements. Again, if you see something not listed, please let me know and we'll include it. So for services provided, I have this broken up into a couple of categories. We've got rentals, food, recreation, and other amenities. For rentals, in bold, you see we have chairs, umbrellas, man-powered equipment, and e-boards. These are the current rentals that you have on the beach. These are currently in your contract right now. Other options that we have been approached with or have done some research and thought might be interesting are e-bikes, golf carts we've had previously on the beach, jet skis we've had previously on the beach under prior contracts, and fire pit rentals outside of turtle nesting season. Any hesitation on anything I listed there?
Yeah, I would like to ask something, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Billy Wheeler?
Okay, so the e-bikes, golf carts, jet skis, and fire pit rentals, have they been on the beach, or are they with businesses that are off the beach, maybe on the A1A, and they're just going onto the beach?
A little bit of both. By e-bikes, they're on the beach from upland properties. They're just renting or they own personally, and they drive down onto our beaches. The golf carts currently are at upland vendors, but there have previously been golf cart concessionaires on the sand. Same thing with jet skis. Right now, the majority of your jet ski rentals is based out of Ponce Inlet. There was previously a jet ski contract on the beach. I don't believe it was successful and didn't last much longer than a year max. And then fire pit rental setups has not happened in Volusia County, and I'm not aware of anybody doing it currently in Volusia County.
So those folks that are on the upland, they're doing their own thing, but yet those folks are allowed to be on the beach, correct?
Yes, ma'am. As long as they are, street legal and permitted appropriately.
Yeah, I would like to, my personal opinion, I would like to hear from the rest of my council for keeping those all individually and not under the great big umbrella.
Any feedback from that? Heather Post, I think you wanted to, let me ask a question real quick before you do. In previous meeting, we approved the beach trolley. Is that included here somewhere?
Yes, sir. It's going to be a couple of 284-9. I've got it under recreation along with banana boats, parasails, and other things.
Okay, thank you. Heather?
So the jet skis, I'm very much not comfortable. I heard Councilman Johnson just bring that up as well in the background. Not an approval of that, putting that out onto the beach in the middle of the beachgoers. The others, I'd like to hear your suggested recommendations on the other three, especially the fire pit rental setups. What, from a beach conservation, from a beach operation standpoint, I'd love to hear your recommendations on especially that, but all the others.
I think the fire pit rental setups, they're doing it right now in Destin and Panama City. And I think it could be something we could very easily incorporate into your beach equipment rentals. Basically, a vendor could purchase chairs, anything from your typical old teak fold-up chairs to maybe plastic Onduratix to maybe they get really fancy and they do, rattan and wicker loungy things that you see at expensive pools. S'mores bars, maybe you provide a food option that goes along with this. Provide an attendant a mobile fire pit that you can set up. An attendant might light the fire pit and just hover in the background in case you have any issues. And then you cut it off by a certain time. No fire pits after 11 o'clock in the off season, and then the attendant will collect the things and move it upland. It would only be outside of turtle nesting season, and if it happens to be November 15 and there's a late turtle nest nearby, it just wouldn't be allowed.
And it would only be through the vendors, so it would be during daily operating
during.
times they would be picking up and dropping off, or?
Possibly. There's a lot, our current vendor that we have in place has a lot of relationships with the upland property owners, so your major hotels, condos, and timeshares. There's a possibility that they may be willing to allow access through their property to get on the beach.
I see, okay.
Being in the off-season, I think we could make it work. It's in the middle of July that there's no way we can do this.
Okay. I think I'm in agreement with what you're saying, because my initial thing was, hey, sure, anybody can just start a fire on the beach. That I'm not in favor of. But what you're saying sounds controllable.
And that is where I went with the beach code modification. The county provides fire pit rentals right now at a couple of very select locations, and it's no frills. You bring your own wood. It's an RCP concrete pipe that's just cut in half, and they put a fire in it. We'd probably still allow that option because that's the free option.
Right.
But if you want something a little more glamorous, something to do at night with your family and your kids, you can have a s'mores bar. It's just something to do that we don't have that, another beach may not have on the east coast of Florida.
And it's a rental, so it has to be returned, so it's not like it's left there and.
I like the attendant idea.
Yeah.
That way it's monitored, no one's doing anything inappropriate, they're not shooting,
Right.
people are behaving themselves.
Okay, and then the golf carts and the e-bikes?
So e-bikes, if we keep them within the constraints of the Habitat Conservation Plan and the incidental take permit, so basically not in your natural beach management areas, I think it's something that might be of value. You've got a lot of folks that ride bicycles now, and as you probably know, if you ride against the wind, it's a pretty tough pedal back to where you got your bike from, but if you've got it back your back, it's a pretty easy ride. So just even a little pedal assist can help you. Right now, it would be a slight modification. Every year we do what we call equipment inspections that not only looks at their rigs for appearance standards, but we do safety equipment inspections as well to make sure chains are greased, things are functioning in an appropriate manner. I think it would be an easy extension. We just have to put limits and on where they can be driven. And that would come down to the vendor on the ground. So you wouldn't, if you did it at the Daytona Beach Boardwalk area, they're not going to get to a natural beach management area. We might have to put some additional signs. Whomever is renting the e-bike would have to have a little course on how to operate it, but two, if you hit the big telephone poles of the natural beach management area, you can't drive past it, or you will get a ticket and you will suffer the consequences yourself. I think we can write the rules pretty specifically that they could do it in compliance.
Okay. And then, do I see beach safety behind the pole back there? Is there? Can I just get your input very quickly? I want to hear from you in terms of, do you see any, what is your recommendation on the e-bikes, the golf carts, and these different, any changes to the beach? I'd just love to have your input.
Chief Etheridge, Beach Safety. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that anything that gives the visitors something to do is good for tourism and good for the area in general. There are some concerns. The jet skis, it is a dangerous proposition to put novice jet skiers in the ocean, and that may be one of the reasons that it wasn't successful in the past. We do have jet ski areas, so people who do own jet skis, and they are very controlled in a controlled environment, so that that's available already. The golf carts, everything up there has been tried and done before without too many problems. With anything, any outlandish activity would have to just be enforced. We would have to maintain constant vigilant enforcement on these things. But that's with everything. The e-bikes come down as they are from upland, so it really wouldn't change things too much.
Okay, and I've heard mention that the golf cart, so some of this has been done before, the golf carts have been done before?
Well, the golf carts presently are available off the beach, and they can come onto the beach, so they're just like another vehicle. So
okay.
The only difference would be on the sand transactions.
Gotcha, okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Before you go on, Danny, you're good? No. Before I give you the floor, Suzanne has been on here. Would you like to speak before Councilman Robbins?
I just think I want to ask Jessica for one clarification for the council's benefit. So we have 4 bolded items and 4 unbolded. I think the 4 bolded we currently have under our contract, and the question to council is whether to include any or all of the unbolded. But regardless of whether we include them in the master contract on the beach, they could still operate off the beach outside of our contractual parameters. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Danny Robbins?
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to reiterate that I don't support the jet ski rentals, and also to the trolley system and the billboards. They don't do any transactions on the beach, so I don't think that would be fitting in this case. Go ahead and rewrite language for just those two, or modify it in any way. But that's all I got.
Isn't the trolley system requesting the ability to do transitions on the sand?
If you recall the special event permit that this council granted, there was a condition that prohibited any transactions on the beach in order to avoid any conflicts between that special event and, if the council so chooses, to allow a trolley system to engage in, ticket sales on the beach itself. So what you approved is kind of a tram or trolley that starts from the uplands and just moves into the beach. The beach concessions agreement deals with if the sales actually occur on the beach. So there's kind of two different systems. Right now, the way that I believe it was Nature Quest is structured is they are not soliciting or making any payments on the beach, so they wouldn't right now fall under a solicitation or concession agreement. The billboards, however, because they fit the definition of soliciting, they're advertising on a sign to beachgoers, they would fall under a concession agreement.
Correct. I guess my answer, or my question was, and we're going to hear from them. They're here, people from Nature Quest, and I think we should hear from them before we vote them up or down. But my understanding is that they are requesting the ability to do transactions on the beach. But again, we'll hear from them in a minute.
That would be a policy decision of this council.
Okay. Fred, before you take the floor, there's been several negative responses to jet skis. I want to make sure you understand the council's full opinion of that. Ben, you were against it? Okay.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
I just was going to summarize that.
Okay.
Now go on jet skis.
Yeah, it sounds like, jet skis are fun. I'm a proponent, but I agree to put people that have maybe never been on one and set them out and surf with people's children swimming. I think we're inviting problems. So you can still rent them on the river if you want to. But anyway, Michael Dyer.
I should just point out, it appears there's a series of decision points for you. I don't know if you want to open up public input now and hear that, or if you want to ask for public input at each decision point.
I'm anticipating from the names and that we're going to hear about these 4 items, so I think it would be beneficial to the council to hear what the public says before we give you final direction. So,
Mr. Chair?
yes, I didn't see
Can I just ask a question? Okay, I just kind of want to get it clear. Right now, we're on this one page, and we're looking at rentals, and the top 4, we already have under our beach concessions contract, correct, staff?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we're looking, the question is, do we want to add the other 4 under the beach concession contract, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so number 1, I want to ask on the jet skis, don't we have designated jet ski areas now?
Yes, ma'am.
they're just not being rented.
But just not rented, correct, okay. Yeah, I guess what my original comment was I'm definitely okay on the top four being under the beach concession contract. I am still not in agreement yet with the e-bikes, golf carts, jet skis, or fire pit rental being under the beach concession contract.
Okay. We may have to take those separately, but let's hear from the public first. We've had people that have been waiting all morning.
Ms. Gertman has something to say.
I didn't see you waving.
That'll-
Go ahead, Councilwoman Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I guess when I'm looking at this potential contract in totality, I'm almost wanting to hear like the overview of it and then coming back, because it looks like there's parts afterward that could affect my earlier decision, right? So I would like to have an overview of, you know, what the needs are, what the request is going to be, and where we need guidance, come back and then respond to that. So maybe it's just, but I'd like to have a holistic view of the coastal contract review and then come back and make the decision, you know, for one or the other.
If it's the
Am I the
council's,
only one? Maybe so.
if it's the council's pleasure, I can run through really quickly with no feedback, and then we can come back to this slide and you can take public comment.
Okay. Yes, that might be helpful.
I'll slide forward. The other subject or topic we have under services is mobile ice cream and stationary food rentals. We currently have both. I would be looking for agreement that you want to continue with our both mobile ice cream and stationary food. Recreation, banana boat rides, something that has been approached. We've been approached by Banana Boat Ride, people asking if they could operate on our shorelines. There used to be a parasail. The parasails now run out of the inlet. You have surf camps operating right now on the beach, and we've had 2 vendors reach out regarding beach trams. One of them recently got a special event permit. Another one has not proceeded with the special event permit. And just to remind you, the good thing about having a concession contract is it does provide a minimal level of service standards. Everybody is background checked, and then they are permitted to do transactions on the sand. So we'll be looking for feedback on those 4 topics if you want to include them in the next generation. Kind of a catch-all is other things that I have been approached with. I have been approached by somebody who wanted to set up boutique clothing sales to sell bathing suits in Daytona Beach on the sand. We have been approached, both Andy and I have been approached by a gentleman who wants to operate a possible tow truck concession in your red sand area. So we also have the billboard boats. This is just to let you know the things that we get approached with that do not currently fit under our current contracts. After we talk about services, we're going to talk about locations. Right now, your beach concessions exist in your driving beaches and the Daytona Beach Boardwalk area between ISB and Seabreeze. They do not exist outside of those areas. So your natural beach management areas, your no-drive areas, Bethune, your inlet parks, you don't have them. This is just an opportunity to see if you wanted to expand in some of these upland parks. And then the structure of the contract. Right now, you have one master concessionaire agreement that basically, if there's an issue in New Smyrna, we have one person to call. If there's an issue in Ormond, we have one person to call. It makes sure that you have the minimum level of standards consistently across the county. It's extremely efficient for us. We have, in prior iterations, had an individual agreement with every single vendor on the beach. It's extremely time consuming, and you do not have a minimum level of standards. You have an option of doing multiple contracts. What the benefit to this would be is, should you choose to do, and I'm going to say jet skis because you've already told me no, but should you choose to do jet skis, I would recommend having a contract very specifically for that service, because the insurance associated with a jet ski would be overbearing on a tried and true contract like the rentals and the food. We know rentals and food are going to be here in 5 to 7 years. They're not going anywhere. Jet skis, they might not work. Parasail, it might not work. We don't know what will be here in 7 years, and those insurance requirements are so significantly different than what we have right now. I just recommend making it a separate contract. I'm even thinking of, or I'm proposing to you, and I would like your feedback on having a catch-all contract for those instances where something comes up. Maybe a teacher wants to have a sand art class and do sand art on the beach out of a wagon. I have no way to know if there's a business for this, and we don't know what will come up in 2 or 3 years, but just having a general contract in place that already has guidelines gives us the ability to bring change orders to the council, along with a fee rate specific to whatever that idea is in 5 years. It would just make it easier for you to do business with people who have startup ideas in the future. And then we currently have a 5-year contract with 0 renewals. I've had feedback that a 7-year contract would benefit the current concessionaire because it would allow them to amortize their capital costs over the life of the contract. If you choose to go that direction, I would ask, or I would recommend that we do a mid-contract capital investment requirement, just so that in year 3, they're putting money towards their equipment, they're putting money towards their rigs, and by year 7, you're just not, putting on the beach with a bumper hanging off. Not that that's happening right now, but it would be nice to have a mid-contract capital investment. You've got renewals in your typical contracts. We don't have a renewal in this contract. The benefits of a renewal is that it continues service without going through this process we're going through right now. The drawback on a renewal is that it may delay capital investment. If you look at what concessions takes right now, they have a lot of assets, they have a lot of capital product, and if they're not sure someone's going to have a job the next year, they may not invest in their equipment. So I would recommend either a 5 or 7. With 7-year, we do a mid-capital investment, and then it's your option if you would like to move forward with renewals. We'll get into fee rates. Our current rates right now for our current contract are listed. That does not include any of the proposed services we're bringing forth today. Any cut in this fee, just as you're aware, it goes directly to your general fund, so it would be a general fund revenue cut. This last listation we did, we gave an option of give us a price for the north, give us a price for the south, give us a price for the whole beach. When the county council ultimately chose the whole beach as a preference. If the whole beach is your preference, we write that into the contract solicitation, and then that way the vendors know that you prefer the whole beach versus just north or south, and Ponce Inlet is your dividing line for north and south. Visual standards was pretty important to the prior council when we went forward with this. Do you want to have a uniform theme across the contract where every single rig looks exactly the same? Or do you want to allow the ability to show individuality at each location? We have a mix of both right now. You have exact same rig for your rentals. In your food, we have a theme, and then people can kind of go with a beach theme to show their individuality. If you specialize in ice cream, you're going to want ice cream on your truck. If you specialize in burgers, you want to have a different theme going on. What we would do is we would request that the respondents who provide proposals provide us a couple, maybe 2 different theme visuals, and then they can present to you guys. And then I select contractor A, and I like theme number 2, and then they've got running direction on what you envision for the beach for the next 5 to 7 years. Minimum standards at a lease, I would recommend that your vehicles be professionally wrapped. No duct tape repairs, and I have to write this because we had an issue prior to this contract where the vehicles just were not in good repair. So again, vehicles and signs in good repair. We want to look our best if we want people to buy our products. And then I know it's the beach, but no visible rust. That's the minimum level of standards on visual appearance I would recommend. And then the other thing that was of great concern to the council the last time we brought this up was spacing. Based on the feedback I've gotten earlier, jet skis kind of sound like it's a moot point, so we're not going to talk about this. A setup. If you don't know what a setup is in the contract right now, a setup is 2 chairs, 1 umbrella, and a small little table, foot-by-foot little plastic table. Right now, we have a limit on how many vacant setups you can have in a certain vendor zone, and it's at 30 max vacant, so that's a total of 60 empty chairs and 30 umbrellas. But that does not include reserved setups. So if I'm staying at the Ocean Walk and I know I'm going to be there all week, and I'll go down and I'll say, I want a chair for the next 7 days, I want to pay you now. Pay you now, okay, that's fine. They'll have a chair with the name written on it that's reserved already. Those chairs are currently not included in the max vacant. Those 30 max vacant right now are required to have a sign on them that states a number to call. So do you want to rent this? Please call. Or would you like to have this chair removed so that you can set your gear up? Please call this number. So it's very clearly advertised that this chair can move if you want to set your stuff up here. Or if you want this, here's the number to call me. And that is all that I'm going to be looking for on direction. So I'm going to go back to 4-7 and we'll listen to public comment.
Yeah, this was going to be easy. Nothing's easy, is it? But this is really important. So we don't have many, but we have some important input that we need to receive. So I'll just start in the way that they were received. Melanie Nordstrom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Council, and staff. I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Melanie Nordstrom, and I am the business manager for Volusia County Beach Rentals. I've been managing the concessionaires now for over 16 years. Our veteran to the beach, who is our president of the company, Mr. John Green, we have him here in the audience today. He is going on his 42nd year on the beach in beach management, and unfortunately for us, at the end of the expiration of this contract, he will be retiring. But we do have the rest of our management team staff that's here, and between our management team staff, they have a cumulative experience of over 95 years operating on the beach. I would first like to thank the Coastal Division, including Ms. Winterwerb, and our beach safety and the legal team for helping us navigate through a very difficult year last year during COVID. They were a tremendous help when we were reopening the beaches from the closures and getting in an effective plan to help us keep our beach patrons safe on the beach. We were closed for an amount of time, and it was during our high season, so it was difficult for us, but we've survived and we're still here. And we are very excited to respond to this upcoming RFP. I feel our company gets better and better over time. Some of the new ideas that Ms. Winterwerb discussed in her presentation, we are excited about. I agree with everyone on the jet skis. I just feel like they are too much of a liability, especially operating when we have such a dynamic beach. It's ever changing. I feel that they would not get many days operating. Most of the time you can come out on the beach and it could go from a flat ocean to a 6-foot wave, and it just would not be safe. So I'm in agreement with that as well. We're always striving to improve our company, especially from a safety standpoint. I'm not sure if you're aware, but our umbrellas have been produced. We went to the manufacturer and they're to our specifications. We actually had them produce a longer pole on the umbrellas, so they have a deeper penetration into the sand. Therefore, they can withstand a higher wind speed. And as Floridians, I'm sure you're aware that the storms are ever changing. We could have a sudden storm come up very quickly, and we need to make sure that all of our employees out there undergo a severe storm drill training so they can get those umbrellas down safely, fast, and efficiently when a storm pops up in our area. Lastly, what I'd like to talk about is some of the relationships that we've developed in the community. We are passionate about giving back, and we are passionate about working with certain companies that are beach related, where we can work with local nonprofits. We work very heavily with the Oceans of Hope Foundation. We work with Family Renew. We also are sponsors of the Power of the Purse event that's coming up this week. Most importantly, we've developed a relationship with the Friends of the Marine Science Center. And I know I'm running out of time, but I do want to talk about this. We launched a very successful turtle campaign this season, where we are actually educating our beach patrons that come down to the beach. So we're talking to them about actually filling in the holes that people have or the sandcastles that kids make, because it's very important in turtle nesting season that the education is there when the beach patron comes down. We're also talking to them about if they're going out to the beach at night, only infrared lights are allowed on the beach, not bright lights. We decided to have a turtle menu this year. So all of our ice cream trucks have a menu on them, and $1 from each item on that menu is donated back to the Marine Science Center. And we're happy to say that this year we've raised close to $10,000 to give back to them. So in their efforts in turtle rehabilitation and the nesting season. Lastly, I just want to invite all of you, if you feel like jumping on a golf cart with me and taking a ride from Ormond Beach through New Smyrna, so I can show you the different areas of the beach, how we set up in the morning, how we operate, the different food items we offer. We have a very eclectic variety of food on the beach that some of you may not be aware of. And I know we talked a little bit about appearance. Right now, you know, we're living in a food truck era where you see different food trucks on the beach, and they might specialize in crab cakes or Greek food. So when we talk about appearance and we talk about having us all uniform, I think it is important, if we bring in food trucks from different areas, that they are able to keep their standards. So lastly, thank you for your time, and we hope to continue this partnership in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. I just opened up a can of worms, and so Rob, I want you to know that I'm not letting you talk 3 times. But I've got you at the end. Your name is on 2 other slips. You just wanted to introduce the people, or what? You'll do it all. You're not going to send me a bill.
No. Okay. See, unfortunately, I work by the hour, but I'm going to do this really fast.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Rob Merrill for the record. Thanks, everybody. Always a pleasure to be here with you guys. And I'm here to talk about 3 things, but I'm going to take one of them off the table since you guys said that you don't want to have jet ski rentals. So that's an easy one. I'm Rob Garriello's here with me from Shark Bite Media, and Jim Freeze in the back room over here, right behind me with Nature Quest. Both of them are here to very simply ask you not to be included in the master concession agreement. I think, you guys remember us talking about both of them very recently in their special event permit, which I think is perfectly suited to make sure that it has all the safeguards that Jessica was talking about, et cetera. And I think we did talk through all the things for their operations and what you guys wanted and what you didn't want. They've been approved. Rob's up and running. You've seen him out there. I think he's got a trial period here that he's doing his best to impress you guys and everybody on the beach. So hopefully when the season's over, we come back to you guys and we get to talk about whether we can do some more of it. Jim, unfortunately, because of COVID, has had some issues with getting his trailers finalized, but he's already has, I think, 6 or 8 brand new Jeeps, and he's going to have, I think, another 14 more, so a total of 20. He's ready to go as soon as he gets his stuff done, and then I think you guys will see him starting his track record that hopefully when we come back and see you guys, you'll say, great job. I think the service he's going to bring is fantastic. And much like the golf cart operation, it's happening somewhere else. There's not going to be any transactions on the beach. We don't want that. I know that was talked about, so we said, no, we don't want to be involved in that. If someone else wants to, have at it, but that's not what we want to do. So the golf carts, just like Jim's operation, they take care of their transactions off the beach, whether it's in the hotel or at the parking area. They come down to the beach, and really, if you guys remember, the only thing they do different than any other car on the beach is they're a little bit longer, so we needed special permission to do that. So I did it in less than 2 minutes. And if you guys have any questions for us, we're all here. So thanks.
Well, thank you. That clears up 2 items for us. Lastly, we have John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Initially, I only had one comment, and that was on the separation of the umbrellas. I don't know if you all recall, there used to be a stake on the beach, and it said the vendors, you had to keep the beach clear from 50 feet or 50 yards in one direction and 50 yards in the other. So they were spaced down the beach. Then we got the red sand coming down from Flagler, and that all changed one time until the next contract came up. Well, for the last 10 years, you can have umbrellas from Main Street Pier to University, 1.5 miles of umbrellas. And she just said, oh, well, they'll move them if you want to, because there's a notice on the chairs. But when you walk to a beach, who sees the front of a chair when you're looking at the back of it? All you see is this huge 10,000 chairs by a vendor. Every so many yards, there is a space where they take one umbrella out, and a public can have that. Otherwise, those of us that live there and our tourists from our hotels have to set up behind the umbrellas. I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. There's got to be more spacing. I understand you had contracts with these people, and then you had to double them up because of the red sand. Well, that's been years now. And at some point, the people that live in Daytona Beach have a right to come back to their beach. We have a right to go down and not sit behind a bunch of people who are visiting, and we can't see the beach. We can't see the water because the umbrellas and the chairs are there. So that was my pet peeve, and I'm asking you to find a way to have an open beach, not just 10 or 15 feet for the locals to use. A larger spacing. They can have the chairs, but then you go another 30 chair spacing or a mile for people to use. I understand they're making their money, but we have to have our beach back at some point. Banana boats, I've always wondered why we don't have them. And a friend of mine had the parasailing, and he got cut out of it, so now he's down at Ponce Inlet. But I enjoyed watching the parasailing. The guests enjoy doing that. It's something to see. I'd like us to have the banana boat, because when you're sitting on the sand, there's, an occasional boat every couple hours, but the parasailing and the banana boat is something to watch, something for the kids to see. And lastly, e-bikes, I understand that's coming down the pike, but they can do that in a non-drive area, but they're very dangerous. The guys go really, really fast. I would ask you, like jet skis, don't put those on the beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, I'm going to need your help to try and get through this. I've gone back to page 4-7. I think that's where you need to start to get input from us. But I have two quick questions for you that I think would be helpful for the council to hear your thoughts on. One is whole beach as opposed to breaking it up. I really like the whole beach. In fact, right now, I don't hear any complaints from vendors. I think they feel like, they pay a hefty fee to be on the beach. Right now, I think they feel like they're being managed properly. So I'd like your input on that. And then the second one is kind of dovetail. Uniform are all the same. These are individual businesses that are working under one contract, and I have a hard time telling them, other than your minimum standards, which are pretty inclusive. I kind of like the idea of giving a business owner the freedom, the liberty to have to look like they want to look within those standards. So, can you just address those two items real quick?
Yes, sir. From an operational perspective, from the county staff managing a contract, it's easier to manage one contract. We have written in our current contract performance standards, and there is a fee structure for performance standards. One of the things that I am big on as the contract manager is customer service. If you have a bad interaction with somebody somewhere on the beach, I want to make sure you have a logo on your shirt and a name tag in this area so that I can go, all right, Mr. Brower, I don't like the way you spoke to me, and I can go directly to my point of contact with the contract, and we can get direct feedback to that person. When you have a good contract, and we do have a good contract right now.
You realize that's going to be in the press now that I misspoke to you.
Yeah.
I was too harsh on you.
You'll be fine. Don't believe everything you see on the
I
internet.
can't win.
And visual standards. We don't want rust. We don't want hand-painted weird things with duct tape and just tacky stuff. And tacky is in the eye of the beholder, by the way. Having a minimal level of standards on just operating and serviceability, I think is absolutely required. If you, as a council, do not want to have uniformity, we don't have to have uniformity. We can just make sure that everything meets an acceptability standard. There's nothing vulgar, there's no, bad pictures. There was one picture I had to have removed from a food truck because it just wasn't appropriate for children. But that's where you give me the flexibility to say this is not in good taste. If you don't want the same white truck with the same photo every 900 feet, you don't have to have that. Unless it's the desire of the council that you want uniformity across the coastline. I'm happy in implementing whatever direction you give feedback on. Ms. Nordstrom, with the beach concessions, we made an exemption for Cornwall food trucks. Originally, they all had to have the same visual, but then you've got the Olive Grill, which is a kind of a Chipotle, Mediterranean version Chipotle out there on the beach, and they've got a brand that they're on. We've got Dippin' Dots out there right now. That's a brand. If we can pull these brands in, they're going to want to do business on our beach, but they're going to want to do their branding as well. So I think leaving the flexibility to do that, as long as it's all in good taste, then that's the standard we can move forward with.
And you're determining the good taste?
I run it past other people. It's not just a party of one. It
I'm just
goes
giving
up
you a
to
hard time.
Suzanne and George and, hey, you're not good with this, right? Nope, we're not good. And then we send it down.
No, I think that's valuable feedback. Thank you very, very much. Fred Lowry?
Yeah, I guess from what I'm hearing, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we seem to be there. I'd like to see us just go ahead and keep things the way they are, except we need to go through some of these items that you've presented that aren't in bold and make a ruling on those. I don't have a problem with the 7-year contract either. I don't know whatever everybody else thinks on that, but I would be happy with that.
Do you want to go page by page, just really quickly?
Yeah.
Let's do, before we do that, let me give Councilman Johnson a chance to try and say something.
I'm in total agreement with Mr. Lowry. Don't change it if it's working. It just makes it simpler on them. And I'm in agreement with the 7-year contract.
Okay, yes, let's go through the...
Ms. Gertman is still wanting to be heard.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gertman, I said just interrupt me because I'm just not doing a good job of looking up at the screen. Councilwoman Gertman.
Billy's helping me out. So I did have one question because I've been asked by hoteliers about an interest on, I guess, extending their business on the beach. And I guess when I look at what's happening and what needs to happen, it's also about maybe putting a new or a refreshed face and opportunity out there. So if someone is restoring and revigorating their area, and this is a part of their extension, I don't see any of that being mentioned. So how would that conversation happen? The hotel would work with the concessionaire's contract?
That's a good question. You're about to get an answer.
So for these adjacent upland owners, they have two options. They can work under an existing master concessionaire, which we have, or they can go through a special event permit similar to, I guess, the Tiki Bar or the Ocean Deck, for example, which is an upland property owner. And I think potentially, maybe even next council meeting, you'll have a special event permit before you for them to do, small and limited transactions on the beach. So there are options in your existing code right now for those upland property owners to do, not daily business, but occasional special event business.
Why not daily?
The way you've set it up with your, you've chosen one master concession agreement, so all the normal daily solicitations would have to go under those. You can, I suppose, amend or craft a special event permit similar to that, like the Ocean Deck has a series of days where they do transactions on the beach. So that's one special event permit, but they've chosen specific days where they want to operate. So there's some flexibility in that.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
It answered my question. I just am, I'm concerned that, we want a fresh and, maybe a revived area and opportunity, but we want to, I guess, lock everything into what is convenient. And if it's how we've done it for, what did the young lady mention, 40 years? I guess I just want a little more flexibility for where we feel there needs to be a change infused.
Correct. And one of the other things is we want to make sure that the beach is for, we preserve that beach access for the public, and we don't, on too many occasions, shut it down for, pedestrian or any recreational activity. So, we're very cognizant of that. That's why the way it's structured is it is based on these one-off events or these not ongoing or kind of daily events where the entire beach is almost privatized. You want to make sure that you do preserve that public use and public access.
Right, and like I said, I'm certainly not looking to privatize the beach in any way, just to give a business access to their own customer on the beach, not to exclude the public.
Right.
So if there's opportunity there, it's not my fight, it's my wanting to understand if we want to make a change or bring in a different energy, is that one of the ways to do so? Millie?
Yeah, Barbara, thank you. I'm kind of saying the same thing. I've seen some hotels recently, and we all know who we're talking about, I think at this time, that wants to reach out for new opportunities. And like with the Shores Resort, do they have a special permit, or are they under the concessionaire for their, they put their own umbrellas and everything out?
The Shores Resort,
Right?
yes, ma'am. The Shores Resort does not have food service on the beach, non-alcoholic, but you can buy at the pool deck and walk it down. Non-alcoholic beverages are allowed on the beach. With regards to the rentals, the current contractor has set up agreements with pretty much every one of your major hotels all along the beach, and they will go so far as to, I know they're speaking to the gentleman at the plaza, and they're talking about buying brand new equipment specific to his color scheme and his color schematic of what he wants to do at his resort. The Shores has worked it out, and a couple other hotels have worked it out, where they will do room charges so that you can just add it to the room bill, and then the vendor at that location communicates with the hotel front desk, and they know, all right, I've got 30 reservations for today, and here's are the names, and they set them out and get them ready for everybody. So there's a lot of relationships that currently exist between the current vendor and pretty much every major upland hotel property owner that does any sort of rental business on the beach.
Like I said, I just didn't want our hands tied if we're trying to go in a different direction. So, but it sounds like it's already been handled.
We might be able to work in some language in the solicitation. Right now, there's a lot of strict spacing on how far apart food can be. We might put something in there that allows for flexing the spacing and adding of a vendor should an upland property owner, like the Shores Resort, decide they want to do some sort of non-alcoholic food service on the sand. We can work through that. The one thing that we're definitely going to want, and I know Ginger's probably screaming at her computer right now, we're going to want them habitat conservation plan trained so that they all know that they need to get their equipment off the beach at the end of the night, what they can and can't do, and then how to spot something that might be a violation as well. So the options are there, and we can write the contract flexible enough so that if you do have an upland property owner, we can move these other locations around and accommodate.
Thank you.
Thank you, that answers mine also.
Yeah, me as well, and I think it's a wise move if we have the plaza. Everybody knows who we're talking about. If we have the plaza that wants to take their food service to the beach in a more upscale way, and it doesn't, you seem to be making those decisions based on, does it conflict with another existing vendor? Do they follow your standards, and are they trained in turtle protection and everything else? So
Background checks as well.
background checks. So I think it makes this more upscale, and I'm glad that you're considering it. Heather Post?
I have a question for the beach tram group. Thank you, Jessica.
You're calling Rob Merrill back up?
That's dangerous.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you could explain maybe, I know we talked about this in length when we did this, but go ahead. When we did the special event permit, but, and I understand that you don't have the opportunity now to do any transactions on the sand as part of your special event permit, I get that, but in this, and that's part of your discussion, but what do you do, and are you not looking to go in that direction at all? What do you do when you are tramming people out onto the beach, but perhaps people might want to get on the beach? Are you not uploading anyone along the beach access? Because that seems to be silly.
No, ma'am. What our plan is to work with all the hotels, all the restaurants, and if you want to go have a meal at a restaurant, you have your meal, and they'll be able to also sell you a tram ticket. So you just walk right down on the beach, and it'll be a wristband that they'll issue, or a printed ticket, and you'll get on we'll stop and allow you to get on the tram, and you're good for all day. So it's going to be official vendors, like hopefully, I haven't talked to them yet, but all the major hotels and restaurants. So it's going to be multiple places that you can receive your wristband.
And then the people that you've toted to the beach, they will have the return?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to run all day until all of our guests are back, and make sure that they're happy.
Okay, and just confirming that you are not wanting to be, you are completely okay with doing a special event permit basically annually and not being a part of an extended contract through the beach vendors? That's what I'm
Yes,
hearing.
ma'am, especially since I listened to what y'all were talking about this morning. You talked a lot about what's the trademark of the city.
Right.
Well, our trams will be able to take you to a baseball game. Our trams will be able to take you to Daytona International Speedway, multiple places, the Lighthouse. So it's going to be a multi-gamut, and hopefully part of the trademark that really builds something that people understand and brand Daytona with the ability to move people. You know, this is done all over the world. You know, we've all traveled, and whether you're in Paris or whether you're in New York City on a double-decker bus, or in Chicago on a water vessel. So what we're doing is providing a grand method to transport people, and it's kind of like, well, you've got the real fast speed track, well, we're the low speed track. So we take you real slow and show you the beautiful vistas of the beach, the lighthouse, the historical. And I'd just like to say that I'm so proud of Volusia County, because I went down to the riverside and saw that magnificent riverside that y'all are redeveloping. I think that's going to be a crown jewel. So I'm so excited. We're ready to go, and we thank you for everything you've helped us with.
Okay, and so you don't specifically want to be boxed into the beach, is what I'm hearing? Gotcha.
No,
Okay.
ma'am. No, ma'am. A special use permit is fine to us.
We understand the legal terms of it, but we're going to provide you with a service that you'll love.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
I think, I just want to tell you, I think it's a great addition to Volusia County, to the beach. I think it'll grow. I am surprised, but you're the business owner, and I'm not going to tell you how to run your business. And if you find that you need to change as time goes on, you'll do that as a successful business person. But I'd have a hard time if somebody came up on the beach that didn't know you were there, that didn't learn it in their motel, and had money in their hand. I'd have a hard time not taking it. But you can come back and request a change.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, Jessica, let's get through this. Am I correct in page 4.7? Is that where you'd like to start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you need approval for e-bikes, golf carts, jet skis, fire pit rentals, or not?
Yes.
You want to take them one at a time?
Sure.
Okay.
E-bikes.
Mr. Lowry, do you have a motion?
I don't think we need a motion. We just need head nods.
Head nods?
I'm for keeping it the way it is now without those four.
If that were a motion, that would make it very easy.
Okay, so the motion is to approve rentals of chairs, umbrellas, man-powered equipment, e-boards, and to not allow e-bikes, golf carts, jet skis, and fire pits?
That they would not be under the, no, not allowing, but they wouldn't be under the beach concessions contract.
Yes, Jessica, how would that work?
If I may, Ms.
Yeah.
Wheeler, we're
Please.
gonna go into another, page that will go into, it's 4-12. It would be multiple contracts, and that's where we can discuss if we want to break, e-bikes out or jet skis isn't happening. So I'll say jet skis. If we want just one jet ski contract, we could do it that way. Is that sufficient?
And if I could add to that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Ms. Wheeler, without including these into the contract, then they would not be allowed to do transactions on the beach. That's why I had the clarification earlier. They could still operate off the beach,
Right.
but no one could rent e-bikes, for example, or golf carts on the beach. So when you say not to include them, I just want to be clear, that's the effect, is no offering of those on the beach sand.
Right, to exchange money on the beach sand.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, so. Oh, thank you. Now I can see you before you have to stand up and wave your hands around. Okay, so the consensus then of the council is to approve the first four things in bold and not approve the other four. Am I understanding you
Where's the
correctly?
consensus? We have a motion, it hasn't been seconded.
Well, then somebody said we don't really need a motion, just a head nod. I'd prefer to do a motion and get the council on.
I think the fact
On record.
that it wasn't seconded is, do you want to just go down the line? Or I'm not in agreement, so.
Neither am I.
Okay.
Just taking one at a time, I guess.
Okay, we're going to approve the chairs, umbrellas, man-powered equipment, and e-boards. Is there a motion for that?
Second.
Motion by Lowry, second by Post. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, e-bikes. Is there a motion on whether or not to allow e-bikes to do business on the sand?
As Barb, I motion to accept them.
I'll second, yeah.
Motion by Gertman, second by Johnson. All in favor of e-bikes, say aye.
I think that was Danny.
I need clarification again. That's why I'm a little confused. So those folks who are upland, they have to now be under the beach concessions?
They have that option. Go ahead, Jessica.
No, ma'am. It would not change the way that the upland businesses are operating. It would only allow an opportunity to advertise and rent from the sand.
Okay, now I'm clear. Okay,
Okay.
I'm happier.
All right. And I believe everybody was in favor? Okay. So e-bikes, yes. Golf carts, can I get a motion on whether or not to allow, not to change what golf carts are doing?
Accept.
Second?
Motion by Gertman, second by Wheeler. All in favor of golf carts, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Jet skis, nobody was for. Fire pit rental setups, can I get a motion on that?
Motion to accept, to approve.
Motion to accept fire pit rentals by Gertman, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
That's a game
opposed?
changer. Yeah.
Okay.
Looking on this one, confirmation that you do not want to change the way we provide food on the beach. Stick with mobile and stick with stationary, unless there are other ideas.
Move approval.
Can I get a motion to keep it the same? Motion by Post, second by, was that Wheeler?
Yep.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries unanimous. Recreation,
I think all of these should be still under the services provided, not under, I don't think they should, they need to be under the beach concession. They need to be under events, maybe?
that's your
I don't
motion?
know. I'm discussing, I'm a
Okay.
question mark.
Jessica, what's your feeling?
I would want to look at the insurance requirements.
Okay.
Parasail is, I mean, there's a drop, and there's motorized equipment involved, and same thing with banana boat rides. I'd want to speak with risk, and then we will try and put like-kind services together when it goes to insurance. I do want to bring up this,
Separate,
Hold on one
separate
second.
contracts then, right?
yes. Now the company A has the option to put in for both of them. So you could have the same vendor in charge of both contracts, but yes, we could advertise them separately. Now, I would like to bring up the surf camps because you currently have surf camps operating. It would be up to the council's discretion on if you would like to include them as a concession. You have different levels of service being provided by surf camps, and you currently have, there's been a couple concerns over the last few years where rentals are currently rentals are included in your current concession contract. There's concern that people go out with surfboards and they're renting surfboards, they're renting boogie boards, and they're not instructing. So at what point is a surf camp and what point is it a renting of a surfboard? So you also have, you've got some very well polished, established surf camps that are trained. They are clean operation, and then you have some other where you just have some folks show up with a pop-up tent, and now they're, teaching people how to surf. Maybe no background checks, you don't know where they're from, you have no information. If you choose to regulate it, we can put something together. If not, we can leave it as is, and we can just really enforce the special event applications and do it that route.
Okay, Billy Wheeler?
Yeah, I kind of have to talk on this a little bit. I have a problem that I have a son that for 17 years has had a surf camp. It's sponsored through his church. It's a Christian church, but it only is 1 month a year. So there are exceptions, that they're not doing it all year long. It's 1 month. So, however, I feel like I need not vote on that particular item. I think that might be a conflict, Mike. But I did want to say that there are surf camps that are just designated 1 month a year.
And that's being handled as a special event right now?
Yes.
Jessica?
No, sir.
No?
No, ma'am. We don't have any surf camps other than surf competitions like the
Yeah.
NS, the East Coast Surfing Groups. Those are through special events, but you have Pure Life, you've got a surf camp right north of Seabreeze Boulevard. That's a pop-up tent. You've got Jimmy Lane, which is run through the city of New Smyrna's Park and Rec Shop at Sapphire. You have a couple other surf camps that show up. They don't currently have special event permits. They're not background checked, and there's no insurance.
With regards to the conflict question, I don't think at this stage or level of discussion it would be a conflict, but Ms. Wheeler is free to recuse herself if she feels there's a potential or appearance of, and we can note it in the minutes.
Thank you. Heather Post?
So I would be in favor then of the surf camps being required to do a special event permit so that we do make sure that they're insured and.
I'll second that.
How do you, do you have comment? Okay. I saw the quick look. So if beach safety has any comments or recommendations on that, I'd love to hear it. Can you come up? Yep.
Surf camps in particular?
Yes.
Well, like any of the other things, like the golf carts and the e-bikes, they operate from an upland existing surf shop or something like that. So they make those arrangements. And obviously they have to come down to the ocean, to conduct the training. So for me, it's kind of difficult to, I don't know how we would make that cross that gap. You know what I mean? So they're conducting their business out of their surf shops. That's where their boards are. That's where the rentals are. They have to come to the beach to conduct the training. So it's just going to be a judgment call on your part.
So you make a good point because, there's all kinds of yoga camps and everything else that occurs on the beach, and those people are charging for yoga classes. So, what's the difference? So maybe doing the special event permitting is not feasible? Because then are we really opening up a Pandora's box? If in fact they are not, setting up a tent and saying, we have surf camp, sign up here, but they're doing it off.
My son's is done at his church, and everything, all the sign up and sponsorships are done from the church.
So she's not going to chime in. That's good.
Would it be best to kind of leave it as it is? We need some guidance.
If you are satisfied with the current status quo, then kind of don't change it. As pointed out, one of the distinctions is these surf camps, they technically do their transactions off the beach.
Right.
And then they move into the beach, but no oversight from the county. We don't, unless they ask, we don't issue them a special event permit for them to kind of fully, stay on the beach and conduct whatever activities. We do traditionally do, marathons, walks.
Boot camps. There's a lot of boot camps that do the transaction.
And that,
Not on the beach.
that's all legal, it's working.
So I'm good not including them.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
Like no special event, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Withdraw your motion.
Yes. Well, yeah, I didn't think I really made a motion, but.
Okay. I'm going to ask George. Were you done, Heather?
Yep. Sorry.
Well,
County
just
manager?
that, in discussing here with the attorney, if they do their business off the beach and they come in the way they're just described, then we do not have as much liability. But when we do start regulating it, then we, are in the game at that point. Now, we regulate it, make sure they have insurance and all that, but you are now becoming more liable. You really need to confirm that with the guy next to me here.
And what about, summer camps and all kinds of stuff? They put a busload of kids on the bus and then they come to the beach. We're not regulating them. They're charging and.
That's a good.
I think we're really opening up a Pandora's box, and certainly yoga and all that. Like,
Yeah, we would not be regulating it, it would not be part of our operation. They would be doing it independently and take that risk.
Okay.
Okay.
Leave those as they are then.
I'm, say that again? We're going to, okay. We're going to leave those 4. You good?
So we're not including them.
No.
Everybody good? Any stomach for clothing boutiques, tow trucks, or billboard boats?
Let's take them one at a time. Those are pretty different. Clothing sales, does anybody have a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
I'm okay with that. Second, for the clothing sales.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler, for clothing sales on the beach. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-1. Next is tow trucks. Is there a motion to have a tow truck concession on the sand somewhere? Going once?
Just so we're clear, is that for like a pickup truck pulling out vehicles with a strap or legit?
The gentleman
Tow
who
truck.
approached me has a significant personal vehicle, then would like to hand out business cards and charge people a set fee to pop them out on the red sand in Norman.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Post. Before I ask for a vote, George, did you want to mention this?
No, I'm good on this one.
Okay.
Same idea is going to apply. Anything we add in, you're getting in a little bit. But in this case here, we'll look at what, when we write the RFP and eventually the contract, we'll try to make sure it's as safe as possible for us.
With the tow truck, though, keep in mind too, that's going to keep stuff moving because there's always people getting stuck. We've pulled trucks, the big trucks out with our Jeep. So
Your beach patrol pulls a lot of people out. They do that, and they do it in the name of keeping things moving.
that would save you a lot of
Right.
manpower, correct? Yeah. Okay. So especially in that vein, for sure.
We used to just help each other.
Yeah. I'm all for freeing up beach safety.
Okay, so where do we end up in tow trucks? To approve. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes unanimous. Last one is billboard boats. This keeps coming back. Now, we have a trial underway, correct? It runs through November?
Yes, it runs through November. It's technically the way your code is written is there's a prohibition on vessels operating within 1,500 feet of the water's edge. Because it's an advertisement, it fits under the definition of solicitation, and therefore normally we would have issued them a solicitation permit, but the business operates within that 1,500 feet prohibition, hence why we had to do the special event permit. So your policy decision is whether to specifically allow an advertising boat, and, we can change or amend the ordinance to put them within a reasonable distance for their advertising to be effective.
Personally, and then I'll open up to the council, I would like to finish the trial that we have before we add any more, but I'll open it up to the council for a motion on billboard boats.
I move to leave it as is for the special exception trial period.
Second.
And not add to the beach
Okay.
vendor.
Leave it as is a motion by Post, second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. we're making progress, Jessica.
Similar to what Ms. Wheeler said about different contracts, should it be the council's desire at a later date to move forward with anything they've said they don't want, we can do a special contract just for that service.
Okay, thank you.
Locations. Primarily, you have driving beaches right now, along with the ISD to Seabreeze area that allow concessions. Is there any interest in expanding these to the upland parks? The ones that I'm thinking about specifically are possibly Lighthouse Point Park, possibly Bethune Beach Park, areas, maybe Tom Rennick Park, areas in the no drive areas where you have a large congregation of people and no real concessions. It's completely at the council's discretion. They would not be allowed to drive on the sand. This would be upland located only.
How much more work is that for you guys?
I would tie it into the current, the existing contract for rentals and food, if we just do rentals and food only. And that's probably what I would recommend moving forward, because we know rentals and food will work. And I can tell you, at Bethune Beach, there is a market for a food truck on a Saturday when there's 300 people there.
I'm in agreement. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Those two.
Motion to
For the upland?
approve upland parks, right?
General or just those two?
Upland parks, period, right?
Yeah, let's do upland parks as a separate item.
Upland
well-
coastal beach parks.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
Motion by Post, who was the second by? Was it Danny Robbins? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Do we need to do anything with driving beaches? We have,
We're pretty, there's
exist-
nothing really limiting other than our own contract language. We will have the flexibility if we move forward the direction you provided with allowing upland property owners to expand and not reduce their number of food or rental services. We should be okay right now. And then that way, you should be able to have some vacant, so in 3 years, when, I think Silver Hills is the name of the development that's going up in North Daytona, when they open up, there might be a need there for a new food truck and rental where previously there wasn't a need. So there will be room, the flexibility in the contract to move around based on demand, is how we'll try and write it for you.
okay. Multiple contract
I'm ready to make a motion on this.
as a group?
I was wanting to make a motion that we use one contract for 7 years with renewal.
Yep.
Okay, motion by Lowry to use one contract, 7 years with a renewal.
Ben was squeaking out a second over
Second
there.
by Post, and Ben, you had, I don't see your name, but.
Ben squeaked out a second before I did. You just
Okay, well,
couldn't.
we're going to give Johnson the second. Heather, your name's still up there, or you, okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
For clarification, are you still okay with the mid-contract capital
Absolutely.
reinvestment?
Yep.
Okay, and your renewal period, would you want it for another 7 years?
Yes, that was the motion.
Let's talk money. So you've got one contract now, so there's not going to be different fees. It'll be one fee. If you want to set a fee, we can make it whole beach, and then if you choose to give options for North Beach only or South Beach only, we can break it up in a recommended 60/40. Right now, it's whole beach.
This is Barb. Why would we lock ourselves into 14 years at the same rate?
That's a good question, Barb.
But every year you do have different, you've got to schedule the bid, and that's the, what we point, the part of the bid. So I would expect, you would have at least 7 years that they would have to give you that rate. If you were going to renew, you could either do it as a negotiation or at that point, or another another list of what they would do in the outer years. It's pretty far out to be predicting, but you can see in this 5-year contract, what they put in. So I would not expect it to be the same rate every year.
Ben Johnson.
That's where the renewal.
Where are we getting
Yeah.
14 from?
Because it was 7 plus 7, right?
Well,
They
it
asked
was-
if we do it for 7 years, and then it was asked if the renewal would be for 7 years, and you said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear that a renewal was for 7 years. I just heard that we would give the option to renew.
Yeah.
Not, I wasn't expecting a 7-year renewal. Is that what you
Yep.
suggested, Jessica?
My vote in favor of it was assuming that after 7 years, we would vote on the next 7-year renewal. I don't want to give 14 years of a.
Yeah,
That's
that
not
was
what I had in
my,
mind. When you renew, you'd have the option then
to raise the rate, right, at the
to
renewal?
deal with the rate.
Right, and even that is a long time, although it does give vendors a chance to plan for their future.
So
Looks like we
have
have-
the attorney clarify our last vote.
Mr. Attorney, they're conferencing.
I understood the motion, which the council can revisit, to be 7 years plus 7, an opportunity for renewal of 7. So,
That's the key word, opportunity.
yeah, and let Ms. Wilski speak as to our existing contract with regard to the renewal language and what the decision point for council could be.
All right, so if what you voted for would be to award an initial term of 7 years, you certainly could put it out for solicitation, just like Mr. Rectormall said, to have them price it year by year by year by year. And then when you get to the 7th year, what you then said is that you then have the option to renew for another 7-year term. And that's what you voted for.
Right.
Typically, what we do is we put some sort of option. It's generally not 7 years. I think the only one that is a 7 plus a 7 is the solid waste contract, if I'm not mistaken. And because that is such a huge contract and such a huge capital investment, because what that has then done is then you've had the same folks for the first 7 years, then you're tying yourself right back to the same group at the next 7 years. Not to say that you can't build in language and amend the contract and change things, but it does bring up concern whether we still have open competition at that point, and whether we are not going back out and testing the marketplace. And that kind of, but exactly what you voted for, to answer the question, was yes, you would be a 7 years with another 7 years. So that's kind of where you landed it.
And I think, Mr. Chair, if I could, Ms. Wilski, I think what I understood the question, the concern to be that whether or not there would be an additional 7-year extension would be a decision by the council, not a unilateral decision by the vendor.
Right, no, it would be, usually how we write it is upon mutual consent, so both parties would have to agree, and the council would give the direction, we would bring it back to the council for your approval for that 7-year renewal.
Right.
So, yes, so it would set it in for, at that point, if you did it that way, an additional 7-year term if it was approved.
If approved, and I think that's what the council
Yeah, that's what I
felt like we were voting on, just like we do with 311 contracts, and they have to be reapproved.
Exactly.
And the rates, though, for those second 7 years, again, would have to be redetermined.
Right.
As part of that, like she said, it's not an automatic, it's just that you would have the opportunity to basically negotiate those rates for the next 7 years, and versus going out to bid.
Correct.
So
If that's how you set it up, and that's how you
right.
list it in the contract. There are contracts that we have done that we have concession-wise that have up to like 10 years worth of rates built into them, because they're longer term at the airport and things like that, but they're tied to a minimum annual guarantee. This is just strictly a management fee, the way we look at it right now.
Right.
correct?
So that's my understanding of the renewal then, that was my understanding, was that you are basically renewing the vendor. And so not necessarily the pricing. So at the renewal time, you have the option to do whatever you want with the contract, but it provides that specific vendor the opportunity to continue if they are doing well. And also, I think that that helps, right? Because then we're discussing, it helps them with their capital assets and things like that, so.
I think
that's the whole
7
point.
is a long time. I mean, many of them, like you say, it could be like a 7 and a 3 or whatever, you know, you choose. Part of that, I think the thought was, you know, how long does their equipment last out there? And you would want to time a little bit, you know, with when they feel like they have to replace their equipment. So I think it was part of the thought is, and you were talking about a mandatory replacement after so many years. So again, that would be something that would have to be either in the proposal or worked out in the contract.
Can we do that as a 7 and a 3 then? And then that way, after the 3, that would, then we would be, you know, providing opportunity for
Probably a lot
other
more
vendors?
common. I would say something like that would be
a
a little bit more
fair.
palatable than a 7 and a 7.
Well, we
Reason
just
on the
need another
garbage is
motion.
exactly what she said. And when you're doing the garbage hauling, you're talking, you know, that's one of the largest contracts that we have in the whole system. It's huge, and with all the garbage trucks and everything that are involved, very massive capital investment that occurs. So that's why they want that. This here, well, it's a capital investment, but on a much smaller scale than what the garbage contract.
So do we
How do we
already
unwind
have
it?
the motion?
Yeah.
Or if we need a motion, I'll do the 7 and the 3 as the motion, but don't we already have a motion on the table?
Which was approved. I think that we need to, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we need another motion to undo what we just did and do a 7-3 contract.
Who made the motion? Are you willing to suck it back in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to withdraw, and I think it has to be voted on, doesn't it?
It does. Essentially, you're asking to reconsider the decision you made. So if you make a motion to reconsider that vote.
Motion to
that passes.
reconsider.
To 7-3. By Lowry, second by, hello?
Second, yeah,
Who?
second.
You did? Okay.
Whoever.
I thought you
no,
pointed to Ben.
It doesn't matter.
Ben
Whatever.
just wants to have lunch. Okay, let's vote on that. All in favor of the 7-3 contract, say aye.
But just to clarify,
Aye.
it's actually a motion to reconsider.
Reconsider, we haven't got a motion.
If that passes, then the floor is open to make the 7-3 motion.
Okay, motion to reconsider. All in-
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to reconsider carries unanimous.
I move for the 7 and 3.
Motion by Post for a 7-3 contract, seconded by Lowry.
Wheeler. Okay.
Are you hungry, Billy? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We need a food truck to service
Yeah.
this right now.
Was there one more section you needed?
Rates, sir. Need feedback on rates. Do you want to stick with the current rates? Because the county sets a minimum, and then let's say you have 3 competing vendors. Vendor A might bid the minimum, vendor B might bid a higher amount, vendor C might bid an even higher amount, and then you get to choose a package. And cost would be part of your selection criteria.
Did staff bring a recommendation?
This is our current rate. Based on the 7 years, the year that we require capital investment, I suggest we reduce it down significantly because they're going to be doing capital investment in their equipment. This also goes directly as a general fund revenue. So any impact of this will impact your general fund revenue numbers that go to offset beach maintenance and operations.
I would go with staff's recommendation, yeah.
Okay, motion on the floor to go with staff's current recommendation,
Second.
second by Lowry.
Well, with staff's recommendation, so if you're wanting to raise it or do whatever you want with it.
We'll do a review
Yeah.
of where we think we can come in line and make it
Right.
sustainable.
Well, that'll be an analysis that'll be done out of my office with our CFO and our other team. So
But that's my motion, not specifically these flat rates,
Okay.
but staff's recommendation.
on a yearly basis.
Is that your
I
recommendation?
think yearly is good. It worked
Okay.
out really well with us on COVID.
Good.
Okay. I'm seeing nods all over. So motion by Post, is a second still stand? Second by Lowry, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
I believe we're all on board from the feedback previously that you want to set minimum standards for no rust, wrapped, no duct tape, but you do
I
not
move
want
that
to
we
lock
leave that
people in.
at currently as it is.
But you do not want to lock people into a visual.
So uniform by code, and you can allow unique looks. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Okay, that's the motion on the floor by Lowry, second by Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
This is my final page. We'll be done in just a second, I promise. Currently, we have a maximum of 30 setups vacant allowed at each location with unlimited pre-reservations requiring, and those max would have a sign stating a service number and informing the public that the vacant rental can be moved. Is there any desire to modify this from the current standard?
I move we leave it as it is.
Motion on the floor to leave it as it is by Lowry, second by
Wheeler.
Wheeler.
I'd
Heather
like
Post?
to ask recommendation on that, just,
There's feedback on both sides. Operationally, from the vendor's perspective, specifically at Ocean Walk, you may have 200 pre-rented chairs. It's a lot cooler at 8 o'clock in the morning to set stuff up, and everybody seems to flood the beach at 10 o'clock in the morning when you have breakfast and you come down. So it comes down to an operational perspective, but you also heard public comment about perception.
so what's your recommendation?
We can go with the 30 max vacant, and then I may add some language in the contract, if you support it, that might set a 50-foot minimum distance between pods.
Gotcha.
I think that would be a good compromise.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate your feedback. This is difficult, but it will make the process a lot more efficient moving forward.
I don't think we voted on the motion.
We didn't vote on the emotion as, I don't know if we need a new motion, but 30 max with 50 foot between setups.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Johnson,
Wheeler.
by Wheeler.
Whoever.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Did you have something else to add?
Yes, a housekeeping issue. If we could get direction from council to make any amendments to the beach code consistent with the directions you've provided us. Fire pits are currently prohibited, so we'll look at the beach code, look at the direction, and make any amendments necessary for implementation, and run that concurrently with the agreements and the contracts.
So you would bring it back to council?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Post. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't see anybody else that wishes to speak. Why don't we break for lunch? It's 2:31. We will come back at 3:35. Is that good with everybody?
Yes.
3:15? If you want to, lunch is here, so.
Coming up on Volusia Magazine, we celebrate 10 years at our business incubator, meet our newest UF IFAS agent, and explore the wonders of our county parks. These stories and more coming up. And welcome to Volusia Magazine. I'm Tammy King. Success story after success story. That was the scene at the 10-year anniversary celebration of the Volusia County Business Incubator, powered by UCF. The incubator is located on the campus of Daytona Beach International Airport, and Joanne Magley has that story.
The Volusia County Incubator Program is operated by the University of Central Florida in partnership with Volusia County government. The program provides mentoring and, in many cases, office space to companies in the early stages of their business. In 2021, the Volusia County Business Incubator celebrated its 10-year anniversary, and there has been a lot of innovation and business growth along the way. There are currently 15 clients, including Ramon Soto, the innovator behind Sensitech, a venture capital-backed company that developed technology to help tell companies that operate big engines when those engines are going to get too hot.
We're using technology that is, used basically in your cell phone. As we're using the antenna technology that is in your cell phone, and we created it using advanced ceramic materials that were created by researchers at the University of Central Florida. So Sensitech was formed to license the technology out of the University of Central Florida that utilized those ceramic materials as antennas to enable wireless high-temperature sensing on blades inside of jet engines that's spinning more than 1,000 miles per hour. And we're able to use high-speed electronic transceivers that captures the information on the blades in real time and within nanoseconds.
Ready in 3, 2, 1.
Soto came up with the idea while he was a grad student at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. He was doing research in the jet engine lab where he had parts in his jet engine that were overheating and failing.
And so I immediately, got involved with the UCF incubator program. I've learned how to do the customer discovery process. I went and talked to over 300 customers face to face to see if this was not only a big problem that was worth solving, but if there was also a business around solving this problem. And so when we had one customer that said, look, if you had a technology that can do half of what you said it can do, we'll pay you thousands of dollars for the technology. And that's when I discovered why, because these machines generate a lot of revenue, and when they're down because of overheating or because of bad parts, it costs hundreds of millions.
The company currently has in its pipeline Fortune 100 companies worth tens of millions of dollars of recurring revenue. As a result of the company's success, Soto was named Incubator Client of the Year at the Incubator's 10-year anniversary celebration.
I'm really honored to be considered the Entrepreneur of the Year. I'm humbled because of the amount of support that the community pours into us, like from Career Source, who helped us hire our first few engineers even at the PhD level, to the Small Business Development Center, who's helped us conduct financial analysis, to Connie here at the Incubator, that's helped us to think and implement the lean methodology, not only in our product development process, but also in creating our business model.
For Volusia Magazine, I'm Joanne Magley.
We are Volusia County Beach Safety. We're here to serve Volusia County's 47 miles of unique coastline. Volusia County beaches. Yeah, those beaches. but also these beaches. We have millions of visitors every year, and we work around the clock to keep our beaches safe and beautiful. And you can help!
Swim near a staff lifeguard tower.
Pick up your trash and fill holes. Identify, avoid, and escape rip currents.
Please leave the beach cleaner than you found it.
There we go. Look out for one another and keep an eye on kids, especially near the traffic lane and in the water.
Pets are allowed at our 2 pet-friendly beaches, Lighthouse Point Park and Smyrna Dunes Park.
If you see something, say something.
A clean and safe beach guarantees fun in the sun for everyone. Thank you for doing your part to keep Volusia County beaches beautiful. See you at the beach!
Make the most of your day at the beach. Download the Volusia County Beaches app today. Sign up for real-time notifications on vehicle ramp openings and closings. Find staffed lifeguard towers. Get updates on tides and beach conditions, plus off-beach parking and coastal parks info. Volusia County Beaches app is available for your smart devices at the App Store and Google Play.
Volusia County possesses some of the most beautiful parks in the Southeast. Beyond the surface level beauty and outdoor opportunities, many have a fascinating story to tell. And who better to tell that story than our very own experts, Tracy, Lisa, and Trey.
Volusia County has tons of outdoor opportunities for all to enjoy. Places where history, wildlife, and recreation converge for a truly one-of-a-kind experience.
Hi everyone, my name is Tracy and this is Lisa, and we work for Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division.
And I'm Trey Hanna with Volusia County Environmental Management, and I also run the Explore Volusia programs. We're out here today at Spruce Creek Park, which is part of Doris Leeper Preserve. So Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve is about 2,500 acres, and one of the confusing parts about it is there are 5 entrances to this preserve. One of the entrances, right here today, we are right here in this section. Right across the street there is Bayou Bay, which is part of the preserve. Just south of there, there is Sleepy Hollow. Across the street from Sleepy Hollow is DeVito. And then kind of over here in this section, you've got Martin's Dairy and Creek Shore Drive. This preserve has a lot to offer, from fishing, kayak launches. There's also frisbee golf, mountain biking, equestrian. So there's a lot to offer at this 2,500 acre preserve, and it's one of our most popular.
This preserve is steeped in history. Long before the Europeans came, Spruce Creek was a vital waterway to the Native Americans here. It provided a stable source of food, oysters, clams, and saltwater fish. And this allowed them to establish permanent settlements in this area and also create ceremonial burial grounds. The natives that lived here were the Tomoquin, and in 1500 AD there was probably about 200,000 here, and they occupied about 19,000 square miles in Florida.
The namesake of this preserve, Doris Leeper, was a well-known artist, sculptor, and environmentalist. She moved to Florida in 1958 and settled just south of New Smyrna Beach along the Indian River Lagoon to focus on her art. Over the years, she was commissioned to create large, modern sculptures that are now displayed all over the world. One such work of art, known as the Steel Quilt, is on display at the Orlando International Airport. Over the years, Leeper developed a deep love of Florida's natural landscapes, and she spent many years pioneering conservation efforts that led to the creation of thousands of parks and public lands, including Canaveral National Seashore. In 1999, Doris Leeper was inducted into the Florida Artists Hall of Fame. And 1 year later in 2000, upon her passing, they renamed this park in her honor.
This area of the preserve is what we like to call an estuary. Estuaries are extremely important environments. They are a mixture of salt and fresh water, which is called brackish water. And it's an area where a lot of animals will come. It's a nursery for all these different types of animals. As you can see, even behind me here, we have the yellow-crowned night heron. And you'll have a mixture of salt and freshwater fish. As you head down the Spruce Creek, the water will get fresher. If you head out towards Potts Inlet, the water will get saltier. So this area, there's a big mixture of animals, and there's one of the biggest biodiversities in the world in these estuary habitats. This is in the drum family. A lot of people just call it a spot drum fish. So this is a mohara, and there's quite a few different types of those. Their mouth comes down, so they're kind of bottom feeders, so it protrudes out. It'll kind of go down and it extends out, right? And then also their dorsal fin is pretty distinct as well. Sometimes you get a huge variety, sometimes it's all kind of the same similar fish, but always a fun time to get out there and check out what we can find. We're gonna release these guys nice and healthy and happy.
I'm Lisa.
I'm Trey.
And I'm Tracy, and we're with Volusia Magazine.
You gotta come check out Spruce Creek Park Preserve.
Thank you.
They said I couldn't drink. Called me a piece of trash and swore that's all I'd ever be. Said a bottle couldn't see the ocean. Give up. Go back to the dumpster. But I didn't listen. I made my way. And now, I am what I've always wanted to be.
We've been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic for the last 18 months. This has impacted us all and has reshaped life as we know it. But unbeknownst to many of us, there's an epidemic that continues to persist across many U.S. communities. It's the opioid epidemic. The Department of Health in Volusia County is here with more.
Did you know in 2019, nearly 50,000 people in the U.S. died from overdoses related to opioids? How do we as a community prevent people from developing substance use disorders? Well, lucky for us, we have a hard-working public health professional here to tell us more about it.
Elena Gerard has been working with the Department of Health for the last year, implementing overdose prevention programming.
The Florida Department of Health applied for and received an Overdose Data to Action, or OD2A grant, and in Volusia County, additional funding was awarded through an Implementing Overdose Prevention Strategies at the Local Level, or IOPSL grant. In an effort to continuously improve the well-being of Volusia County's residents, the Health Department is committed to work with community partners to increase education and awareness of opioid use and misuse, especially in high-risk communities. Our partners include local law enforcement, public protection, the medical examiner's office, local treatment centers, early childhood organizations, community coalitions, and our recovery community. And we each have a why for our engagement in this work. Mine is my beautiful little girl. She keeps me going on the hardest days. The other thing that keeps me going is listening to the people who've been directly impacted by substance use. Recently, I had the privilege of talking with my friend Victoria Camper. She shared with me what her life was like, the strength and the courage that it took to overcome all the barriers she was facing, and what her life is like now. And it's absolutely beautiful. So Victoria, what was it like? And how did you overcome all those barriers?
Well, when I was 18, I started misusing prescription opiates. Shortly after that, I got pregnant with my first son in 1995. I was able to stay off drugs during my pregnancy with him. Fast forward, I started back up using drugs again. And then by the time my daughter was born in 2013, I had a physical dependency. It was no longer a choice for me. So she did test positive for substances at the hospital. The Department of Children and Families got involved. They removed her from my care and placed her with my grandparents. And I used that opportunity to get myself well. I have been valued, and my opinion has been sought after as a person with lived experience.
Now that you've seen my little girl and gotten to hear a message of hope, you know what my 2 whys are. Another very important piece of the work that we do is partnership, connection, community. The data committee informs the work of our media committee. It helps us find those target locations, it helps us find the messaging that's appropriate, and it helps us share that we're listening, that the people that are impacted most have the messaging that's appropriate for them. We are able to support the Volusia Recovery Alliance's New Chance Narcan Committee in their distribution of naloxone and using the data that we collect to target areas that have the highest incidence for overdoses to get that Narcan in people's hands. Another awesome partnership is with SMA Healthcare. They are now able to put peers in the emergency departments to respond to a non-fatal overdose. They're there right in the hospital to share services and different options and what worked for them with people that have just come back from an overdose.
If you or someone you know is struggling with substance use, please visit pathforhope.com or call one of the numbers on your screen.
We're so excited to have this work. We're so excited that there's hope. We're so excited that recovery is possible. And I'm so grateful that I get to be a part of the work.
To save more people, we need to focus on public policy, prescribing behaviors, and dinner table conversations. Each of us has a role to play in addressing substance use disorders.
For more information about OD2A, you can contact Helena Gerard at helena.gerard@flhealth.gov or by calling 386-281-6558.
Together, this is our path for hope. I'm Ethan Johnson from the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Until next time.
Now to a story that highlights the county's cooperative partnership with the University of Florida, which is now part of our new Resource Stewardship Division. This partnership brings the latest research, information, and education from UF to our community. We have a new face at Extension Services who has a long record of serving communities. Please sit back and enjoy your introduction to our Urban Horticulture Agent and Master Gardener Coordinator, Brittany Council Morton.
Hey, thanks Tammy. Brad Burball here, the new Director of Resource Stewardship, and we're excited to welcome another new face to our division with Brittany Council Morton. It's always great when you can recruit people away from other jobs that they're outstanding at, and Brittany Council is someone who we've been able to recruit from Virginia Cooperative Extension. We're extremely excited to have her join our team because she's passionate about helping people and helping those in our community.
Hi, my name is Brittany A. Council Morton, and I am the new Urban Horticulture Extension Agent for Volusia County. I come from Petersburg, Virginia, where I served as the Virginia Cooperative Extension Agriculture and Natural Resources Extension Agent and the 4-H Agent for the cities of Greensville, Emporia, and Richmond City. So I've been with Virginia Cooperative Extension for 9 years. As a newbie to the UF IFAS program, it is my goal and my purpose to extend and enhance the Master Gardener program in the County of Volusia, and also to provide assistance, educational information, and horticulture information to the residents of Volusia County.
One of the things that we know she'll do really well because of her enthusiasm and passion is teach about Florida-friendly landscape principles.
The Florida-friendly landscaping principles talk about low maintenance plans and best management practices for your overall lawn and landscaping operations. As you see here on the grounds, we have a lot of wonderful things going on, and the way the layouts of the Volusia County Extension Office is, they incorporate all 9 principles as you do a tour of the grounds. Welcome to our shady section. In this particular space, we incorporate a lot of principle number 1 of Florida-friendly landscaping, which is right plant, right place. For many homeowners, yes, you do have an area of your yard that has a lot of sun, but you might have that space that's, well, shaded. So what plants can you plant there? And as you can see, we have a plethora of different varieties in this section and in the section next to us that highlight different plants you can incorporate in your landscaping. And here in the Children's Garden, we're located at the Pollinator Picnic. This is the area of the garden that is more pollinator friendly. It incorporates the Florida Friendly Landscaping Principle number 5 about attracting wildlife. At any given time, you can catch different varieties of butterflies, bees, dragonflies, or hummingbirds. And as we know, pollinators benefit our ecosystem greatly, and they're extremely essential here on the grounds at Volusia County Extension Office. Here are our raised bed gardens. As you can see, they're undergoing some construction right now as things are slowly dying off and we're prepping for a new gardening season. This is just a showcase of different things you can do in your yard, giving the space. A lot of urban homeowners may not have enough yard space to do an in-ground gardening, so you have different raised bed options. You also have aquaponics and hydroponic systems set up behind us as well, so you can see how to navigate your space and better utilize it for what you want to grow.
Brittany's a nationally recognized expert in horticulture, and she's really excited about becoming an active member of our community. So when you see her out, or if you stop by the Extension office, be sure to introduce yourself so she can make the connection. For Volusia Magazine, this is Brad Burball.
The year was 1896. Grover Cleveland was president. Utah was admitted as the 45th state. The first Ford vehicle ever developed, the quadricycle, was completed. And as you're about to see, it was the year that the 167-foot Nathan F. Cobb schooner ran aground in stormy seas just off the coast of Ormond Beach.
It's a story of tragedy and heroism, of rescue, loss, and reclamation. It's a maritime drama that has become an indelible part of our local history here in Volusia County. Hi, this is Gary Davidson with Volusia County Community Information. And with the events occurring some 125 years ago, the deeply unfortunate loss of the Nathan F. Cobb, well, it might seem like ancient history, but now the Cobb story of sorrow and triumph has been brought back to life with this striking interpretive panel on display at the Cardinal Drive Beach approach right here in Ormond Beach, just yards from where the Nathan F. Cobb met its heartbreaking end. As you can see, the interpretive panel, it's really quite impressive. The panel combines photo and text to tell the fateful story of the Nathan F. Cobb. The first sentence, it immediately draws you in. 1,000 feet beyond this panel lies a buried surprise. One of the first things you notice on the panel is a remarkable image of the grounded ship right here on the shoreline of Ormond Beach. And the narrative, well, it tells the story of the Cobb from the maiden launch of the massive ship in 1890 at Rockland, Maine, to its catastrophic grounding in Ormond Beach just 6 years later. With its cargo of cross ties and lumber, the Cobb sailed out into the Atlantic on December 1st, 1896 from the port of Brunswick, Georgia, headed north to New York, but it never made it to its destination. An Atlantic gale battered the ship, and the high surf and winds pushed it south towards Florida. 2 members of the crew perished after the enormous wooden craft nearly capsized in the storm. A third person died right here in Ormond Beach while desperately trying to save the crew. The rest of the schooner's crewmen eventually were saved, but the Cobb, well, it was a total loss. Another thing you'll notice in the panel right here in the upper right-hand corner is a photo of the Nathan F. Cobb cottage. It's fashioned out of wood salvaged from the shipwreck, including some of the wood from the ship itself and some of its cross-tie cargo. And you can also see the original nameplate here from the ship itself. Now the house, it looks a little different today, but it's still right there in its original location, about 2 miles from this spot. So let's go take a look. So I'm here at 137 Orchard Lane in Ormond Beach, and this really is a very special location. In fact, it's an historic location because this is the Nathan F. Cobb Cottage. And here to tell us about it is Joyce Benedict with the Ormond Beach Historical Society. So Joyce, what makes the Cobb Cottage so special? In fact, it really is very unique, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Gary. It's very, very special. Our Historical Society just inherited this just a few years ago, and it was built from a ship, which is very, very, very rare anywhere. We are very treasured, our Historical Society, to have this in our presence, and the townsfolks really, really, really wanted to restore this and to keep this in a very special little area. Really wonderful gentleman by the name of Tom Massfeller bought the property a few years ago and restored it, put on a few things I'll show you later, and just really kept it up for us, for our Ormond Beach residents, and for future generations. Would you like to come in and take a look at our beautiful little cottage?
That'd be great. We'd love to.
Here's the mast broken off, folks, here, and right here, okay? So she stayed afloat for 4 days. Here's the cottage. This is all made out of it. This is the original. This is probably taken around the early 1900s. Here's the original railings from that ship, from the Nathan Cobb. Here's the original name. The man who built this cottage was Captain Billy Fagan, and he was an old sea captain, as you can tell by his boots and his character. Quite an industrious and smart man. He decided, the city folk, after the boat crashed on shore, they didn't know what to do with all that wood, these folks people, but Billy did. Billy says, let's build a cabin, and that's exactly what he did. The floor. It is still original. We believe she is pine. The Nathan Cobb, you can see the Nathan F. Cobb actual name. This came from the actual boat. It's amazing, 1897, folks, to have this beautiful fireplace in such wonderful condition.
The sense of history just sitting here is palpable. You can feel it, you can sense it. Just really remarkable. So right there behind us at the ocean's edge is a sign marking the spot where the Nathan F. Cobb ran aground. In fact, remnants of the shipwrecked craft remain buried below the sandy ocean bottom. People who grew up in Ormond Beach recall seeing the buried ship exposed from time to time, notes Volusia County's public historian Tom Baskett, who designed the interpretive panel. So why don't you come on down and check it out and treat yourself to the ultimate double dose. A day in the sand, and a step back into history. Because you just never know when the Nathan F. Cobb is going to make its next appearance. Until then, I'll see you at the beach.
Stay connected with the latest Volusia County news, events, and updates on our social media channels. Like and follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Catch up with previous stories on YouTube, or just head over to our website, volusia.org.
Well, that wraps up this edition of Volusia Magazine. Thank you for spending part of your day with us. If you have any questions about the show, feel free to give us a call at any of the numbers you see listed here, or you can log on to volusia.org and click on the news tab at the top of the screen to find us. And we hope you won't forget to listen to Volusia Today. That's Volusia County Government's weekly public radio program. Volusia Today airs every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday mornings on the local radio stations you see here on your screen. For Volusia Magazine, I'm Tammy King. And remember, have a fabulous day on purpose. Coming up on Volusia Magazine, we celebrate 10 years at our business incubator, meet our newest UF IFAS agent, and explore the wonders of our county parks. These stories and more coming up. and welcome to Volusia Magazine. I'm Tammy King. Success story after success story. That was the scene at the 10-year anniversary celebration of the Volusia County Business Incubator, powered by UCF. The incubator is located on the campus of Daytona Beach International Airport, and Joanne Magley has that story.
The Volusia County Incubator Program is operated by the University of Central Florida in partnership with Volusia County government. The program provides mentoring and, in many cases, office space to companies in the early stages of their business. In 2021, the Volusia County Business Incubator celebrated its 10-year anniversary, and there has been a lot of innovation and business growth along the way. There are currently 15 clients, including Ramon Soto, the innovator behind Sensitech, a venture capital-backed company that developed technology to help tell companies that operate big engines when those engines are going to get too hot.
We're using technology that is, used basically in your cell phone. As we're using the antenna technology that is in your cell phone, and we created it using advanced ceramic materials that were created by researchers at the University of Central Florida. So Sensitech was formed to license the technology out of the University of Central Florida that utilized those ceramic materials as antennas to enable wireless high-temperature sensing on blades inside of jet engines that's spinning more than 1,000 miles per hour. And we're able to use high-speed electronic transceivers that captures the information on the blades in real time and within nanoseconds.
Ready in 3, 2, 1.
Soto came up with the idea while he was a grad student at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. He was doing research in the jet engine lab where he had parts in his jet engine that were overheating and failing.
And so I immediately, got involved with the UCF incubator program. I've learned how to do the customer discovery process. I went and talked to over 300 customers face to face to see if this was not only a big problem that was worth solving, but if there was also a business around solving this problem. And so when we had one customer that said, look, if you had a technology that can do half of what you said it can do, we'll pay you thousands of dollars for the technology. And that's when I discovered why, because these machines generate a lot of revenue, and when they're down because of overheating or because of bad parts, it costs hundreds of millions.
The company currently has in its pipeline Fortune 100 companies worth tens of millions of dollars of recurring revenue. As a result of the company's success, Soto was named Incubator Client of the Year at the Incubator's 10-year anniversary celebration.
I'm really honored to be considered the Entrepreneur of the Year. I'm humbled because of the amount of support that the community pours into us, like from Career Source, who helped us hire our first few engineers even at the PhD level, to the Small Business Development Center, who's helped us conduct financial analysis, to Connie here at the Incubator, that's helped us to think and implement the lean methodology not only in our product development process but also in creating our business model.
For Volusia Magazine, I'm Joanne Magley.
We are Volusia County Beach Safety. We're here to serve Volusia County's 47 miles of unique coastline. Volusia County beaches. Yeah, those beaches. But also these beaches. We have millions of visitors every year, and we work around the clock to keep our beaches safe and beautiful. And you can help.
Swim near a staff lifeguard tower.
Pick up your trash. And fill holes. Identify, avoid, and escape rip currents.
Please leave the beach cleaner than you found it.
There we go. Look out for one another and keep an eye on kids, especially near the traffic lane and in the water.
Pets are allowed at our 2 pet-friendly beaches. Lighthouse Point Park, and Smyrna Dunes Park.
If you see something, say something.
A clean and safe beach guarantees fun in the sun for everyone. Thank you for doing your part to keep Volusia County beaches beautiful. See you at the beach!
Make the most of your day at the beach. Download the Volusia County Beaches app today. Sign up for real-time notifications on vehicle ramp openings and closings. Find staffed lifeguard towers. Get updates on tides and beach conditions. Plus, off-beach parking and coastal parks info. Volusia County Beaches app is available for your smart devices at the App Store and Google Play.
Volusia County possesses some of the most beautiful parks in the Southeast. Beyond the surface level beauty and outdoor opportunities, many have a fascinating story to tell. And who better to tell that story than our very own experts, Tracy, Lisa, and Trey.
Volusia County has tons of outdoor opportunities for all to enjoy. Places where history, wildlife, and recreation converge for a truly one-of-a-kind experience.
Hi everyone, my name is Tracy and this is Lisa, and we work for Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division.
And I'm Trey Hanna with Volusia County Environmental Management, and I also run the Explore Volusia programs. We're out here today at Spruce Creek Park, which is part of Doris Leeper Preserve. So Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve is about 2,500 acres, and one of the confusing parts about it is there are 5 entrances to this preserve. One of the entrances, right here today, we are right here in this section. Right across the street there is Bayou Bay, which is part of the preserve. Just south of there, there is Sleepy Hollow. Across the street from Sleepy Hollow is DeVito. And then kind of over here in this section, you've got Martin's Dairy and Creek Shore Drive. This preserve has a lot to offer, from fishing, kayak launches. There's also frisbee golf, mountain biking, equestrian. So there's a lot to offer at this 2,500 acre preserve, and it's one of our most popular.
This preserve is steeped in history. Long before the Europeans came, Spruce Creek was a vital waterway to the Native Americans here. It provided a stable source of food, oysters, clams, and saltwater fish. And this allowed them to establish permanent settlements in this area and also create ceremonial burial grounds. The natives that lived here were the Tomoquin, and in 1500 AD there was probably about 200,000 here, and they occupied about 19,000 square miles in Florida.
The namesake of this preserve, Doris Leeper, was a well-known artist, sculptor, and environmentalist. She moved to Florida in 1958 and settled just south of New Smyrna Beach along the Indian River Lagoon to focus on her art. Over the years, she was commissioned to create large, modern sculptures that are now displayed all over the world. One such work of art, known as the Steel Quilt, is on display at the Orlando International Airport. Over the years, Leeper developed a deep love of Florida's natural landscapes, and she spent many years pioneering conservation efforts that led to the creation of thousands of parks and public lands, including Canaveral National Seashore. In 1999, Doris Leeper was inducted into the Florida Artists Hall of Fame. And 1 year later in 2000, upon her passing, they renamed this park in her honor.
This area of the preserve is what we like to call an estuary. Estuaries are extremely important environments. They are a mixture of salt and fresh water, which is called brackish water. And it's an area where a lot of animals will come. It's a nursery for all these different types of animals. As you can see, even behind me here, we have the yellow-crowned night heron. And you'll have a mixture of salt and freshwater fish. As you head down the Spruce Creek, the water will get fresher. If you head out towards Potts Inlet, the water will get saltier. So this area, there's a big mixture of animals, and there's one of the biggest biodiversities in the world in these estuary habitats. This is in the drum family. A lot of people just call it a spot drum fish. So this is a mohara, and there's quite a few different types of those. Their mouth comes down, so they're kind of bottom feeders, so it protrudes out. They'll kind of go down and it extends out, right? And then also their dorsal fin is pretty distinct as well. Sometimes you get a huge variety, sometimes it's all kind of the same similar fish, but
always a fun time to get out there and check out what we can find. We're going to release these guys nice and healthy and happy.
I'm Lisa.
I'm Trey.
And I'm Tracy, and we're with Volusia Magazine.
You gotta come check out Spruce Creek Park Preserve.
Thank you.
They said I couldn't dream. Called me a piece of trash and swore that's all I'd ever be. Said a bottle couldn't see the ocean. Give up. Go back to the dumpster. But I didn't listen. I made my way. And now, I am what I've always wanted to be.
We've been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic for the last 18 months. This has impacted us all and has reshaped life as we know it. But unbeknownst to many of us, there's an epidemic that continues to persist across many U.S. communities. It's the opioid epidemic. The Department of Health in Volusia County is here with more.
Did you know in 2019, nearly 50,000 people in the U.S. died from overdoses related to opioids? How do we as a community prevent people from developing substance use disorders? Well, lucky for us, we have a hard-working public health professional here to tell us more about it.
Helena Gerard has been working with the Department of Health for the last year, implementing overdose prevention programming.
The Florida Department of Health applied for and received an Overdose Data to Action, or OD2A grant, and in Volusia County, additional funding was awarded through an Implementing Overdose Prevention Strategies at the Local Level, or IOPSL grant. In an effort to continuously improve the well-being of Volusia County's residents, the Health Department is committed to work with community partners to increase education and awareness of opioid use and misuse, especially in high-risk communities.
Our partners include local law enforcement, public protection, the medical examiner's office, local treatment centers, early childhood organizations, community coalitions, and our recovery community. And we each have a why for our engagement in this work. Mine is my beautiful little girl. She keeps me going on the hardest days. The other thing that keeps me going is listening to the people who've been directly impacted by substance use. Recently, I had the privilege of talking with my friend Victoria Camper. She shared with me what her life was like, the strength and the courage that it took to overcome all the barriers she was facing, and what her life is like now. And it's absolutely beautiful.
So Victoria, what was it like? And how did you overcome all those barriers?
Well, when I was 18, I started misusing prescription opiates. Shortly after that, I got pregnant with my first son in 1995. I was able to stay off drugs during my pregnancy with him. Fast forward, I started back up using drugs again. And then by the time my daughter was born in 2013, I had a physical dependency. It was no longer a choice for me. So she did test positive for substances at the hospital. The Department of Children and Families got involved. They removed her from my care and placed her with my grandparents. And I used that opportunity to get myself well. I have been valued and my opinion has been sought after as a person with lived experience.
Now that you've seen my little girl and gotten to hear a message of hope, you know what my two whys are. Another very important piece of the work that we do is partnership, connection, community. The data committee informs the work of our media committee. It helps us find those target locations, it helps us find the messaging that's appropriate, and it helps us share that we're listening, that the people that are impacted most have the messaging that's appropriate for them. We are able to support the Volusia Recovery Alliance's New Chance Narcan Committee in their distribution of naloxone and using the data that we collect to target areas that have the highest incidence for overdoses to get that Narcan in people's hands. Another awesome partnership is with SMA Healthcare. They are now able to put peers in the emergency departments to respond to a non-fatal overdose. They're there right in the hospital to share services and different options and what worked for them with people that have just come back from an overdose.
If you or someone you know is struggling with substance use, please visit pathforhope.com or call one of the numbers on your screen.
We're so excited to have this work. We're so excited that there's hope. We're so excited that recovery is possible. And I'm so grateful that I get to be a part of the work.
To save more people, we need to focus on public policy, prescribing behaviors, and dinner table conversations. Each of us has a role to play in addressing substance use disorders.
For more information about OD2A, you can contact Helena Gerard at helena.gerard@flhealth.gov or by calling 386-281-6558.
Together, this is our path for hope. I'm Ethan Johnson from the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Until next time.
Now to a story that highlights the county's cooperative partnership with the University of Florida, which is now part of our new Resource Stewardship Division. This partnership brings the latest research, information, and education from UF to our community. We have a new face at Extension Services who has a long record of serving communities. Please sit back and enjoy your introduction to our Urban Horticulture Agent and Master Gardener Coordinator, Brittany Council Morton.
Hey, thanks Tammy. Brad Burball here, the new Director of Resource Stewardship, and we're excited to welcome another new face to our division with Brittany Council Morton. It's always great when you can recruit people away from other jobs that they're outstanding at, and Brittany Council is someone who we've been able to recruit from Virginia Cooperative Extension. We're extremely excited to have her join our team because she's passionate about helping people and helping those in our community.
Hi, my name is Brittany A. Council Morton, and I am the new Urban Horticulture Extension Agent for Volusia County. I come from Petersburg, Virginia, where I served as the Virginia Cooperative Extension Agriculture and Natural Resources Extension Agent and the 4-H Agent for the cities of Greensville, Emporia, and Richmond City. So I've been with Virginia Cooperative Extension for 9 years. As a newbie to the UF IFAS program, it is my goal and my purpose to extend and enhance the Master Gardener program in the County of Volusia, and also to provide assistance, educational information, and horticulture information to the residents of Volusia County.
One of the things that we know she'll do really well because of her enthusiasm and passion is teach about Florida-friendly landscape principles.
The Florida-friendly landscaping principles talk about low maintenance plans and best management practices for your overall lawn and landscaping operations. As you see here on the grounds, we have a lot of wonderful things going on, and the way the layouts of the Volusia County Extension Office is, they incorporate all 9 principles as you do a tour of the grounds. Welcome to our shady section. In this particular space, we incorporate a lot of principle number 1 of Florida-friendly landscaping, which is right plant, right place. For many homeowners, yes, you do have an area of your yard that has a lot of sun, but you might have that space that's, well, shaded. So what plants can you plant there? And as you can see, we have a plethora of different varieties in this section and in the section next to us that highlight different plants you can incorporate in your landscaping. And here in the Children's Garden, we're located at the Pollinator Picnic. This is the area of the garden that is more pollinator friendly. It incorporates the Florida friendly landscaping principle number 5 about attracting wildlife. At any given time, you can catch different varieties of butterflies, bees, dragonflies, or hummingbirds. And as we know, pollinators benefit our ecosystem greatly, and they're extremely essential here on the grounds at Volusia County Extension Office. Here are our raised bed gardens. As you can see, they're undergoing some construction right now as things are slowly dying off and we're prepping for a new gardening season. This is just a showcase of different things you can do in your yard, giving the space. A lot of urban homeowners may not have enough yard space to do an in-ground gardening, so you have different raised bed options. You also have aquaponics and hydroponic systems set up behind us as well, so you can see how to navigate your space and better utilize it for what you want to grow.
We on? Thank you. We got maybe 30 seconds, so just wanted to give everybody time to get their seat, and just to let council know what there's been another change, minor. We are going to start with item number 3, and then we will move to item number 8, and then God only knows where we may go from there. I think we're going back to 5, but we're running long, and we've got people here that needs to catch planes, and so we're trying to accommodate. So it's 3:35. Why don't we get started? I see our other council members here online, so we'll start with item 3.
Okay, great. I'm Bobby King, and I'm with Community Services. I'm the operations manager. Thanks for having us today. I come with a small team of individuals that helped work on the TDP over the last 10 months. Joel Ray is with Tyndall Oliver. He's our consulting group that helped facilitate the entire process. I'm going to have him come up, but we wanted to offer an option for you. You've all seen the presentation, and we could run through it again right here today, or we could just take questions, whichever your choice is to maybe reduce the time.
I just heard somebody mutter on the other end of the dais that you could take some questions.
Okay.
So did you have a question?
I'm going to allow the consultant to come up.
Good afternoon. Joel Ray with Tyndall Oliver. I'd be happy to run through any of the slides that you'd like, or if you want to just do the Q&A, I can certainly try and address your questions to the best of my ability.
I'm just looking at what's written so we can, to refresh myself. Heather, you had a question?
I was just going to say, as much as I would love to finish the entire meeting, I don't think it's prudent to just pass over this agenda item and not really discuss it a whole lot. So I would actually like to hear from them in their presentation. Because the whole point of this is for the public. So, but just putting that out there for council.
That's fine if that's the...
I mean, otherwise it doesn't seem like anybody's got a whole lot of conversation, and we just got back from lunch. So I just don't want this to just approve and move on. Like, I think we've been waiting for this for a long time, and it needs to be somewhat vetted.
Sure.
So proceed.
All right, I'll do that. Thank you. And what I'll try and do is get to the more important slides, to hit the high notes, if you will, for the sake of time. So as you know, this presentation is primarily going to focus on the Transit Development Plan. There were 2 other studies that were completed concurrently with the TDP. There was a comprehensive operational analysis as well as a Transportation Disadvantaged Service Plan. That has already been presented to your local coordinating board and has been approved. So I'm going to focus more on the TDP and the COA, and I apologize for the acronyms, but it takes less time. The TDP, it's at its nature a strategic plan for transit for VOTRAN, for the community. And in it, you assess the needs in the community, you come up with alternatives to meet those needs, prioritize the alternatives, and then put them into the fiscal realities of the funding available for VOTRAN. And then you'll have 2 groups of projects that meet the needs that are funded, and those go into the plan, and then those that do not, and they become an unfunded list of projects that are there in case additional revenues become available. Secondly, it's critically important to complete the TDP every 5 years as a major update, because it is part of the Florida Administrative Code. It's a requirement from the Florida Department of Transportation to get state block grant funding. VOTRAN has significant funds that come from this program. So the plan is due, when it's a major update, it's due by September 1st of the year in which it's due, which happens to be 2021. And then the 4 subsequent years, they do what's called an annual progress report to update the plan to show FDOT how they've been implementing it over time and if there's any tweaks to it. One thing you should be aware is it is a plan. It's not a budget. There is a financial component, but it is truly a plan. So the process is shown here. Each TDP is unique to the community in which it's completed. This shows you the process that was completed for Volusia and the various analytical tasks that were completed as part of it. I mentioned the COA. The COA is more of a snapshot in time analysis of actual service, how it's provided, where it runs, how the various bus stops and segments of the routes are utilized. It's a little different than the TDP, which is more that long-term vision for improvements. The COA is more of a near-term, how do we fix the system and make it more effective and more efficient? And a lot of times resources become available as part of that process that could either become cost savings or reapplied to other routes that maybe are functioning very well. So Votran, they did this as a best practice. They wanted to do the COA in advance of the TDP, which is the best way to do it, so that the recommendations coming out of the COA for improvements to the network and the routes could go into the first few years of the plan, and that's what's been done. Outreach is very important. If you're going to do a plan about a service that the community is going to use, you probably need to go out and ask the community, what are your mobility needs, and how are we going to get you to use the service? So we had a number of activities as shown here. This next slide just shows you that we had about 3,600, just over 3,600 folks participate in all the different outreach events and got really good input from them. A lot of the events, because the majority of our outreach program was done during the pandemic, had to be virtual in nature, but we still had good participation. To just touch on some of the results, we did do an onboard survey of the riders of Votran, and this just gives you an idea of the profile of those riders. 54% are over the age of 45. 48% are either Black or Hispanic in terms of race and ethnicity. 51% have an annual household income of less than $20,000. And this is very important for us because that would suggest some level of transit propensity to use the service. And that's borne out by that last metric. 6 out of 10 folks ride 5 to 7 days a week. So it is a heavily utilized service because of these metrics, these demographics. The bus rider survey also told us that riders want to see 3 things in terms of improvements that would help Votran service be better for their use. More weekend service, earlier service and later service, and more frequent bus service. And these are important, but we also did an online survey to talk to the community at large, not just riders, but non-riders as well. And we asked them, what should be a priority for public transit in terms of improvements? And interestingly, the same 3 things percolated to the top: frequency, weekend, earlier and later service. In fact, we went throughout all of our activities with the public and our stakeholders, and we asked them similar questions. And what we found is that there was a lot of unanimity in their responses in terms of frequency of service being the #1 improvement that they would like to see. More weekend service, #2, express and regional connectivity. We heard a lot about getting to Orlando area and up to Flagler, and then earlier and later service. So that was the investigative side. I went through that very quickly. Trust me, it took us a lot longer to do that analysis than what you just heard. Let's go into the needs identification, because all of that investigation gave us what the needs of the community are. And you see here what we did was broke the needs up into 2 different groups. In the short term, which is the first 3 years of the plan, efficiency, a need to be more efficient with the service and provide better connectivity throughout the community. We also heard from county stakeholders about funding limitations associated with transit and making sure that we were efficient in the costs of that program. And in the midterm, that latter portion of the 10-year window, strengthen that short-term network with the COA recommendations, enhance frequency, which you heard was a top need from everyone in the outreach, and better access and quicker access between east and west, that came up a lot, and north and south. So we came up with alternatives to meet these needs, because that's the next step in the process. You hear needs, you come up with solutions for those needs. And what we did was in the COA, which was primarily focused on those first 3 years, we realigned a number of the routes, 18 of them. Other routes were repurposed, which is a euphemism for they were either deleted or they were repackaged as part of other routes. 2 routes did get increased frequencies, the one in the 12. 10 routes got longer hours. We also added some weekend service on 5 of the routes. and put in as a pilot some mobility on demand zones. And I have a slide later that I'll tell you more about MOD. In the midterm, the latter half, in the east side of the county, more north-south services, faster connections to the west. We heard that a lot. Councilmember Gertman was kind enough to be one of the stakeholder interviews that I got to do and had the pleasure of talking to her, and that was a big point she made, needed that quicker access east to west. Also a downtown to beach link over in Daytona was important, connection to Flagler. On the west side, more service into land came up, faster connections to the east, which makes sense. And of course, connections to DeLand Sunrail, if and when that ever gets started up. We don't only look at service, we also look at capital infrastructure needs. So there were a lot of other alternatives that were developed in this realm. 2 new park and ride facilities were proposed, enhancing bus stop infrastructure to make sure that they're accessible from an ADA standpoint and also just accessible for anybody to utilize and access the bus through their use. Looking at possibility of changing the mix of the fleet, introducing electric vehicles, autonomous bus vehicles at the time that that technology becomes more widespread. Transit signal priority, I have a slide later and I'll talk about where that would be applied specifically. Enhanced fare payment, like mobile fare payment using your cell phone and those sorts of things. So we take all of these alternatives, we come up with a whole list without concern for cost at this stage, and then we put it in an analytical process that looks at criteria like, did the public support the concept? Because we went back out and did another online survey and showed the concepts and had people weigh in with them. Is it financially feasible? Does it make sense efficiency-wise? Is it going to provide the connectivity that they were trying to achieve both north and south and east and west? And obviously, does it have potential to generate ridership? So based on that, we came up with the recommendations. Now, we do add fiscal reality to this. So these recommendations that you're going to see here on the next couple slides are things that fit within the 10-year window of the TDP and the budgetary streams anticipated during that time frame, and I'll show you that. So in the short term, let's implement those COA recommendations for some of those route modifications. In the midterm, 15-minute frequency on the Route 60. And I'll just note on these slides, sometimes you'll see a 1 in front of it. That's how we designated the COA routes versus the original routes. So that's Route 60. It was called 160 in the COA, so you knew what was a before and after. And I've got a slide that'll tell you more about what we're planning to do with the 60. Circulator in North DeLand, express between Flagler and Volusia, and continuing the van pool and the paratransit services. Capital infrastructure, park and ride at US 1 and I-95, again to help that regional connectivity, transit infrastructure and accessibility program to improve bus stops and transfer facilities, and then the technology, signal priority and queue jumps on US 92, which would be done in conjunction with that other improvement that I suggested with the frequency change to 15 minutes on the 60. Fare payment technologies, especially mobile fare payment, and then an expanded transit marketing and education program. So those were the recommendations. The 2 that I will highlight are shown on these 2 slides because they're the ones that are the most unique concepts that maybe you weren't aware of, or I'm not sure how much of the discussion you got about these, but US 92 was analyzed some time ago by another firm, and they did an alternatives analysis on it, and they looked at rail and bus rapid transit and other potential premium transit modes to provide quicker east-west connectivity. It was determined BRT was probably the best mode to use. We believe in the next 10 years, BRT may be overkill, and we want to put in an evolutionary step that's not quite there yet that would be less costly. So we're looking at something that we've just coined the East-West Rapid. It would be a 15-minute service. This is the Route 60. You could brand it differently, but you would put in signal priority and queue jumps at key intersections to help facilitate movement of the buses through those, especially on the International Speedway section where it gets kind of busy. This would enhance that east-west connectivity between the 2 halves of the county and also provide better access to the new Sunrail station, which currently is slated for opening in 24, but whenever that occurs, that'll help it. The other is the MOD I mentioned, mobility on demand. The easiest way I could put it to you is like Uber and Lyft. You pull out your phone, you call for a ride. It's dial a ride service, but you don't have to wait 24 or 48 hours to get it. Typically, you can get a ride within less than 60 minutes because of the technology that's applied. This is being utilized a lot throughout the state. Sarasota just cut half of their fixed routes and replaced them with mobility on demand zones. And they're saving quite a bit of money because the mobility on demand covers both the fixed route and the paratransit. So there's a cost savings associated with it. So we've actually put in several zones as indicated by that map in the corner, especially on the west side and then in New Smyrna on the east. And suggested doing a pilot with that maybe even sooner than what we've got implemented in our TDP plan. This is the implementation plan, and it just shows you where things fall. Again, implementation of the COA improvements in the first 3 years, and then other improvements coming like that East-West Rapid in 2027 and the Volusia Flagler Express in 2030. Here's usually where the rubber meets the road, and that is, well, what's this going to cost us? And I'm glad you asked. So let's chat about the cost. $358.3 million, to be exact, is the cost of the plan over 10 years, which is a lot of money. And 320 of that almost is the operations, which is shown by the green bars. About 38.4 million is the tops, the blue bars, and that's the capital and technology. Now, here's the good news. That's the cost, but when we show the cost in comparison to the revenues that we anticipate, and this is your existing revenue streams for Votran, as well as kind of the likely to be achieved grants and other funding sources that we've identified for some of the recommended improvements, we actually came up with total revenues of about $358.7 million, suggesting that we're actually about $400,000 to the good in the overall 10-year plan. So we put together a plan that's balanced with no new funds.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, $400,000 to the good, right? So that's good news. So the plan is helped, obviously, and I would be remiss if I didn't indicate the benefit that the COA had in this, and that was when you take all of the network restructure as well as some of the new Sunday and frequency additions that were made, we're actually coming up with savings of about $940,000 a year. So that certainly helped. That would have been an extra, $9 or $10 million that would have been in the plan, so we would have been a little short. So the COA improvements certainly helped reduce the cost to get us in line with anticipated revenues. With that, this is my last slide. We're before you today to get approval of the transit development plan so it can be submitted by September 1st to DOT, which we will do. They've already seen the draft and have reviewed that. They're just waiting for the final version. Post-approval, we will also develop an executive summary for it to be able to continue the outreach for the next annual progress report. And with that, I can take questions. Hopefully that was quick.
That was, and it was important. Heather, your name's still up. I don't know if you have another question. I have just a real quick one. You have a park and ride at US 1 and 95. Where did that come from? What showed the need for that?
I believe it was to connect better to Flagler County. I didn't know.
So
Carl
people
Weckman,
coming in to Volusia from Flagler or vice versa?
Carl Weckman is from Kinetics. They are a partner and did the COA, and he may have more information to share on that particular park and ride.
Yes, what Joel is saying is correct. Transit commute from Flagler County into Volusia County is the most prevalent in-commute pattern into Volusia County. And so we saw as Flagler County continues to grow, obviously. And so so in the longer term, mid-range, as we implement the express service that Joel mentioned earlier into Flagler County, that was the most logical spot we located a place to intercept people from the highway traveling into Daytona Beach.
Do you have any idea if it's people coming into the county to work or to do other business?
Yeah, usually with the across county transit services, it's almost universally for work purposes. So longer trips in public transportation are almost universally for work purposes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions? I don't see any questions coming up, which Means you did a good job.
I'll move for approval. Carl did it. Thank you, Carl. I move for approval.
Okay. We have a motion for approval by Lowry and a second by Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're approved. Thank you for the update. It is very important. Okay. Now.
Is Bobby not going to discuss the COA, or that's later? Can you just give us the time frame on it?
Yes, ma'am. So the COA that they were talking about basically restructures our whole routing system. And as I told all of you all in our meetings, it's just the beginning. It's a plan. It's an option that we need to tweak internally, that we're out doing the routes right now, looking to see where we can improve what they've come up with from a data and survey type of a format to what really works and what really doesn't. And then we'll come back to you with an option that we think you would maybe be more interested in.
And just looking for the time frame that you're coming back is what I was.
That's a good question. We have the daily routes that we're out doing today for the first time, scheduled twice a week for the next, I think, 6 weeks. So as soon as we're done with that, we'll be able to put it all into a format that you all can actually see in a map format, and we can run ridership, and we can show you where we think we'll need to adjust and maybe bring a different model in, like mobility on demand and things like that. So I think within the next couple of months.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. About November.
October, November? Okay.
Yes, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now I think we're moving to item number 8. And then we'll try and get back on track. So,
all right.
Take it away.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Pam Wilski, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. Item number 8 is the selection of a firm for local government area of opportunity loan for multifamily rental housing. Today we have received, as of the closing date, we received 6 proposals. We have 5 that are able to be here today to present to you. One unfortunately had to leave due to a scheduling conflict. So with that being said, I have provided to each of you a conflict of interest form, should be sitting on the top. And if at your convenience, if you can fill it out and sign it, but what I just need to know first and foremost is anyone have a conflict with any of the firms here? All right.
No.
All right.
Nope, doesn't look like it.
So just so you know how the process is going to go, you guys are serving as the council is serving as the selection committee or the evaluation committee today. We have 5 here to present to you. You did receive all 6 proposals to review. The one that left felt that his proposal could stand on its own, so he was comfortable in leaving.
Which one was that?
It was going to be, let me look real quick. It is, let me get my list. We've had to strike out. It was the firm that had to leave was New South Residential LLC, American Residential Communities, the Madison Bay Development at Holly Hill.
Thank you.
Each firm is going to have 5 minutes to present to you, and then you will have the opportunity to ask any questions of those firms. We will start with an overview that Carmen Hall, Director of Community Assistance, will be able to provide for you, and then we will move on to the first presenter. The first presenter is going to be now Fortis Development, which is West Side Phase 2, New Smyrna Beach. So once Carmen has completed her presentation, they will come up and we'll get them started. Once we've finished all of the presentations, we will then be able to open it up to council for discussion, and then at your convenience, the process is then you tell me that you guys are ready to rank the firms, and then we will hand out the ballots to you at that time. So, all right, so we're ready to go.
All right. Good afternoon, Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. This presentation, I'll make it as brief as possible. This is reviewing the solicitation for multifamily rental housing. Proposals were solicited to provide a local government area of opportunity loan. This loan, only one developer can be supported locally to compete at the state level. However, this is for the local government contribution. There are other categories that they could be eligible to compete in. We have $460,000 available for the contribution. This is the minimum amount that is required in order to be competitive for the local government area of contribution. No. Okay. The county RFP criteria. First, the county, for the county process, the project must not be located within the city limits of Daytona or Deltona, and that is because they receive their own SHIP funding. The project must provide 7 SHIP units. That means that they must have tenants that are at or below 50% of area median income or below. They must demonstrate organizational and staffing capacity, demonstrate that there's a market need, also demonstrate that they have ownership of the location or that they can acquire this within 60 days. And they must be able to expend the funds within 18 months of a written agreement and have occupancy of the SHIP units within 24 months. All members of the committee felt that these proposals had the capacity to accomplish this. Okay, at the state level, so all of these proposals, they are looking to apply at the state level for the low income tax credit funding. So the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, they issued a request for applications. They have approximately $14.9 million set aside specifically for medium-sized counties. Volusia County is considered a medium-sized county, and there are 29 statewide in this category. The county applications, they're funded at the state level based on goals, preferences, and a lottery system. So I'm going to try to review the goals as quickly as possible so you can kind of get an idea. Okay, so statewide, the funding goals for medium counties. The main area is the local government area of opportunity goal. This is what these proposals are looking to compete for at the state level. The state's goal is to award 6 counties in this category. However, like I said, we can only select one. However, there are other goals that these proposals could be eligible for at the state level. One is the Sunrail goal. The state is looking to select one in this category. It must be located within a half mile of a Sunrail station. There is a proposal that it's located within transit-oriented development, which meets this criteria because it's across the street from a Sunrail station. Another goal is the local revitalization initiative goal. They are looking to award one project in this category. And in order to be eligible, a community redevelopment area, CRA, could be eligible if a project was located within that area for this goal. The other goal is a geographic area of opportunity or a small area of difficult development. There are 2 projects that the state is looking to award within this goal, and this means that it must be a family development that is located in a predetermined census tract. They have a long list of criteria to meet one of these areas, and it's predetermined, and if it is in that census tract and is a family development, they could be eligible within this goal. Okay, so just a quick review of the projects. First is Banyan Hammock. This is a family development, 96 units. All units are at 60% of area median income or below, with 10 of the units being at 35% area median income or less. It's located in DeLand. Unique property characteristics is that it is located in a geographic area of opportunity. It also is within a quarter-mile radius of transportation, shopping, and medical facilities. Overstory Park. This is also a family development. It is 72 units. All of the units are serving 30% to 80% of area median income, with 11 of those units being set aside for 30%. What's unique about this project is 5% of their units will be set aside for persons with mobility disabilities, and an additional 2% will be for accessible for persons with hearing or visual disabilities. It is located in DeBerry, and it is in a transit-oriented development right across the street from a Sunrail station, so it will be easy accessibility for its tenants for whatever services they need. Also, a unique characteristic is it will be a green building certification. Madison Bay, this is an elderly community, 55 and over. There will be 80 units. All are serving 60% below. 60% are under for area median income. 7 of the units will be at 50% area median income, and an additional 8 will be at 35% area median income. It is located in Holly Hill. It is located in a community redevelopment area. In addition, there are several bus stops located within walking distance of the property, and one stop is directly in front of the site. The next is the Vistas at Fountainhead. This is also a family development, 88 units. All of them will be serving 60% of area median income or less. 9 of the units will be at 35% area median income or less. It's located in Holly Hill. It is also in a community redevelopment area. This project will have several green building features, and there is a Votran stop on site, and it has many local amenities which are listed on multiple pages throughout their application. The next is West Side Phase 2. This is a family project, 84 units. 7 of the units are at 50% area median income or less. It's located in New Smyrna Beach. One point of clarification, in previous documentation we provided, it was understood that this was a potential RAD project. However, the proposal only mentioned that the developer worked on these types of projects. It did not indicate that this particular project would fit the criteria. However, it is in a community redevelopment area, meaning that it would fit another one of the state's goals under the revitalization goals still. It also is green certification, and it is 0.96 miles away from a bus transfer, grocery, and a pharmacy. The last one is Bristol Manor. This is a senior development, 80 units. All are serving between 35% and 80% of area median income or less. 12 of those units will be at 35% area median income. It's located in Orange City. It also is in a geographic area of opportunity / small area of difficult development. It will meet Florida Green Building certification standards, and it's located immediately adjacent to shopping, retail, grocery, pharmacies, a hospital, and multiple Votran bus routes are within walking distance. So this concludes my part of the presentation, unless there's any specific questions. All right. Thank you.
Alrighty, if there's no questions, then we will bring forward the first presenter, which is Fortis Development Westside Phase 2.
It's here. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Erin Schlitz. I'm here on behalf of Fortis Development. This is Teresa Pope here on behalf of the New Smyrna Beach Housing Authority, and we're happy to be here presenting Westside Phase 2.
Okay, like she said, I'm Teresa Pope. I'm the Executive Director of the New Smyrna Beach Housing Authority. We have a very long-standing relationship with the County of Volusia with SHIP, Home, and CDB grants. In 2019, we did receive the tax credit award with the city local commitment of the City of New Smyrna Beach for an 80-unit senior housing development, which is Westside Phase 1. We're expected to close on that by October 1st and completion by the end of next year. The families will receive vouchers to move into the community, and I'll have Erin present the presentation for you.
All right, so this is the project site for Westside Phase 2. As you can see, there are existing public housing units here. These have been deemed obsolete by HUD. They were built in '62, so that speaks for itself why they're obsolete. Prior to redeveloping this site, we will issue tenant protection vouchers to the existing families and assist them in relocating. And just to be clear, actually, I'll go to the next slide. So this is our conceptual site plan. So Phase 1, which Teresa spoke about, is on, I guess, the west side of the site plan. It's 80 units of senior housing. We have a successful track record in securing 9% low-income housing tax credits from the state. We received the Local Government Area of Opportunity award from the City of New Smyrna in 2019 and won the tax credits to build this Phase 1 project. We will close in October and start construction shortly thereafter. So we're here today requesting the local government contribution funding for Phase 2, which you see on the east side. This will be a family development garden style buildings. So just a few of the key project details. This is a new construction development. It'll be concrete garden style buildings, a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units for a total of 84 units. Apartments will be reserved for families from 30% AMI up to 80% AMI, so a nice mix of incomes. We will set aside 7 SHIP units. The buildings will all achieve a green building certification. We will offer resident programs such as adult literacy, employment assistance, financial management, and the development will have amenities such as community center, computer lab, and fitness center. Here's a sample floor plan for the 1-bedroom unit. The 2-bedroom. And these 1 and 2 bedrooms are actually the units we're developing under the Phase 1 site currently. And a sample of the 3. So nice, spacious units. Our intention, this is a sample interior design concept. Our intention here is really to serve as a catalyst for redevelopment in the community, creating modern, clean buildings and amenities for the residents. And again, we're here requesting the local government area of opportunity funding from you all, which is a $460,000 request. We've estimated our fees, impact fees and permit fees to the city and county to be about $415,000, just to give you a sense of, potential payback. And with that,
I think that's everything.
Yeah, we can take, are we
Any questions?
doing questions now? Yeah, okay, so questions.
Council, does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Alrighty, up next, I'll take my mask off. Up next is ESI Housing LLC. This is Overstory Park in DeBerry.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Savino. I'm with EIS Housing. This here? Okay. So I'm here to discuss with you today Overstory Park in DeBerry, Florida. This is a rendering of what our project will look like. Overstory Park, we're proposing 72 units, all certified affordable. And it's a family project, garden style. And it's located right next to the Sunrail. As you can see, the project is in the red square. Sunrail is highlighted in the yellow, just to the southwest of it. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about transit today. We talked about it earlier. And it's really the focus of this development. So, sorry, I need to get my notes here. Overstory Park is a transit-oriented development, and it is located at the DeBerry Sunrail stop. Like I said, a quarter mile across the street from our proposed development. And so what we looked at was, what does the impact of commuter rail have on the local economy? What will it have on the residents? and the people that use the train in general. So two things that we found, the first being the average household in America saves $10,000 by using public transportation. And this is according to the American Public Transportation Association. If you look at it furthermore, there was a study that was done, by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and what they showed was that cities where they had not only bus but rail, the cost was reduced even further. And so what I wanted to show you here was a map. You can see where the DeBerry stop is. I wanted to show all of the different stops that the Sunrail encompasses. And if you look at it, really the residents here, it's a gateway to all of these employment centers. It's a gateway to healthcare. It's a gateway to education. You have access to Sanford, Lake Mary, Winter Park, Orlando, Kissimmee. There's two large medical centers, ORMC and Florida Hospital as well. So really, we talked about bus transportation earlier and that being open to the folks in Volusia County, and it is a very positive thing, and the bus system works well, but the rail system, when used correctly, allows people to work in other employment centers. It opens them up to education opportunities, to different healthcare. And this is one of the reasons that it was mentioned earlier that Florida Housing Finance Corporation is looking to, again, fund one development that is located near a Sunrail station. So we drilled down a little bit further and we wanted to see, well, what is the impact of rail transportation around the country? So we looked at a study that was done by the Texas A&M University system, it's called the Texas Transportation Institute. And so they found three things. They looked at a period of time from 1998 to 2005, and they looked at the Dallas DART transportation system. And what they found was three things. The transportation reduces congestion, it reduces air pollution, and it reduces fuel use. Socially, as we talked before, it reduces the cost of the people, transportation costs of the people that use the service by about $10,000 a year. And economically, what they found was the areas around the stations had increased property value. So I'll drill down on that a little bit more. As we talked about before, I think it's obvious that you're going to reduce your carbon footprint. You're going to have more efficient energy consumption. You're getting people off the road, less congestion. That seems obvious. The second thing that I found to be less obvious, which was very interesting, was the riders on that system from 1998 to 2005, what they found was riders with college degrees, increased from 22% to 33%. They looked at riders that had an annual income of less than $15,000, and they found that that went down from 39% to 17%. I'll move along quickly. The last is the local economic impact. What they found was that the system generated $127 million in annual local tax revenue and about $660 million in retail sales, which again was also generates tax revenue. So am I out of time?
Yeah, you're a half minute.
Do this, so a little nervous, but
that's all right. We just need to be fair with everybody.
Completely. Do you have any questions?
I don't see any questions from council. No. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up will be Windover Housing Partners, Berkeley Housing Initiative, Bristol Manor, Orange City.
Good afternoon, Ryan Von Weller, Windover Housing Partners, 1105 Kensington Park Drive in Altamont Springs. Thank you guys very much for having us here today. I think I speak for everyone else that's also here in saying that all these projects are needed. Unfortunately, the way that this program is designed is that only a single project in any county can be funded in any year. So regardless of what set aside we're looking at, if we had all the different projects and met all the buckets, there's so many counties and the need is so great that only one can ultimately win per county. And a lot of counties don't get a deal per year. So it's a glaring need, but unfortunately, the need outpaces the supply exponentially. A little bit about us. We're based in Seminole County. We've been doing affordable housing for almost 30 years, going back to the inception of the program in the 90s. We've done over 6,600 units, projects all over the state of Florida and the Southeast, including Texas and Georgia. We've got several projects in development right now in Seminole and Orange County here locally and around the state as well. We really pride ourselves on being good at developing housing for seniors, especially seniors that do not need ALF. This is an independent living product type. And we have designed and worked over the course of 10 plus projects to ensure that the services that we offer and the design of the buildings is very conducive to an active adult senior community that is inclusionary of everybody that lives there as well. So on the outside looking in, we work with all the different community organizations wherever we go. That's one of the first things we do. We start pre-leasing. All of our developments incorporate VASH vouchers and veterans. Up to 30% of some of our buildings are veterans, 55 and older, which is the income band we're talking about here. We work with homeless organizations. We've developed a standalone development for formerly homeless families and individuals in Seminole County, which has been a great success. And we work with the local agencies to get those folks into the housing as well in a permanent supportive housing fashion. We do put food pantries in all of our developments. It's a sad commentary on today's world, but that is a needed amenity. It's a necessity for some folks, especially in these lower income brackets that we're trying to target here. And senior specific to all this, we do things like we put hair salons in the developments. We have community gardens. We've got a community kitchen where potluck dinners, community gatherings can occur, not only with the residents, but for families as well that come to visit their family members that may live there. And of course, with the councils of aging and everyone else that we find that's available in the local community, we partner with them as well to come in and provide different services over the course of time. That includes health screenings from local community health service organizations and wellness checks, of course, from our staff as well, constantly on the residents. Dog walk areas, computer lab, library, all those things are always also included in the physical plan of all of our senior communities. A little bit of detail about the project itself. This is on Saxon, and that's Harley Strickland that runs across here right by Fish Memorial Hospital, which is one of the largest hospitals in the county, obviously. Right in the downtown core of Orange City, easily walkable, which is very important for seniors, to both, there's a super Walmart, the hospital, healthcare village, as I already mentioned. There's senior services within a mile. There's Votran bus in the purple right there at the front door of the development as well. And when we looked at this site, one of the things that stood out to us is, using the most current data that I could take and analyze, Volusia is an aging population, and I think that everyone is aware of that, especially when you look at people 65 and older, which is about 29% of the population, and we're capturing 55 and older, which leads to an even larger prospective pool of residents here. Over the course of time, you've had over 5,000 affordable units built in Volusia County. That's based on Florida Housing's occupancy report going back to the beginning of time for them. But only 373 of those are age-restricted 55 and older. Now, folks can live in the family developments at 55 and older, but they don't have the amenities that cater to them specifically. And we're trying to provide for that niche. In this ZCTA, which is basically a fancy term for zip code, so this is a little bit of Orange City, DeBary and some surrounding areas as well. We've got 8,500 people, 55 and older, with roughly 35% of those making between 25 and 50K. If you drill down even further, that's the 80 to 22. But if you drill down even further, you'd see that you've got basically endless supply of folks in this immediate area within a 3 to 5 mile radius that need this kind of housing and would qualify. And just to sum up here, my last few seconds, these are some of the existing developments and communities we developed for seniors. This is Brixton Landing in Apopka, which is about 5 years old. Haley Park in Tampa, which was built in conjunction with the Tampa Housing Authority on that bond sale deal, and the VA has provided many VASH vouchers and VASH there. This is in Longwood by the Sunrail Station. This was our TOD project for seniors in Longwood. And then Kenwood Place in Tallahassee, which is 112 units for seniors as well. So I did it with 1 second left. That's pretty good.
Very well done.
Thank you. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer for you guys.
I don't see any.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, moving right along, we will now welcome Banyan Development, the Banyan Hammock in DeLand.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you guys. Okay, so I am Alex Kiss, Managing Partner of Banyan Development Group. We're located in Orlando, and these are a few of the developments we've completed recently. Let's see that's the wrong one. We have a history with Volusia County. In 2016, we applied for the same type of financing through Florida Housing. We had a local government contribution from the county alone. We secured that funding from the state and started construction at the end of 2017, and in 12 months had the development fully occupied. And it is a 100-unit elderly development on West International Speedway Boulevard in DeLand, and it stays 100% occupied. Some pictures of that one. The development of the hour here is Banyan Hammock, located on 15A, northwest quadrant of DeLand, south of Plymouth, north of Minnesota. A nice neighborhood. You have commercial, single family. We were able to fit 96 units, which is the most of any applicant, on the site with some green space, and we are right next door to public transit. We have bus stops along 15A there. You can see the entry road on the west, and some renderings there. The location, we're a quarter mile from public transit, multiple shopping opportunities, the Advent Health DeLand, just north there, a quarter mile away, and we are in a geographic area of opportunity, as noted earlier, which gives us an opportunity to qualify for 2 additional goals from Florida Housing, in addition to the 2 goals that this county grant will provide for us. So that is another reason why we are a good choice. The plan is to have all units occupied by the end of 2023, all 96 units. And I should note, Florida Housing's requirements for mobility impaired, hearing impaired, and special needs and extremely low income housing will apply to all the developments that you'll review here today. So we all have to comply with those, along with green features and Florida Green Building Code. Coalition certification is one of the certifications, so we'll plan to go with that. Those are all requirements of Florida Housing's RFA. One unique feature of our development is we applied last year for this project on this site, and so we have been vetted through the scoring and review process. All the threshold items we passed, just did not have a good enough lottery ball to be funded last year. So we think that gives us the best chance of bringing new affordable units to Volusia County as compared with the other applicants here today, which are all great. But that is an advantage for sure, because it's easy to fall to a scoring item that is maybe minor, but there's no cure period. So if you get knocked out, that's it. We're going to be submitting all the same forms, attachments that we did last year that were reviewed, like ability to proceed forms from the city, all of our financing forms, and our principals list, things of that nature. We have an affiliated property manager, or Green Property Manager is their name. They manage over 13,000 affordable units, and we believe is the largest single affordable housing transaction in Florida history at $600 million a few years ago. So the difference with us, we focus on energy efficiency, and we recently received an award from Florida Housing Coalition, a nonprofit that helps nonprofits compete and develop affordable housing. We won a Sadowski Success Award from them for our development in Palm Beach County, where we did solar PV. So we're trying to do solar PV on everything we do now, including this Banyan Hammock. And we do central boilers for hot water, which in lieu of hot water heaters frees up space and helps limit the utility costs of the residents. So why us? We're award-winning developers. We've got a perfect location for this family development. We have the most units of any applicant, I think at least by 12 units more. And we have applied before to Florida Housing. have a track record, and we've been doing this for many decades, our principals, dating back to the mid-'80s as Deputy Director of Florida Housing. So we know this industry very well, and we applied last year, and that gives us a little extra insurance for the county's money in deploying and developing affordable housing. So any questions? Happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, and our last presenter today will be Paragon Development Advisors, the Vistas at Fountainhead and Holly Hill.
Oh, before we start the time. Sorry, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon and talk to you about our proposed development, Vistas at Fountainhead, and ask for your support as the county's preferred development for this year's FHFC RFA. A little bit about Beneficial Communities. We're an apartment developer that specializes in affordable housing. We've done everything from workforce housing to affordable senior housing to veterans housing. Since our inception in 2003, we've done roughly 3,000 units of affordable housing. Our work with the VA has, we were actually picked by the VA to build veterans or homeless veterans housing on actual VA campuses, and we did that across the United States in a public-private partnership. And we're here today again with a public-private partnership with the City of Holly Hill and Synergy Building for a development located at 1200 Center Avenue, which will be called Fountainhead. The overall vision or plan for Fountainhead is a mixed-use development. Our portion is an 88-unit workforce housing development, which will consist of a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. They're going to be in 4 3-story garden-style buildings, energy efficient. We'll also have a clubhouse, leasing office, and a host of amenities on site. Also included on site is the Synergy Building headquarters, which is right now built, and they house roughly 100 employees. Also on site in the future, there is going to be the Synergy Career Academy, which will have career training, which they'll train individuals in billing or medical billing and coding. There's also going to be a community health center on site. There will be a daycare as well as a cafe and fitness center. The combined build out of the whole master plan is going to be over $40 million. And Synergy Building additionally had an economic impact study done by the Volusia County Department of Economic Development. And the economic output from this whole master plan is roughly $65 million. It's a little blurry site plan. Now the site is located in I would say it's the anchor to the CRA master plan in the city of Holly Hill. It's roughly a 25-acre site, and it used to be home of the former middle school, which was abandoned and a blighted building. And in 2012, the city decided to purchase that and get rid of the blight in the neighborhood, but also focus on its efforts to bring additional businesses to the area. And through a series of meetings and design charrettes, an updated plan was called for, and it asked for a healthcare operator on site as well as multifamily housing. And in 2017, the City of Holly Hill and the CRA partnered with the primary developer, Synergy Building, and us to create the overall development of Fountainhead. Now, some of the nearby amenities for our residents, a couple of transit stops within walking distance right along Walker Street. There's a bus stop less than a quarter mile away. There's another one off of Center Ave. Within less than a half a mile away, we have a Save-A-Lot, a Winn-Dixie, a Walgreens. Less than a mile away, we have a Walmart neighborhood market as well as the pharmacy there. Right adjacent to the site is the Mid-Florida Head Start, and it's for low-income families and children to get them preschool or kindergarten ready. And then about a third of a mile away is the Holly Hill School, which is a K-8 school. About another mile away, there is the YMCA with its typical amenities and youth sports. And right next door to that is the Boys and Girls Club. They have mentoring programs, educational classes. I even think they have karate classes they have every few weeks. And for any of our senior residents, next door to that, I believe the Council on Aging has services at the SICA Community Hall. Employment, right on site, we're going to have Synergy Billing. And for shopping, a couple miles away, there's the Tomoka Town Center, the outlets, and the Advent Health is roughly 3 miles away as well. Some amenities we'll have in the development, washer and dryer hookups, high-speed internet, patios, balconies, on-site, clubhouse, playground, fitness center, laundry facility for resident services, after-school programs for the children, employment assistance, we'll work with Synergy, financial classes, we'll work with a local community bank to work on budgeting, increase credit scores, and savings for individuals, hopefully a home.
Thank you. Quick question.
Yes.
What do you anticipate the age range of the residents being?
So this is a family development, so the range would be, could definitely range the families. Families in their 30s, 40s, maybe a child or two.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Thank you. You did a good job.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was our last presenter. So now the discussion turns to the evaluation committee for you all to have discussion amongst yourselves. And when you are ready to rank the firms, we will hand out the ballots to you. You will rank all firms 1 through 6. We will then total them up and then come back and read to you the top ranked firm, which would be the firm actually with the lowest score. So the discussion is for you all. You all let me know when you are ready to rank them.
Okay, and you have all the ballots?
Have all the ballots right here.
I'm ready.
You ready? Ben, are you ready? Okay, nobody needs to
No
talk
discussion
to
needed
me.
then. Okay, well, we will hand them out to you and then
How
we'll
is
come
this
collect
working?
them.
How is this working for the two on screen?
I'm sorry,
I just needed
Barb?
clarity. Yeah. Hi, I just needed clarity. You said that our highest, our score is our first pick?
Correct.
So it's 1 through 6 going opposite, okay.
Yes,
Got
ma'am.
it. I think we've got direction. We're gonna score it, take a picture, and then we email it?
You're gonna
To
take a
Pam.
picture and text it to Russ Brown's number that I sent you yesterday.
Oh,
Okay, 1 is the highest?
1 is your top selection, so 1 through 6. Yes, ma'am.
can you text me Russ's number? I'm sorry.
I don't have her number. In my email, hang on.
Okay, while you're voting, we have 2 members of the public that would like to speak on this. It could affect your vote. So let's call them now while we're doing this. First is Jason Meyer.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jason Meyer. I am the founder and CEO of Synergy Billing and the developer of the Fountainhead at Holly Hill, 1200 Center Avenue in Holly Hill, Florida. I am also a lifetime resident of Volusia County, born and raised here. I think it's important to mention that when we first began planning the Fountainhead in 2015, my dream was a campus that included a headquarters for my company, Synergy Billing, which was twice listed in the Inc. 5000 fastest growing companies in the nation. We needed more space, but more than that, I wanted a place where our employees and the surrounding community could work, play, and live. We were fortunate to learn about the old site of the Holly Hill Middle School, which was a 25-acre, nearly empty space that the city had purchased from Volusia County Board of Education when it closed the school. We began planning to make my vision a reality, and we were honored when city leaders could see that the vision and support of our development. And it's been a challenging process, and I'm happy to tell you that we are nearly finished with phase one of this project. This includes a full renovation of the old media center and gym, and Synergy Billing moved into our wonderful new space a little over 2 years ago. Now next, we're moving forward with our plans to add much more office space, a community health center, as Mr. Bowron mentioned, and we also have plans to add other amenities. We have a Synergy Academy for workforce development, dining facilities, a fitness center, and more. We share a property line with Head Start program. We have bus stops at both our Center Avenue and Walker Street entrances, and we have landscaped the entire site with a beautiful tropical theme. I think it's important to note that so far, I've personally invested $8 million into this project, and it's truly smart growth that takes advantage of existing infrastructure and turns it into a source of prosperity and hope in the middle of Holly Hill. Now, in January of 2020, the Volusia County Economic Development published an economic impact scenario that projected the Fountainhead development, when built out, will have an impact of $64 million when built out. Housing is a critical piece of completing this project. Now, to show their support, the City of Holly Hill has set aside $50,000 in their budget each year to help with matching funds. Now, as you've heard, Beneficial Communities will be the developer of the vistas at Fountainhead. We've worked with them for 5 years to make workforce housing a reality on our campus. Their applications to FHFC have all scored well, but unfortunately, the lotteries never favored the project. Now, if you select us today, that will give us a greater chance of being selected for funding from FHFC this year. From an abandoned school site to a beautiful campus with jobs, recreation, and housing, you can help make that vision a reality for hundreds of people. So I ask you to select the vistas at Holly Hill as the Volusia County Local Government Area of Opportunity. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jeanette Dewar.
Thank you all, and thank you for making the time for these public comments. As you heard, my name is Jeanette Durr, and I live at 3614 Marisol Court in New Smyrna Beach. And I too am here to speak in favor of the vistas at Fountainhead. But first, I wanted to thank Ms. Butler and her staff and each of you on the council for sponsoring and organizing the Affordable Housing Initiative that you've been working on. I've participated in all of the webinars, and I look forward to attending the summit next week. There's no doubt that our community has an urgent need for affordable housing, and I share your hope, all of your hope, that this effort will result in creative long-term solutions for residents of Volusia County. And I look forward to seeing each of you at the summit. Some of you do know me from my advocacy for workforce housing, including my support for the Sadowski Coalition and the Florida Housing Coalition. This is one of my passions because as a young working widow with 2 toddlers, I sometimes had to choose between housing, groceries, gas, medical and childcare, and other necessities. And I want to help you make certain that no other working family has to make those choices. And working families in Volusia County are in deep distress. As the United Way's 2020 ALICE report found, about half of our working families are struggling to make ends meet. And according to Courtney Edgecombe, who you all know as the CEO of our local United Way, these asset-limited, income-constrained, employed families are facing higher prices for everything, and they are subsisting on median wages that are below the median income of both the state of Florida and of the nation. The Florida Chamber of Commerce has introduced its Prosperity Initiative designed to reduce childhood poverty across the state. And as part of that initiative, they have identified the childhood poverty rate in every zip code in Florida. In Volusia County, more than 20% of our children are living in poverty. And according to the Chamber, in zip code 32117, where Holly Hill is located, 37% of children are living in poverty. We can help these children by helping their families. Now, the solutions are complex, but one of them is to assure that adequate, affordable housing is available for them. By selecting the vistas at the Fountainhead for your support, you will impact the lives of 88 working families, hundreds of people, lessening the burden on their household budgets and giving them real hope that they can eventually save enough for home ownership. In fact, Beneficial offers classes in financial management and home ownership to the residents of their community. Oh,
Thank you.
I got a second. Every project before you today is worthy, as someone else has mentioned. Through your affordable housing initiative, we will be looking for additional solutions. But today I urge you to take this one little step to help families by selecting the Vistas app.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, is everybody ready to vote? Everybody has voted? Is everybody ready to turn their ballot in?
Thank you.
This as well.
So Lisa Lewis would already have this done.
I'm sorry. We did receive Ms. Gertman and Ms. Wheeler's ballots as well, so we're adding them to the tabulation also.
George, do you have Lisa on your speed dial?
I do. But
They're not even listening,
They just
Jeff.
verifying something here.
They're focused. Do we have one of those, what are they called, abacuses?
Abacus, yeah.
The suspense is killing me.
No pressure.
Everybody says.
All right. I do have a point of clarification that I need from Mr. Dyer. Do I need to read into the record the rankings by firm by each council member?
I would, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Then here's how this is going to roll down. I'm going to read how each council member ranked each project, and then I will give you the total and the top ranked firm. Okay. So we'll start with Mr. Brower. Firm 1 was Banyan. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to think how to do this. Rank number 1 by Mr. Brower was the Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill. Number 2 was Banyan Development. Number 3 was West Side Phase 2. Number 4 was Overstory Park, DeBerry. Number 5 was Bristol Manor. And number 6 was Madison Bay, Holly Hill. Mr. Johnson, Banyan Hammock, number 1. Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill, number 2. Wendover Housing, Bristol Manor, Orange City, number 3. West Side Phase 2, number 4. Madison Bay, Holly Hill, number 5. Overstory Park, DeBerry, number 6. Ms. Gertman, Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill, number 1. Overstory Park, DeBerry, number 2. Banyan Hammock, DeLand, number 3. Bristol Manor, Orange City, number 4. West Side Phase 2, New Smyrna Beach, 5. Madison Bay, Holly Hill, 6. Miss Wheeler, number 1 was Banyan Hammock, DeLand. Number 2, Overstory Park, DeBerry. Number 3, Vista at Fountainhead. Number 4, Madison Bay, Holly Hill. Number 5, Bristol Manor, Orange City. Number 6, West Side Phase 2, New Smyrna Beach. Mr. Robbins, number 1, the Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill. Number 2, Overstory Park, DeBerry. Number 3, West Side Phase 2. Number 4, Madison Bay, Holly Hill. Number 5, Banyan Hammock, DeLand. Number 6, Bristol Manor, Orange City. Miss Post, number 1, the Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill. Number 2, Madison Bay, Holly Hill. Number 3, Banyan Hammock, DeLand. Number 4, Bristol Manor, Orange City. Number 5, West Side Phase 2, New Smyrna Beach. Number 6, Overstory Park, DeBerry. Dr. Lowry, number 1, Bristol Manor, Orange City. Number 2, Overstory Park, DeBerry. Number 3, Banyan Hammock, DeLand. Number 4, West Side Phase 2. Number 5, the Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill. And number 6, Madison Bay, Holly Hill. Everything correct? Okay. So with that being said, your top ranked firm is with 14 points total, I'm going to jump down, is the Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill. Number 2 was Banyan Hammock at DeLand. Number 3 is Overstory Park, DeBerry with 24. Number 5 is 4, I'm sorry, so wait a minute, I've lost track. 1, 2, 3. 4 is going to be Bristol Manor, Orange City with 28 points. Number 5 will be West Side Phase 2 with 30 points. And then number 6 was Madison Bay, Holly Hill with 33 points. And Carmen, I'm going to have you come up and give the recommended motion.
All right. So the motion would be to award a local government area of opportunity loan in the amount of $46,000. 460,
yeah.
sorry.
Okay. Vistas at Fountainhead.
To the Vistas at Fountainhead, Holly Hill, and issue a commitment letter and a loan verification form with the award contingent upon being selected through Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
So moved.
Second.
Motion agreed to by Post, seconded by Lowry. There being no discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And is that all you need?
All we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for everybody that came to present today. It's 6 great projects, very difficult decision. I think that puts us at number 5. Is that what you're prepared for? Capital project schedule quarterly update.
Different counting schedule than we use in engineering school, going
Yes.
from 8 back to 5, but I'm sure
Yes.
it's part of the new math. But my script says I'm supposed to say good morning, but I guess it's actually this afternoon, almost evening. But good afternoon, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer, presenting the quarterly capital project schedule update. We'll go quick, had a busy day. This last quarter, we completed 3 projects, all of which were signal projects. We're happy that those are in place. We didn't start any new projects. We are continuing to work on 45 projects overall. There are 53 listed, so 8 of them have been completed, including the 3 this quarter. So, real quick, I did want to touch on just a couple of them, unless you had a specific question about 1 or 2 of them. We can certainly cover those, but Lemon Bluff Park, I just wanted to note that there were some structural issues when we were installing a portion of the sheet pile. So we have had to make some adjustments. You will actually be getting a change order to accommodate that. And because of that, obviously, the construction cost that's listed and the schedule that are listed were adjusted. So other items that we had included, put my glasses over here. Wanted to note on the road projects, we've got the 4 major road projects that are ongoing right now. And with those, I did want to give you an update on what the schedule was for them. 10th Street, the first one on the list, is currently scheduled for a March of 22 completion. We did have it shut down for a while there, but got it opened up in advance of school starting, so the first day of school, everybody could get to the middle school and the high school just to the west with fewer traffic problems. Howland Boulevard is scheduled to be complete here in January of next year. Orange Camp is June of next year, and then Williamson is scheduled to be November of this year. So we're making good progress on all of those. If you had any questions, certainly love to address those.
I bet you're not going to get any.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much.
Sure.
For the update. And that brings us ever so slowly to item number 6, special event sponsorship, policy and procedure. Sabrina, you've been waiting a long time.
It's well worth the wait. Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. This is the special event sponsorship policy. On July 20th, you directed us to look at this policy and the application to basically make it more clear and more usable for people who are applying. This policy is for both council and for applicants to use. We provided you with a red line of the prior policy and then the changes that we suggested on both the policy and the application. Of note is the eligibility for the applicants. Prior to the revisions, there were just 3 basic criteria. One, that you be a 501c3 or C4. Most people don't realize there's actually 29 501cs, and a 3 and a 4 was a limiting factor that we had used previously. 3 is your educational, charitable, scientific, literary, amateur sports, cruelty to animals, and child abuse organizations or nonprofits. And then your C4s are your civic organizations and your social welfare organizations. So it's your Rotary clubs, your Knights of Columbus, and your food banks, those types. So the 3 and the 4 were the biggest limiting criteria. Then the other 2 that were previously there were that you could not have previously received funds from the council, or you could not be a politically based organization. So what we added was paragraph C, which basically gives you an open guidance to the policy that the special event should provide a significant cultural entitlement, promote economic vitality, enhance community pride or identity, or provide a charitable organization that would directly support the residents. We added that paragraph so that it would give you and the applicants more guidance as to what kind of events we were looking for without restricting you overly to what people can do, because people are pretty creative in what they do as far as seeking these sponsorships, but it gives you some more guidance than the 3 or the 4 criteria that I don't know that most people realize with the 501c3 and 4 what we were actually going for. So we've added that paragraph to expand it. The only other major changes that you'll see is we took out there was a duplication of a reporting requirement. So now instead of a quarterly report and a report every time we seek a sponsorship, we just put it on every time we're here before you with a sponsorship application. So that quarterly one that probably no one was doing because we were doing it every time anyway, we took that out. And then in the last section, we separated out the criteria regarding any tickets that were provided with the sponsorship, because those are gifts that come through the county that may then funnel into members, so that the people were aware that they had to give the tickets to the county managers and not directly to council, and that attendance would be in your official capacity. So if you did attend an event in your official capacity. Just to go through the application real quick, we just added some things. I spoke with Megan, who's your coordinator on this on the staff side, just to help her with issues she was having with different organizations, just to make it more clear as to what they needed to provide us. And also on the application, where it used to just say community benefit or purpose, we actually expanded that to ask them to please describe their community benefit or their purpose. And we also took that language that we added about what their special event was and how it contributed to community. We actually put that in the application to remind them what we're looking for. So if you have any questions or any comments on the changes, I'd greatly appreciate them.
I don't see any questions yet, but I would say that you've done really good work.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it.
Looking for a motion to approve?
You were looking for direction. Would you like a motion to approve the report?
Second. We can move right to that. That way we don't have to come back for it. And I'd like to really recognize Megan. She really was of a lot of assistance, because she is the point person on this. So we did go through this quite a bit to make sure it was usable for both her and applicants. So.
Megan, could you repeat that motion? I'm just teasing you. That was a previous conversation.
Okay, the motion on the floor to approve and accept your report was by Lowry, correct? Seconded by Post, correct?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Sabrina. Item 7, acceptance of economic development administrations. Are you by yourself today?
I am by myself today, sir.
Well, welcome back.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the County Council. Back at the August 3rd meeting, Ms. Helga Van Eckert and I announced that the county was awarded the Economic Development and Public Works Adjustment Assistant Program grant totaling $4 million. And of course, with that grant, the county was required to match 20% at $1 million. So the complete total is $5 million. And so what we're looking for now is the approval to accept the grant. Of course, in receiving the grant, we have 30 days to activate the contract with the EDA so we can move forward with the improvements that we want to make on the parcel of land, 55 acres on the southern portion of the airport. And so we can look forward with developing an RFP and moving forward with a developer coming into that land to help with our economic development efforts.
Second.
Motion to approve.
Well, that was the quickest
You've
one.
got 3 motions to approve. Let's pick one. We'll pick Billy Wheeler because she said it the loudest.
My district. My district.
You want the second?
Well, it's my district, yeah.
Okay. Post and everybody else on the council second. This is big. This is really good news. It's some of the most desirable land that the county owns that is potentially a great income source for us. And so I'm really pleased to see this happen, and I'm excited about it. So
Yes, sir. Great things to come. Great things to come.
yes, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Dr. Lauer, did you want to say something before?
Quick comment.
Okay.
I want to compliment staff. The years that I've
Yes.
been on council here to get these grants is just amazing. They do tremendous work there, and the citizens should be proud. They bring in tons of money.
And there was no opposition? No votes? Then the resolution passes 7-0. Thank you very much. You're
Good
back in
afternoon.
1,000.
Got to keep that bar high, sir.
That's all right. Okay, item 8, selection of firm for local government area of opportunity loan for multifamily rental housing.
Did that, that was the SHIP.
We just did
That was
that.
the vote on the SHIP funds.
We did. We're on 9, lease renewal of county property for existing communication tower. And,
Do it again.
oh, you don't even look like Ryan.
No. I drafted this brilliant lease, so I get to present
You
it.
get to
Serena
present
Slutty,
it.
Assistant County Attorney. This is a lease renewal for a cell tower, a ground lease where we are leasing the ground for a tower that was constructed by Singular New Wireless. The original lease was a 30-year lease beginning in 1997. We have negotiated a new continuation of this lease. Our part of our public safety system is located on this particular tower. Our ordinance has a provision that we can release these with this company so long as the council finds it's for a public benefit. We open it to public comment prior to the approval of the lease. This lease will essentially give us space on the tower for $0. The ground lease is being leased to New Singular Wireless for $0. But in addition to this location, we will also get space on 4 other Crown Castle towers. It's in the lease at $0. So it'll be a total of 5 towers that we'll have a presence on for $0 in exchange for 600 square feet of ground.
Dr. Lowry, can I get a motion to approve?
Yeah, I'm just going to say this is a win-win-win-win-win. This is amazing. So I move to approve the lease renewal.
Second.
Second by Post, motion by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0.
And I'm assuming we have no public comment. It has to be open for public comment.
We did not have any public comment on this item.
Thank you.
Okay, item 10, Susan Jackson, did she stay? And it's going to be Clay for ordinance 2021, amending chapter 62 of the Code of Ordinance of Volusia County.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. We have a robust historic preservation operation, And as such, your staff, working with your Historic Preservation Board, looked at some changes to Chapter 62, which contains our enabling ordinances for how we go forward with our historic preservation efforts. In reviewing this, we wanted to do some updates, and as you look through the ordinance, you see we made a lot of grammatical changes, improved in some of those areas, and we also updated some of the definitions. The two critical changes that are beyond that simple scope include the timeframes that we are utilizing for our notices and holding of the public hearings, where either a individual building is identified or as being historic, or development of a historic district. Previously, there was a requirement to send a notice to a property owner 30 days in advance of the hearing. We are requesting that be changed to 10 days. And in the existing regulations, we have a 60-day time frame when the application is submitted to hold a hearing. We are requesting that to be pushed out to 90 days. This was reviewed with the Historic Preservation Board because we were looking at how they hold their meetings. Because we are a certified local government, we have to hold at least a minimum of 4 meetings per year. So we try and do it quarterly. And when you start seeing that 90-day time frame and 60-day time frame and those type of things, it's easier for them under the proposed time frames that we have to accomplish their task of reviewing these applications. The other significant change is how we classify a building, a structure as being historic. Under our current regulations, it's anything built prior to January 1, 1946. This is not necessarily consistent with our own comprehensive plan, nor is it consistent with the state statutes. And so what we're looking at is that modifying that to be 50 years of age based on the then current year of January 1 of that time frame. This will make us consistent with how the state, through its certified local government program, implements historic preservation. Included in your packet is a letter from representatives from the Department of Historic Preservation from the state, indicating that they concur with our proposed changes. They reviewed the entire ordinance and sent that letter saying that they agree with what we're doing. Again, this has been vetted through your Historic Preservation Board. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Council, any questions? I don't see anybody waving, and I don't see anybody, so I think you did a good job.
Thank you.
So we need a motion to adopt.
Move approval of the ordinance 2021-21, amending Chapter 62 of the Code of Ordinance of Volusia.
Motion by Post, second by...
Was there any public participation?
Not on this one.
Okay.
Second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Was that one opposed? No. Barb Gertman, that was in favor. Motion carries unanimous 7-0. Okay, everybody's tired, but with the indulgence of the council, I would like to flip number 11 and number 12. The staff is prepared for this. We've discussed it, and this simple reason, it won't take any more time. Item number 11 is a discussion on how to spend local fiscal recovery funds. But item 12 could greatly affect item 11 because there's some spending that's being offered in item 11. So if there's no opposition, I'd like for Director Pozo to come forward and give us his report on fire and EMS.
Good afternoon, Joe Pozo, Public Protection. So item 12 is it's two things. It's an update on what we have completed since we came to council in 2019 for fire and EMS. We gave 2 presentations then. Everybody that's on council, with the exception of you, sir, Mr. Brower and Mr. Robbins, were not a part of that. So I'd like to just give an update. and then what the actual budget submissions are for the next budget year. So if you'll indulge us, okay, my team that helped me put all this together. All right, so we started in February of 2019 with EMS. And at the time, the EMS service was having some issues, okay, with response times and staffing even then, and some posting locations and really just how the model was. So we put a team together that started in October of 2018, and we looked at the entire system to see what we could do to make improvements. So out of that came several recommendations that we brought to council that were approved. And so they included the interfacility transfer units that we put in service that really just do interfacility transfers. That's where the nurse triage, the E911 redirect nurse triage program came from. The EMS service centers, where we really started to branch out to different locations in the county for the EMS units to change and then to start some fixed stations, so to speak, where EMS could come to work and report and just respond out of. We looked to reduce some of the extended response gaps, and we looked at what the current needs were and then what the future was going to bring, knowing that demand would increase over the years, knowing that population would increase as it has. We did not know at the time that we would be in the middle of a pandemic really for the last 18 months, which has greatly affected EMS, it's greatly affected fire, corrections, really are the top three in public protection that have seen the greatest impact of the pandemic, along with beach services last year as we were going through closures and should we or shouldn't we have the beach open and what should we do or shouldn't we do on the beach in the fresh air. So really all of public protection has seen a lot of impact from the current pandemic. But really specifically EMS, they really are on the front line every day, and they are treating COVID patients. They are picking them up, taking them to the hospital. So they are truly on the front lines when it comes to this pandemic. And I'll be honest with you, my hat's off to all 900 plus public protection employees as they work through and try to deal with it. So the first thing we brought to the council was the interfacility transfer program, which we have completed. And we did that because what we noticed as we were studying the system at the time we were using 911 ambulances to do interfacility transfers. So we were taking what really were our emergency response units and redirecting them to the various hospitals to do interfacility transfers. So we came up with a model that would put just interfacility units on the street, and that has been successful. I will tell you that right now we have had to shift those into the 911 system, so we're all together on that because there is such a demand out there, and the demand for transports just in the 911 system are up. So there has been some effect on this program. And you see that last month we did, in the month of July, we did 5,000 transports, which is the most I have seen in a month's time in Volusia County. So there's a great demand right now for that. But we completed that, and actually, as you go into the future with that program, the vision of an interfacility transport program really is to run that like an enterprise, where you have those units, they're assigned to that, and that's what they do, and the revenues that they raise out of that sort of pays for that system. Second was the 911 redirect nurse triage. which we have completed very successfully, got an ACO award. We went over that at the last meeting. And, this was something that we brought to council, and we had the foundation for it, we had the plan for it, but we weren't expecting to do it as soon as we did it. Ms. Gertman, Councilwoman Gertman, actually requested that we do that right away. So we went to work on that. We got it implemented in 2019, and these nurses, as they go through, they had to complete the telecommunicator training because they are, in a sense, serving in a telecommunicator role as they're triaging calls. They have had their duties expanded to do the COVID-19 call triage. They've actually done PCR COVID testing for us at the Occupational Health Center. They did that last year in an emergency role. And they also triage the interfacility transfers, because one thing that we have found with interfacility transfers is we will get a call for an interfacility transfer and it's not really properly triaged. Everything's an emergency. And so they triage those so that we have the ability to stack those and get to the less emergent ones as we can. We are implementing phase 2 this month of that program. The way that this really works is it's an alternative transport program so that you're not putting the stress of low acuity calls, very low acuity calls, on the 911 system. It's meant to keep those calls and those transports away from the system. So we do have an alternative transport system that we're kicking off, utilizing an EMT in a regular van that will be dispatched by the nurses to go pick up the person who has the low acuity illness or injury and transport them to either a urgent care center, the emergency department, or perhaps their doctor's office. So we're getting ready to get that going. It's taken a little bit to get there. However, we have arrived, so we'll look forward to tracking that data, and certainly I'll tell you how that's going at future meetings.
Quick question on that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
So
ma'am.
we're not jumping around.
That's okay.
Who is driving who's going to be driving the vans for the nurse triage?
A county employee, a county EMT employee.
An actual EMT?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. There are systems that use taxis, and we're still looking at that. We're working with the county legal department on that, and we may implement that as well, because one van really isn't going to handle, I think, the calls that this will generate, really, when you start to move away and you get into that alternative transport. But we're working through that as well. Las Vegas uses Lyft concierge service. Reno uses a taxi service, Richmond, Virginia, Washington, D.C. So those bigger systems utilize those types of alternative transport. So we'll be looking at that as well, and we are. The third has been completed, and each of these stations that you see on there were in the February 2019 presentation. We already were in Fire Station 82 in DeLand, but we expanded to Station 83 in DeLand, which is on Taylor Road at Taylor and Martin Luther King. Our Fire Station 23, which I know some of you have seen, we completely refurbished that. We tore that old building down and brought those sort of prefab buildings, pre-built buildings in there. We redid the base space. And actually, that's a beautiful site now compared to, I think, what it used to look like. Fire Station 12 right there at Taylor and Tomoka Farms, and Fire Station 13. Now, these are service centers. Although Station 82 and 83, when the crews finish, they actually go back to those stations. So those are their stations. And at 83, we're running a 911 ambulance out of there, one of the interfacility units we sort of staged over on the west side there. and we staged the other interfacility unit at Station 23. So the others are what we call start-stops for now, where the ambulance stays there. It doesn't collapse all the way back to the 2 posts. We have our headquarters in Holly Hills, and we have another post, Post 2, in Orange City, just off of 1792 South. And originally, those 2 posts were where units went back at different times of the day, and they switched crews out, and the ambulance supply technicians, which you'll see later in the presentation, they stock the ambulances, clean the ambulances. So how we like to have it is crew comes to work, they check in with the ambulance supply technicians, they get a bag, they get their radios, and they get their controlled substances. They go out, get on the ambulance, and they're ready to go. But we have moved away from that, and we had to move away from that because our response times were suffering because really between 5 in the morning or the afternoon and 6:30 or 7, we had a lot of our units in just 2 places, and we only had the peak time units that come on different times of the days out into the community responding to calls. So we spread this out, and quite honestly, we want to spread these out a little bit more because it does help us because we change times at a lot of different times during the day. So this just makes sense to continue to expand this, and it's been a great system. Our fire chief is here, and he's opened his arms and his doors for our EMS units to go into the county fire stations. So it gets a little better on that. We also have some fixed stations that we deploy from. One is Station 14 in the North Peninsula. That's a 12-hour unit. I believe those times are 9 in the morning till 9 at night now. Mark, is that correct? Yep, 9 to 9. And Osteen Station is 24 hours. So we have 2 crews, one that comes on in the morning, gets off in the afternoon, and then another one at night there. And those were originally designed to be fixed. In other words, static deployment, you get them there because of where their location is. And we operate a dynamically deployed system, which means we move units around based on a computer model, based on historic calls, and they post at different posting locations. And you can't use that system. It doesn't work in a more rural area because the predictable calls, the density of the calls aren't what they are in other zip codes that we have, or in any community in an urban and suburban environment. So big systems that have rural pieces have fixed stations, and they may dynamically deploy in other areas, but those are typically more peak time units that come up when the demand comes up, and then they use their other units to staff around the clock at a more fixed location. So there are many different ways to look at it. I know at some point we'll probably get into that, but there are a lot of ways to look at it, and we're morphing into a number of these different ways to run EMS and what's the most effective, okay? Because really, it's about the effectiveness of the response times and your ability to get pre-hospital patient care to the patient as soon as possible.
Before you move on from that.
Yes, ma'am.
So specifically speaking about the static stations, I do want to discuss 14.
Okay.
In 19, as you mentioned, we had lots of discussion regarding the high response times, and really looked to assess the system and figure out what we could do to best provide service to the citizens, right? So as you just said, there are areas within the county that are far removed from the urban centers. Ormond by the Sea, that station up there is one of them. When that hospital, beachside on A1A, was ruined in the hurricane, that leaves only Advent Health on Williamson in Daytona as the nearest hospital. And so you're looking at a good half hour to get to the nearest hospital from up that way, maybe even a little more depending on traffic. That was a large part of the discussion at that point. And so the solution for that was to come up with a static base. We had a ribbon cutting for a static ambulance, which means that ambulance is housed there, not going anywhere. It is there for those residents. Then it was decided, well, let's make it the 12 hours and not a full 24-hour static. So going on the logic of peak times is what that was based on, making it the 12 hours. I still don't understand that aspect because what about the how do we know that someone's not going to have the stroke at 2 a.m. as opposed to, it doesn't always happen from 9 to 9 or 9 to 5. But that was the decision made then, right, to do the 12 hours. So that was council's basic direction was, okay, in order to remedy part of this, we are going to provide the static ambulance up there, which means it is there, it will be there at least that 12 hours for those citizens up there so that they can feel confident that they will have someone to respond. That did not come back to council to change, and it was just changed. And consistently, and I mean consistently, that ambulance is no longer at that station. It is down in South Daytona, it is all over the place, and it is being used as part of the dynamic deployment. And when you have the dynamic deployment, like you were saying, if they respond, if you're at level 0 across the county and a call comes up in South Daytona, you're pulling them to go to South Daytona, and then they're available in South Daytona. So the next nearest call comes out, oh, is that in Edgewater? Is that Deltona? And they're all over the place, which means they never get back to up there because we're consistently at level 0 around the county, so there's consistent need for them to be roaming around. So I have a problem with that. I have a problem, number one, with council giving direction on a certain fix, and then that just being changed without coming back to us, number one. But number two, that was considered part of the fix and is no longer being done. And now I have residents up in Ormond by the Sea who were a little ticked about how we're determining that, we're only going to have emergencies up there in the 12-hour time frame, as opposed to, the ribbon cutting, the big hoopla over we are going to provide service to you is no longer there. So can we speak to that, and
Sure.
What are we doing about that?
Well, you're all right. When we brought it to you, it was 12 hours. And so we've kept it a 12-hour ambulance. It's a double-edged sword. And we just took that out of, or put them into the dynamic system at certain times of the day when it's busy, because it is a double-edged sword. Because we're also under tremendous pressure to meet certain response times and to provide the service to all of the citizens with our EMS agency. And we are under great demand right now. And we had to make a decision on the ambulance at 36, the 2 ambulances at 82 and 83, and the ambulance at 14. So it's not just the one. We had to make a decision on any static-based ambulance that when it's busy, we have to get them into the system. Because if we just leave that ambulance in Ormond and there is another call that comes in and I don't send that ambulance, then I'll get criticized for that. Or we will get criticized for that. So it's a double-edged sword. And we're just trying to do the best we can with whatever available units we have.
So we were in crisis in 2019 with the response times. this was part of fixing that crisis or addressing that crisis. We were at that same crisis level that we're at now then. So,
Well, we weren't at the same demand because we didn't have a pandemic. And I'm not arguing with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree that we should have units where we need to have them. But when we're at level 0, as much as we have been since the beginning of the summer, it's just a double-edged sword.
are you saying our calls for service have gone way up because of COVID?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. And just in this period, we have not moved those ambulances, particularly the one at 14, until we got into this COVID crisis over the summer.
Ms. Post?
Yeah.
I read an article this morning, and this is a problem everywhere. It came up in Seminole County. There's an article, the same thing. We are in a pandemic, and we can't plan for, we can plan for the best we can, but even during pandemic, we're losing our own people to the illness, which makes us shorter yet. Brevard County's had it, Seminoles County's had it, Orange County's had it. It's all over the nation. So right now, we're having to do unprecedented things, and we leave it to these people to take and use their heads in the best possible fashion to cover this county as best we can. And we shouldn't be micromanaging them at this time when we have this going on. We need to take and let them do their job. Realize right now that we have been in this pandemic for 18 months. It may get worse, and we're going to see these things, and they're going to have to move resources all around, including how they do business. So I think we're hammering on something that should, if it was normal times when we just have normal calls, it might be a different situation. But right now, this is not the time to do that.
Well, I would say you weren't on council in 2018 when we began to have these discussions.
No, but I've been in the emergency. I was here when we were talking about this, when we put that ambulance up there. But I've been in emergency operations for 43 years, not counting being here on council. So I do kind of understand it. Not only that, I was on the EVAC board the whole time I was sheriff, so I understood that. Yes. And I was also on the EVAC board when we transferred it over to the county. I stayed on that board, so I understand that too. So I'm a lot more well-versed in it than you might realize.
Yes, sir. I believe you were also in charge of the evidence facility too, and we also addressed that in 2018, thank goodness. But
sorry, what was that?
Going back to my conversation.
What was that?
I said, I believe you were also in charge of the evidence facility back then as well. And in 2018, that was a major discussion as well. And luckily we were able to resolve some of those issues. So moving on and getting back to EMS, part of that discussion though is ensuring that public protection comes back. And when we give direction, so we're not talking about fire yet, but I'm sure we'll get into that. But fire also came in 2019 or during the 2018 discussions. And we did the same thing and we rebooted. We laid out an entire process, 6 months in, prior to COVID, by the way. We came back and we realized that instead of doing A through Z as directed by council, we were now only doing A through F. Council was not notified. We just found this out. And then it was just sort of, oh well, and we muddled through. I'm trying to ensure that these kinds of things, that's great if we want to say it's COVID and we want to do all these different things and if you desperately need to change direction that council gives, I'm totally okay. If you can come to us and say, hey, here's the reason that we need to change this actual direction that council gives to us and how to operate. But when you don't come back to us and staff just does whatever you want, I'm not okay with that. And that's not, just despite what my fellow council person says, not micromanaging, that's my job. So that's why I have one of the issues with that. And Do you have any comment?
Yes, I do. We laid out the presentation in February of 2019 based on a 5-year forecast of EMS revenues in February. When we got to the budget, those forecasts on transport revenues were going to be lower. So we had to make a decision on what we could fund and what we couldn't fund and what we were going to go forward with. And the recommendation and decision was go with the interfacility transport model because we desperately needed to get the 911 units out of that as much as we could. And it's been very successful, and leave them on the street. So the only thing we did was we collapsed the 2 BLS units that were budgeted in 19, and used the EMTs to put with the paramedics that we were going to hire for the IFT. We, after that, collapsed some part-time positions and put one of those BLS units back on 5 days a week. So we had to make a decision to get to where we were in the budget process. And today, it's a good thing we did that because we are short of paramedics, and we have those 2 units around the clock now, which is 4 crews that we're using in the 911 system because we're so short. And it's not a matter of us not coming back to you, but quite honestly and respectfully, there are operational decisions that have to be made to service the public, and I don't know that, unless you wish it this way, Mr. Chair, that we can wait 2 weeks to get to a council meeting to get an okay to do certain things. I mean, there just are things in emergency services that you have to make decisions on, and taking the Station 14 ambulance when we're at level 0 and busy, and getting that into the somewhere closer to A1A or onto Route 40 to respond to EMS calls, I think is the right decision, because we've got to get something to do a transport. I just think that's the right decision to make.
I'm not negating the decision in finality, but still not notifying council, whether it's prior, after, 6 months later, I don't think it's appropriate when we give direction. When I have to find out these things from personnel, when I have to find out these things from the public, that's not appropriate. So when we give direction, especially on giant things like this, which were in response to working to fix the system, and a huge hoorah to fix the system, by the way, I would expect that council be told. So I hope that in the future, and I know having this conversation over and over, and that's the aggravating part. I'm not sure why I keep having this conversation over and over, as to notifying council when we give direction, and then staff just does it.
Well, I'll have to rely on the manager then to give you, to communicate that.
That's true, and because I don't view what they did as a model change. That's the other part of this. They followed the model. They have followed the model. They got there and they follow it, but they have to make exceptions. And on top of that, our COPCN, the thing that guides us, legally binds us on top of that, to the closest unit response ordinance, which was not changed at any time. And that obligates us to respond to medical emergencies that are closest unit. And so when these guys leave that station, and that's one of the big differences between fire and EMS, is that they have many more calls within that period of time. So what happens, they leave, they go to the hospital, and on their way, somebody else has an emergency, they are the closest unit. They get diverted over to that call. It may be hours before they work their way back to that station, but they're getting there. So the model hasn't changed. It's just that they're a lot busier and they're not out and they're not sitting in the station. So one would look in there and say, where are they? Well, they're out doing their job. They're out working. That's what happens most of the time. So they have to be in the minute they leave that door and go out on a call and go somewhere, they're in the system. Because they must respond, like all other fire departments, by the way, must respond as the closest unit. That is an ordinance, is a county ordinance, it was put in after a tragedy that occurred out on I-95 years ago, and that is the way we operate. So I don't know, this question of changing the model, no one changed the model. You guys approved the model, we've worked to put it in, but these are command decisions that are going on all day long. And that's the type of system we have. So yes, they're up there as much as they can be up there. And if they can't get all the way up there, they stop them somewhere around 40 and A1As, close as they can, to still keep covering the area that they have to do. Again, these are professionals. They're doing it all day long. And the reason we didn't notify you is because honestly, we didn't feel like we were changing any kind of model. We were operating within that model. And that's what really happens every day. So that's the other part of this. And you can't get into the day-to-day operation of what we're doing.
Let me interject something here, because I think we can solve the problem with communications. What we have here is a failure to communicate, and there's other people that want to talk. But I understand what you're saying, George. I understand what you're saying. I've been in emergency medicine, and if you don't make decisions on the fly, not based on the computer model or any other model, but based on real-time situations that you find yourself in, we place people in danger. However, we are a charter form of government, and the job of this council is not just to follow whatever it is staff tells us. It's also not to doubt that the county manager, with what he just said, is blowing smoke or anything else. But in the charter form of government, we are responsible to the people that elect us, and this is one of the most important things that we hear about on a daily basis is public safety. We're missing two really critical things that you said today that we ought to be celebrating, and it's being pushed aside because of a communication problem. I understand that you have to make changes on the fly. I'm asking you to respect this council the same way that you're asking us to respect you. You don't have to call a special meeting. I guarantee you, everybody here understands that we're in a pandemic, and you're up against things that we didn't expect to be up against for 3 years, and maybe the next 3 years. But you need to respect us enough that you can come to us. You said George needs to do it. I don't care. Come to us and say, we've had to make these decisions, because I guarantee you we're going to hear about it. And we want to be responsible to the people that we serve in this county. You want to be responsible as much as I do to the people that we serve. You don't want blood on your hands. It's a hard job, and you have to have the freedom to make decisions on a minute-by-minute basis sometimes in emergency medicine. Somebody can let the council know so that we're not dealing in the dark. There's two other people that want to talk, but I want to touch on one thing that I think is transformational with what you did, if I understood it right, because I think you changed the name of something we've been talking about for a while. Tell me what the function of the service center is.
Okay. The service centers serve the purpose as a start-stop. So the unit stays there all the time, and it gets serviced by supplies through just sort of the ASTs go around and they drop supplies off when they're ordered. But it's a start-stop. So if it's a 24-hour and it's a 5 to 5, at 5 in the morning the crew gets there and they relieve the night crew, and they can use that facility as much as they need to, but then they can be deployed from there, so they would go out and get in the system. But what we've done is we don't want them all back at the same place. So if you spread them out, then they're out into the community, they're out into the county. So when a call comes out, they're not responding from Holly Hill pick a place that's, 5 or 6 miles from Holly Hill, they could be closer. So, or from Orange City. So we try to spread all of this out as much as we can. And we have some plans for some other places so that we can keep spreading out the units. Even though it's not a static station, it's a place they start and stop, so we have them all around and not just in 2 places.
So is this a hybrid of what we've previously
Kind of from years
incorrectly
ago.
called respite
Yes.
stations? That's really our workstations?
EMS stations are a little different. I think we could probably get into that a little bit, sort of some of the differences in what a start-stop and a permanent place might be or might not be. A more permanent station has a place you can park the truck undercover somehow, even if it's just, an awning, but you get it out of the sun because you have to keep them cool. They run a lot. You want to keep them cool or plugged in so they can keep the back patient compartment cool in the summertime because we carry, the pharmaceuticals and the IV solutions and things, so you have to keep a certain temperature there.
Okay.
We've digressed a little bit.
I'm not lecturing you.
No, sir,
But just as important as keeping that unit cool, we need to retain employees.
Yes,
And we
sir.
need to keep our employees cool. They need to have a place to go. I said this morning, somebody said we unplugged the refrigerator to save some money. We have EMS people, we have paramedics, highly professional people that don't have a refrigerator, that can't go somewhere and clean off the vomit, the blood, the spit, without going to a dirty facility at 7-Eleven.
And the EMS station would have that, or another place or another center would have that. The service centers have that. They would have all that. I was just, a more permanent station has the bay and has the couple of rooms and the bathrooms and those things.
I think that needed to be said. I think it's a
through that.
huge advancement. And I know that the people that report to you, it's music to their ears because they're going to feel more respected, but more importantly, they're going to be safer. They're going to be better able to do their job, and maybe they won't get COVID. The other thing that was said that I find really exciting is the fire stations. Now, we're talking about county fire stations welcoming county EMS people. It's always puzzled me that EMS, and I've talked to people that work on our ambulances. They don't feel welcome at fire stations, not so much county, but you're making that decision, and I'm sure that you're going to demand that they are welcome there and they're treated just like family that they are in our emergency medical response and our first responder family. I hope that you are successful and then that will be carried over by the cities that will also open up their facilities to a person that's in the same business of saving lives to be able to come and get changed, get cleaned up, get something to eat after hours. So those are two things that I don't want to have us just blow past, because Heather's right. We have a communication issue, and I understand the reason for it. And again, I'm not dressing you down, but it's not acceptable to hear this from the public that, why'd you take my ambulance away? Respect me enough to tell me, and I'll give you the same respect. It's as simple as that. Danny Robbins?
Mr. Pros, I just wanted to tell you thank you. You are doing a hell of a job, and I couldn't agree with County Manager more. This is most definitely, and I think that this council may be overstepping their boundaries a little bit, getting involved in day-to-day operations, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And like you, I know that you have to adapt and overcome a drop of a hat. And I get that, but you're doing the best with the resource that you have. This is not a necessarily a Volusia County issue. This is a national issue, but I just want to let you know, keep doing what you're doing. You have my support 110%. If you need something, you call us.
Heather Post.
Well, I just want to say, page 7, you have it listed, the North Penn as static deployment. So if it's not static deployment, then perhaps we should list it as static and / dynamic, or however you want to word it. But it is very evidently not static deployment.
It's not static now because we're in the middle of a pandemic and we had to make a decision so that we could get as many ambulances into the system as we can.
I understand why, but it is what it is what I'm saying, and that's what it's listed as. So let's not list it as a static deployment if it's not.
And I have, Mr. Chair.
It's been a year and a half.
We're looking for, excuse me.
This has not been a year and a half, though. This has only been, we just really took this out of that, not probably more than 8 weeks ago.
Pardon?
This Station 14, we have not moved that on a regular basis, but in the last 8 weeks, I would think. Mark? Hadn't been that long, yeah. Because he called me and said we have a problem.
You're saying today, Joe, that the Station 14 has not been taken out of that station. They have been completely static deployment
as far as I know,
of 8 weeks ago?
As far as I know, because Mr. Walcott called me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't have any more questions about 14.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have a question, again, because of public questions and comments. The Deltona incident with the response. Can you explain that a little bit? And then can you discuss what we've done to remedy that from here forward?
And the Deltona situation was a accident early in the morning and on Howland Boulevard. And our unit actually got there first. One of our EMS units got there first. And then Deltona Fire responded. And there were multiple patients and at different levels. And our unit took the first patient as they triaged. Deltona got there, set up command as they would. And there was, I believe, 3 more patients that need to be transported. 2 more patients that need to be transported. And there was a request from Deltona Command to the system status controller. Could Deltona make the other transport with their ambulance 63, which is staffed at night by Deltona Fire? They staff a unit, one unit out of Station 61 24 hours a day, and then they staff a unit at Station 63 12 hours a day at night. That unit responded, the request was made. The system status controller did not approve the transport. They went to the street supervisor. That person did not approve the transport. It was an error in judgment on the system status controller. We had 2 units that did respond in and make the final 2 transports.
So in our, because the cities have had many discussions on EMS response, obviously, what is the discussions then with the cities, with Deltona, and now you have other cities that are discussing more fervently, so
since Deltona's been approved to go 24 hours with that ambulance at Station 63. I've had 1 or 2 discussions with Chief Wolfing in Port Orange about they have a unit 12 hours in the daytime. I think their desire to go at night, but I haven't received anything formally in writing. I told him or asked him, would you please give it to me formally in writing? Their council has sent Mr. Rechtenwald a request, and I'm just waiting on Mr. Wolfing. I know he's been out sick. If he wants to do that, I've discussed it with the manager already, and so we'll make that decision. And no other cities have discussed it at all with me to do transport, other than Port Orange.
Have we created any, because we keep saying the charter requires for the first nearest response. Have we created any sort of SOP with the cities in transport then to ensure that that nearest response responds and that they are comfortable?
System status controllers know.
In taking that?
If they get a request, that they can do it. If we are in that emergent situation, absolutely.
And the cities are now fully aware of that and understand the SOP, and they are willing to?
I got a yes nod from Mr. Walcott.
Okay, thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Yes, just as a reminder now, yes, we need full communication. But as councilmen, we're supposed to communicate with those two.
Here.
They will communicate with him and get your answer back. Not us getting in their way or any of our directors around here and getting, because the time we take with them is time taken away from other businesses are supposed to do. But by charter, we are supposed to go through the manager to get our information.
Correct. Fred Lowry.
I want to add too, we are a charter form of government. We have a council up here. It's not up to one person to direct. It's up to us as a group to direct. And I kind of get a sense that most of us are pretty well pleased with the decisions that have, and the effort that has been made during this emergency time. I agree with Councilman Robbins. My hat's off to you guys handling this and doing a great job. Appreciate what you're doing. I think you've just received unnecessary criticism today. That's my view.
Ben, you're still up there.
Ms. Gertman is still trying to speak.
Hey, Barbara Gertman, District 1, would you like to ask a question?
Just had one easy question, Director Pozo. You mentioned that you're going out on more calls than ever before. What did you say, 5,000 in a month's period? Is that what you said?
Transports.
Transports?
Yes, ma'am.
So what would be an average? What would have been a normal or reasonable amount of transport previous to this time?
We typically are, Miranda, we're about 4,200, 4,000 to 4,500 a month.
Oh, okay, so 500,
fluctuates.
you're saying 500 to 800
Yes, ma'am.
is the amount of increase, which is significant. Because I was just looking at something while the conversation was going, and there was a report of like 82,000 new cases of COVID, where the next closest state was Texas with 40. And I'm like, no wonder. I mean, we're in the middle, we're in the thick of this. So I think this certainly is not the time to, I guess, to establish the base, because what you're doing now is responding to the time of a pandemic and high demand and just a unique scenario. So, I mean, I get the concern for your constituents. You want to be able to have, the representation and the protection there, the response team there, but you got to do what you can with what tools you have to work with. So I also commend you for, the work you guys are doing. And I know it's lean out there. It's hard to keep people, throughout this period when everybody's sacrificing, they're putting themselves and their families and, in harm's way every day beyond what it was before. So it's a challenging time for everybody. So I think once we settle down, Heather, I think, getting people in order and really being able to hold them accountable to being able to serve that district specifically, I think is a fair concern. But right now, it's survival of the fittest. So thank you.
Well, it is a fair concern, but I'm just going to repeat again that communication is key. I don't need to hear from you every day, Director. I don't need to ever hear from you until you come or I see you in in an agenda meeting. But I think we all do deserve to be heard from George. Not to second guess what he does, but we should be a team. We should be working together because the public is just as afraid as, that's what you're hearing up here. We're hearing from the public that they're scared to death. And we can help you not have the public be scared to death. We could help disarm a fear that we don't have ambulances anymore in Ormond by the Sea. That's not true, and that's all I'm suggesting. Now, I don't want your job. I don't want to be guessing what you do, but I do want to be part of the team, and I think the council deserves it. That's all I'm asking. Heather Post, can you wrap this up?
Sure.
We still haven't heard from fire yet, right?
We got a lot more to go.
Sure. I definitely want to discuss the charter form of government and the speaking to directors during open discussion, so expect that conversation for sure. But I will hold that off for open discussion. Joe, you and I have had many discussions, again, talking back and forth, at the okay of the county manager and the direction of county manager to have those discussions. So, but we've discussed the transfers, and you mentioned earlier that the transfers are the revenue building operations of EMS, and from back 2017, 2018, and all of that, when we initially started looking into the EMS operations and fixing things, by the way, that's why we were looking into it. So very important, because, oh my God, public safety, that's absolutely our role, to ensure that that's being done in the best way for our citizens. So, but we've consistently had the conversation of best response times and best response decisions versus transports and monies. And I've consistently come back and gone, you know, I always do the scales with you, right? And I always say, here's transports and money, and here's the actual, you know, the public safety response to the citizens through EMS and our ambulance division. And I consistently come to you and I say, you know, we seem to be moving up this way a little bit, and, you know, this should always, always be absolute number one and first and foremost. And a lot of those conversations end up in, well, that's our revenue. But revenue and monies should never, ever come before the safety of the citizens. And that is a consistent conversation that we have. The reason that I wanted to have this conversation, you guys may not understand because you weren't here through the whole process of discovering what was happening in EMS a couple years ago, and we have tremendously moved forward, one would hope, but we're still having those conversations, right? And the reason that I asked for it to be switched to be, I don't know how it wasn't before the ARPA funds, but the reason I asked it to be switched, I'm looking for solutions. And the conversation that we consistently have is, Heather, I agree with you, this should be number one, but we need money. And if we don't have the money, then the scales shift. And to me, that's not an appropriate answer. So if we have ARPA funds, and we have the ability to provide any kind of solution to EMS to where we're not consistently looking at those scales. Even the transport scale side is apparently not working because now we have Advent Health who says, you know, the response times for those are too low or too long. They want to do it themselves. You've got the city saying they want to do it themselves because they are looking at end patient care rather than revenues. So if it's the money that is keeping this from being number one priority, then I want to give you the money. But you have to, as a director, I can't keep hearing, well, I'm not going to specifically talk to you because you're council. You're a council member. Even if George gives you direction that it's okay to talk to us as council members. Because we need to have those conversations. We need to hear what's actually happening in EMS, not fluff. And if you have solutions, if you don't have the solutions, then okay, just tell us you don't have the solutions and we can figure something out as a whole. But if you have solutions that money would fix, then you have to let us know so that we can give you the money. We can't just be operating this way on the scales because there's no money available year after year. And, someone sent me a message yesterday from the healthcare field at one of the hospitals, by the way, and said, we're like a turtle that's turned over and is just sitting there with the legs, and you need help getting back on the ground. You need help being pushed forward. And, I'm not here to rag on you specifically, Joe. I'm not a county employee. I work for the people. And to me, we've had these discussions many times. Safety to me is number one, absolute number one. So I'm sorry if, all I ever hear when I bring these things up, where I try to have accountability in these areas, is, oh, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. I don't know what she's talking about. Well, I'm not ragging on you for doing a poor job. I'm looking out for the safety of the citizens. And if you've got to be comfortable talking to council and telling us what you need to solve these issues. Now, on the evening of the workshop, so we had the workshop in EMS, you specifically said in the workshop, if you go back, you talk in circles a lot, you're cryptic because you don't want to actually. Who said?
I did. We're not going to get into this witch hunt, Chair, any longer. I suggest we move on. We make that motion to move on.
Second that.
We're not going to sit here and let this gentleman get beat up any longer.
Oh, no, yes, you're right about that. It's gone on long enough.
I'm not beating him up. I'm trying to help.
It's gone on long enough.
Call for the vote.
You want me to call for a vote to cut off a council member so that they can't speak to the director?
This is blind hostility. This is day-to-day operations, Chair, respectfully. This is not our position. We need to refer this back to the county manager. I've sat here for 15, 20 minutes watching this dedicated employee get beat up. This is a witch hunt. Some people are looking for a perfect scenario, and I cannot sit here and allow this to go on any further with not saying anything. We're out of bounds. We need to move on.
He is in charge of this division, so he is the person that.
Well, it's been said and said and said.
Hear, hear.
Over and over and over.
So on the evening of the workshop, I went to dispatch.
If there's a policy laid on the table, Ms. Post.
Dispatch, and sat there for 2 hours. I didn't call in, I didn't
There's
say I
been a
was
point of
coming.
order called. Mr. Dyer, is there not restriction somewhat
During that
in the
time,
Roberts Rules of Order?
In the 2
for
hours,
restricting a
we were at
person
level 0.
who goes excessive?
consistently. 2 ambulances were out because 1 stretcher was broken.
You have a motion.
One
and a
ambulance
second.
had the air
There's a
system
motion and a
down.
second,
I'm
Mr.
trying
Chair.
to get council to fully understand the scope of what's occurring. Because if we have the ability to spend money to fix an area
Mr.
that
Chair,
is
are you not
public
going to
safety,
act
for
on the
God's
motion?
sakes, we should be using this timeframe. So 2 ambulances were out because of equipment failures. 4 units were unable to actually go out on
I'd like
the
to
road.
appeal the chair's decision.
Please, Mr. Chair.
There was 2 people waiting for transports for 6 hours. Lots of these different things occurred just in that 2-hour time frame. I would ask any of you to go out and
Mr. Dyer,
sit in
can we get
dispatch
action?
and actually see for yourself what is happening. I am trying to come up with solutions. I'm trying to help you, and you know I am, Joe, to help you be as successful as you can.
Mr.
in
Chair,
your
are you not
role.
going to direct this
But
meeting?
you, in your role aside, you know, I'm
Ye-
helping you
yes,
to be
I am.
great in your role, but
You have
I
a
care about the
obligation
public
to
safety
deal with the
and
motion.
the,
We are neglecting our duties here.
We're neglecting
record.
what? We're
I care
neglecting
about the
what?
public safety of the citizens, and
Our
and
duty.
ambulance response is very important.
Yeah, our duty is to,
Mr. Chair,
is
this
to,
has been going on for almost an hour on this one topic. I have not said anything.
She's got
First of
other
all,
things to do. She has meetings.
I personally, and trust me, I just don't put it out there on Facebook or whatever, but I am in touch with all of my citizens. I've never once had someone fear for their lives or complaining. I've maybe heard it from Port Orange, but I have not heard from the citizens that they're fearful and the complaints that are being heard. I also think for us to be really cutting in right now at a time of a pandemic is this is just unheard of. We're all pressed and stressed to the very end. I think what Mr. Pozo did to the fire station 14, he did it under stress and what he had to do to give those services to the people. That is between him and our manager. And I'm really very uncomfortable with, I feel, the badgering of our employees right now. I don't hear it any other way. And I understand you wanting to get answers, Heather. I absolutely do. We all want this public protection to be number one. But drilling in on things that this is really not in my realm as a county council person, my expertise. I have to trust Mr. Pozo and our manager to make those decisions.
And Mr. Pozo is telling me in these conversations that if you would just give me money, I can fix it.
I'm talking.
Yes, and
I'm sorry, I'm talking now. So, Mr. Pozo, I think you're doing a good job. Do we need to look at things down the road? Absolutely we do, but I think most important, we have to get through this pandemic. And Mr. Manager and Mr. Dryer, I would hope that you would support us on trying to move this forward. And that this has been a little bit out of line for the last hour.
okay, let's end it here. What we're doing is not helping the public to not feel insecure. I hope that you don't feel badgered. I don't think that you
I
were.
actually like to finish. There's
I-
a lot of good stuff in here that I think everybody needs to hear.
I would
If
love
it's
for
okay.
you to finish. We have a motion on the floor right now to end debate on this aspect of what we're doing. The motion was made by Robbins, seconded, I believe, by Lowry. All in favor of ending debate on this part of what we're doing, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed? Not
Make
really
it
debate,
known that
just
Barbara
discussion.
is not at her desk right at the moment. She's out of the room.
She didn't call an ambulance, did she?
I hope not.
Okay. So
There
the
she
the
is.
motion
There she
carries
is.
six
Barbara.
to
I'm
one.
sorry. I'm sorry. Aye.
Mr. Pozo, I hope this ends with you requesting money to make some solutions, though, because I'd love to push some
How
more
many
funds.
times have you ever been asked by a council member to ask for more money? Let's
He's not-
continue on with
And I will
fire.
ask, but a couple of things. The increased transports to the hospitals, I want to just touch on that point because they have increased. But what that does is, because the hospitals are in such an overload now because of the pandemic, our offload times have increased. So that adds to the entire scope of the response. And that's everywhere where the pandemic has expanded and is impacting hospitals. Certainly throughout the state of Florida. There's not an EMS system that I'm aware of in Florida that's not having that problem. So that adds to the whole dilemma of we don't have enough ambulances. And we're short of paramedics, so we don't have the normal amount of ambulances up that we typically would. So that adds to it. So that leads into the decisions, well, we have these ambulances, how's the best way to use these resources? The interfacilities, the one at Station 14, 36, 82, 83. Along with that, the hospitals have a huge impact now. They are moving more patients around than they were pre-pandemic. Back to last year, remember last year during the pandemic, hospital was down. Hospital visits, census was down. Transports were down. Now it's way up. So we have a complete 180 of what we were dealing with a year ago when we first got into COVID. So, and another point, we have 2 freestanding emergency departments in the county. Last year, we did not have the freestanding Advent Emergency Department in Port Orange. That's an additional stress on our system when they get somebody who comes in there and needs to go and be admitted. So there are a number of things that have added to this that have caused us to shift gears during this phase of the pandemic. And to your point about funding, we ask, okay, in EMS, there has been a reluctance to raise the general fund transfer. There's been a reluctance to do that. And if there's a reluctance to do that, then we have to rely on trying to increase ambulance revenues. You approved 2 ambulances in May, and we haven't been able to put up yet because we just can't onboard the paramedics. We base that on if we put these 2 ambulances in the system, the transports are out there, the revenues are out there, we can pay for those through that. So, I mean, we have tried. And just to your point, Mr. Chair, you're not going to find any department heads here, my peers, that don't respect this council. I respect the council manager form of government. I was raised on that. I believe in it. I respect everything that you do as policymakers because you make policy. It's my job to carry it out. And it's my job to communicate with the manager and the deputy county manager. I communicate with her, Suzanne Conchin, directly on a day-to-day basis through phone calls. She knows everything that we're doing. There's nothing that I don't keep them informed about, particularly during this pandemic. So I don't want you to think that I don't. I don't think you think that. I think you were just making those comments. But you're not going to find anybody who believes in it more than I do. Trust me. I work for International City County Management Association. That's what they're all about. And I follow their tenets to the core. Now, moving on. We came to you about current and future needs, okay? And we laid out in the plan that we were going to, based on demand, have to add units, at least one a budget year going forward. You did approve 2 in May of this year. We are hiring EMTs in the interim so we can get those basic life, so we can get ambulances into the system. We're just, because we can't get paramedics, we're trying to flood the system with ambulances. And we should have 2 of those up here very shortly. 3 now. 3 now, 1 in another 10 days. So we're moving pretty quickly on that.
Can I interject a question here?
Sir.
Why can't you find paramedics? What are the issues?
We don't know, to be quite honest with you, because we're not the only ones that can't find them. It could be pay. It could be location. It could be that people don't want to do that right now because of the pandemic. It could be that it's easier and it pays more to work in an emergency department or in a hospital as a technician or at some FEMA site someplace because it could pay more and it's less stressful. That's why we came to you with that hiring bonus, to try to attract more. And I will be working on raising the hourly rates to get the EMTs up, to get the paramedics up. So we're working on that. But that will cost money. But we're going to bring it forward. Because I think that's very important.
With the 25 that left from
Well,
January to June?
I don't know that
do we
it's
have any reasons?
25. I just know that today we're 21 short.
Will
Could be 25
I have the
or
list
21.
of 25 from January to June.
Yeah.
Let's not dicker, but do we know, we don't have any idea why any of them left?
Yes. Some did leave to go into other medical fields. Some left and went on to things totally different. And then some we may not know. I don't know that they interviewed everybody, Mrs. Post.
Okay.
Okay, so going forward in 21-22, we are asking for one additional 12-hour ambulance in 22-23, one in 23-24, and one in 24-25. And today you approved that retention bonus. Thank you very much. So now we're hoping that at least what we have, we can retain. We hope that will help us with that. We've done a lot of other things as well. One of the big things that labor group wanted was opticoms, which are traffic control devices. We do have a lot of those traffic control devices that control intersections, make it green when you're approaching. So we have, all of our ambulances are equipped with those. 45 of 53 ambulances are outfitted with the Stryker power stretchers and the power loaders. There was a big push to get those done. They all would be done, except we have 8 new units coming that'll be here, we hope by the end of the year. And so we just drop ship the power loaders to them and they'll have those ready to go when they get here. We'll have the entire fleet done. We've ordered and placed in service 30 mechanical automatic CPR devices, state of the art, and we've got 28 more that we'll order October 1st. So all of our ambulances will have that. We've added 3 ambulances to the fleet. And one of the things we did, we worked with our manufacturer of ambulances. We used to take the box off the chassis and put it on a new chassis. But what we were finding was the cost was getting very close to what we could buy new, but the box was outdated. You know, as you go 3 or 4 or 5 years and there's new lighting systems, there's new air control systems, things like that. So we worked with the manufacturer to get a price point where we just buy new now as we order new ambulances, which is a big, it's a big item for EMS. So our budget for next year, you see most of the cost increase is in personnel services, and that has to do with the newer people. Operating goes up a little bit, but overall, it's about $4 million. Some of that is in reserves. Some of those reserves we'll use for these bonuses, and we may use some of that for some of the other things that we're talking about, like increasing hourly rates and things like that. But we'll work with finance and budget on that and bring that to you when we're ready to do that. Capital. The capital fluctuates, but we do have some big ticket items coming up in the out years. We're going to buy those CPR devices. We've got some newer ventilators that we're going to get. Got some more ambulances. Each time we add a 12-hour unit, we'll add an ambulance, because we may we either run those out of one of the posts, or we'll create another service center and put that in so we can, again, spread out where we deploy from. We do have $1.2 million that you approved in Coronavirus Transition Fund to do some much-needed facility repairs at our Holly Hill headquarters station. And then there's $1.8 million in ARPA funds, which I'm sure we'll get to, for the EMS stations. Yes, sir. And just to recap, operational growth, again, the EMTs and paramedics for the out years. We've also got some other things that we're budgeting for this year. Relief people to reduce the amount of mandates that are required of current personnel. And we've done that, and I'll tell you, we've done that in corrections and we've done that in fire as well. So we've got for each budget year, 1 lieutenant paramedic to help with relief for them. That's the street supervisor, an ambulance supply technician for relief factor, and then 2 additional ambulance supply technicians, because as we spread out, you just need that support group logistically for that service. Anything else on EMS before I turn the page?
Heather?
Thank you. I have a question, if council will allow me to ask. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ask the question.
Okay, so we've ended the EMS discussion. In our workshop, the ARPA workshop, you mentioned that we basically had 16 ambulances operating when we really need 32. And that's a consistent thing where we are running short in response on the road. So
Say the number again.
You said 16. We had 16 ambulances on the road when, according to demand, we really needed like 32. Those were your words, not mine. I'm not making up, pulling numbers out.
All right, well, I'm just
But-
trying to think of the context I said that in, because I said a lot that day, but let's just go with the conversation.
Sure, you could think of some point where you're running 16. The evening of the
Overnight.
workshop,
Overnight.
you were running 16 or 14.
We have a
So-
certain amount of ambulances that we have overnight.
Right. Let's
13.
stop arguing the number of the ambulances.
Well, Mrs. Post, I want to understand
Gotcha.
the context of what you're
Time
asking.
Time out. So my point is, if hearing your statements and looking at the future budget request, looking at the capital outlay request, I'm asking you here and now, is there anything from the ARPA funds? Is there any monies that, because to me, ambulance response, #1 priority, police, fire, EMS. So I don't want to now go to item 12 and, be spending money on other things when priority #1 is here. So I am asking you now, this is it, this is your one shot, Joe. If there are things that we could be doing and providing you as the director of EMS, I am asking you, to get us closer to the goal of coming up with some valid solutions to ambulance response and ensuring that we have enough. What do you want? So dream world, what do you want to get us there, to that end game? And is there anything that we can provide you today? I'm asking you. I need you to be honest and lay that out for us.
All of the out year 12-hour peak ambulances, we certainly need. Okay? The demand is there. If we want to respond and be at our priority E urban in 859, and if we want to continue to be at the priority 1E at 1059 and serve the rural at 1759, if we want to try to maintain that standard as close as we can,
And that standard is the adequate response times that we should be expecting as council.
if we want
Yes,
to do that,
Right.
then we need the staffing and we need the units on the street to be able to make that happen.
So what do you need from us as
So
council to
you're
make
asking
that happen?
for, you're asking, so what I'm telling you is what is in front of me. We're asking out year for demand. We need, those units we need now.
Mm-hmm.
We're just spreading it out over a number of years, okay, to fit the forecast, to fit into what a budget is. But if you're asking me now, I know what we need. We need people, as I said before at that workshop. We
But you
need
need
overnight
these
units.
now.
We
But-
need units.
But hold on, Joe. I really want to stress this point. So, but you need these now. I hope council's listening. You need these now to get us to the adequate response time so that you're comfortable that we're responding in the adequate response times to serve the needs of the citizens. You need this now. What we have done is we have budgeted it out because that's appropriate and that's what governments do. We have budgeted it out over the next 5 years. So, but in order, I really want council to listen, in order to have us at the adequate, so not phenomenal, but adequate response times for our citizens, he needs all of this now. So I hope council is hearing, and this is truly, you know, I don't understand why anyone is taking this negatively or saying I'm ragging on him. This is truly my role, and I hope council's listening to what's being said. I greatly appreciate, Joe, that you're finally stating this, and if we have the opportunity, you know, we're talking about $107 million. Again, we have a lot of things that are so important that we could be and should be spending money on in the county. But to me, public safety is number one. And if he needs this to get us right now to adequate response times across the board, then I think we should be doing everything in our power to get him to that level today.
All right, Ms. Post, can we, some of us talk?
Yes, just please,
sounds
please direct
real
your
good,
comments to
and
the
it's
chair,
good.
and I'll acknowledge you.
Sure, that was a period. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
That sounds real good, but you run into a problem. You use the coronavirus money for this, that's one-time money. You run into the problem of next year, you don't have that money at that time. Right now, you're talking about general fund trying to cut the budget, which makes it shorter even next year. So what happens next year? You got one or two choices. Raise the taxes drastically because we spent coronavirus money this year. I mean, it sounds good in theory, but next year, now you just say, let's just say we spend $1 million. If we put $1 million, by the time you put all the benefits, you're talking $1.3 million. Next year, you got $1.3 million plus the 3% or whatever we have to dig up somewhere else, and there'll be a lot more than that. Because what you're talking is not $1 million deal. This is several $1 million or many $1 million. The next year will be a budget shortfall where you got a choice of several things. Either shut down county government in other places or drastically raise taxes, which you know that's not going to happen. So you got to be careful about, you know, use this coronavirus money where you can take and make an impact, but not make the kind of an impact that will take and put us in, take the financial stability away from the government. So that's what we're trying to do with the coronavirus money now, is use it wisely, but in places that don't affect us in the future.
Danny Robbins?
No, and we hear loud and clear, but the fact remains is we can put up 100 fire stations, we can put up 100 EMS facilities, we can put 100, if we don't have the bodies, and I understand this, if we don't have the bodies, none of this is gonna matter. Until we can find a way to strong arm and get people to apply, Ms. Post, none of it's gonna, we all want to, and we all recognize how important this is. And we're not going to sit here and make it seem like this council does not. But until we can find a way, or if we can find a policy or a proposed policy to get people in line or filling out applications. Unfortunately, this is where we're at, and this is where everybody else in the country is at. So until we understand that first, I don't know how we're going to go forward with some of this stuff.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have to I have an agreement with that. I mean, we certainly all understand, I mean, to even suggest that we're not listening to all of this, that is certainly not the truth. But as Mr. Robbins said, it's bodies. Mr. Pozo's already talked about how many short he is. I don't care how many ambulances we have if we don't have people to run them. That's our first concern. That's not just Volusia County. That's United States wise. Everybody is having the same issue. So we've got to address that. And to spend the entire amount of our funds, again, next year we'd have to look at all of it. That's a continuous fund from here on out. But we can't get the employees. So until we get the employees, we can't even begin to address the other situations. So this is a wish list that we all want. Certainly not that we don't put this as a top priority. We all do. But we understand the reality of what we're working with right now.
So we still have several people that want to speak. George, I'm going to ask you if you and Director Pozo, I think what we're hearing is absolutely true, that we could go out and buy 10 ambulances and they're going to sit somewhere because there's no people to put in them. We've got to do this incrementally. We need to hear from you. I do trust you.
Well,
we need to hear from you.
What's going to happen is this, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
We've got a very talented EMS director coming in, Michael Coleman, and we've already discussed this. We most likely are going to come to you and say, we're going to probably change our model a little bit. And it may be a mix of advanced life support ambulances and basic life support ambulances. We know, we have the demand maps, we know where the calls are occurring, and we know what kind of calls are occurring, what kind of transports they are. So we may change our model a little bit. We may have, as we go forward, which is why, and I did ask Mr. Rechtenwald, we've hired a lot of EMTs, and we're going to get them out there. I want to hang on to them. Even when we hire paramedics, we'll just double slot. Because we may morph into flooding the system with ambulances. And it may be some BLS ambulances and more ALS ambulances. We may convert a BLS ambulance to an interfacility transport. A lot of those are basic life support. We have all of that data. We're ready to do it. What the pandemic has done is it's probably going to push us to that model. Things we can do. We're going to be kind of poised to it. We've got some paramedics in our process now, right, to hire. So we'll be double slotting some, but we're going to hang on to those EMTs. Not going to let them go. So we'll probably come back to you and say, hey, here's how it's going to look, now, and get your buy-in and then operationalize it.
Take a breath.
All right.
When you follow through, and I think this council will follow through and do what you need to have done, and I'm going to open it up to George in just a second before everybody else talks, then we'll get the people that we need. When people look at Volusia County and say, they're not just serious, they're not just talking, but they're actually doing what needs to be done to make their lives safer, more reasonable, less stressful, and provide really good service to our constituents. A lot of those EMTs are going to want to become paramedics. George, let me let you talk before the other three people.
Thank you. Let me make it clear. EMS has been given everything they've asked for this year in the budget. Everything that you see on here they asked for, that's what they've gotten. So we're doing everything we can, and you're right on in terms of we couldn't fill the buses if we got them here. So that's the issue and why there's some, a couple of years spacing out, because we can only achieve what we can get, what we can go find and get. This is a nationwide problem. It's a statewide problem of getting paramedics. And it's evidenced, as Mr. Johnson said, I think the headline I just was looking at a second ago, out of Seminole County, crisis level, Seminole Fire Chief asked public to limit 911 use amid flood of COVID-19 calls. That is the situation that's out there. So as far as, building and rebuilding a model, I don't think you do that based on what we're going through right now. It's got to be more based on the growth that we've identified, and the spacing out of what we had planned in the budget was based on the growth numbers that we were given by our people, by our EMS and fire people. So that's what's laid out in the budget today. If we want to increase that, that's fine. But I just want everyone to understand that's what's in there today based on a flat millage budget, which now is your cap, because that's the trim, as high as you can go. So I just want everyone to understand that. And as far as using ARPA money, I think we went over this the other day, a lot of ARPA money is going into this system, not just here, but things like the dispatch and the fire alert and all these other items that are either COVID, the original COVID money, or the ARPA money. And I want to point out, remember we set 10, which we were getting ready, we'll talk about if we get to the next item, $10 million just for unknown needs like this, and he's still got $2 million left. So as far as buying one-time type things, equipment, buildings, supplies like that, well, yes, we have the money. But we do not have the money to put more people out of that fund. You could do it for one time, but you then will be looking at a tax rate increase. That's all. And again, other things are coming at us too. So yes, this is absolutely important. They always are at the front of the line, and there's no doubt about that. And so the next thing we're coming up to on fire, we put a lot of time and effort. The list of stuff that they have accomplished over the last few years is amazing. They've done a great job, and we've done it in a responsible manner, and our record shows it. And when you look at our outcomes, show it. I think that's another part of all this. So I just want that to be understood. We do set a time limit that we're shooting for, but the biggest thing, especially when you talk to the doctors and stuff that are part of this, is also it's the quality of care that they're receiving. And let's not forget that. We could throw a lot of bodies at this thing, but the bodies you're throwing at it better be well-trained, and they need to know what to do when they get there. And the last thing, too, is remember, we're double covered because we do this with fire. We have fire paramedics, and where some of those paramedics he's talking about go to, they go to fire departments. So we're not losing them to nowhere. They're going off into another level of the system. And they're there, and they're getting there, and they're providing paramedic care. And then, of course, the transport part is where you transfer the care and take them to the hospital. But the idea, people between that double covered system, we provide a very good level of service. Can we do better? Absolutely, and we're trying, and we've got a plan that we're following out to do that. But I don't want people to think that we're just sitting here doing nothing. That's not been the case. It takes up a huge amount of our time. It takes up 60% of our budget is public safety. So that's 60% of what we're doing all the time. And again, it's not like it's been taken lightly. It has not. It's been taken very seriously through a lot of work by Mr. Pozo, a lot of work by other people that are involved in this. So And as far as communication on that, I will make sure that it gets improved, because I do not, I have nothing that I would not want you guys to know. It's just that we do handle things 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, we're handling stuff. So I will come up with a form or some sort of report part that I'll make sure you guys get on a regular basis so that you know exactly what status we were in on any given week, and if there was any change to the model, especially. And then that will be noted.
You frequently email at 2 a.m. in the morning. That would be, that would
Well,
be
I don't get
adequate.
much sleep
That
because
would be adequate.
between what goes on all day and then what goes on through the night, it is a 24-hour operation. And so sometimes that's just the only time I have to put stuff out and get it out. That's just the way it is. But I'll make sure, again, I get the right communication to me that'll get to you.
Okay, we have, thank you for that. We have Ben Johnson, Fred Lowry, and then Heather Post.
One thing, we need to get Mr. Coleman on board and not even think about doing anything until he has time to work on this thing. I don't want to hear about changing system, changing anything. That man needs his chance to work, not bother to do his job. Now, you stop and look at your ambulance help. I had the fortune or misfortune, whatever it is, last year to have the firemen and the ambulance show up at the house. And I'm going to tell you, they were all so very professional. And I mean, I was very proud of the fact of being a county employee, getting into the county ambulance, the way they acted. We also keep hearing about Advent Hospital talking about us not giving them complete service. Maybe they need to look in their emergency room and see the people who are sitting in there for 12 or 15 hours waiting to see a doctor. We're all in the same boat. Everything is slowed down. Until we're able to get a handle on this thing, it's going to be that way, and we have to realize that. And we have to realize we are not working with just an unlimited amount of money. We have to do the best we can for our citizens. And some of us are getting that age, we'll probably take more ambulance rides, so we're very interested to make sure, look at the Reverend, him and I are getting that age.
I don't plan on it.
But we just don't have unlimited money. But right now, we need to let them work and do their job, get in with this program, and see how the new man does.
Yeah, and I think the best thing that's coming out of this, Ben, is that that's what we're going to get from Director Pozo, from the county manager, is here's what we need, here's when we need it, because we can't buy 10 ambulances and staff them full of people. It's got to be done incrementally. You said everything's slowed down. It's slowed down, and yet it's at hyperspeed because so many people are getting.
Yes, and government money's not in government like it was in the 80s and 90s, and never will be again. And especially after the recession, it was, and I've said this before, y'all weren't sitting there when we lost 10% of our budget and we cut the bare bones in this county. I mean, we cut. And it's probably the only decent thing the recession ever did was help get government somewhat in line again. But right now, it's a time when people are demanding more, and we just don't have it. We got to do the best we can.
Councilman Lowry?
Yeah, just on a little bit different subject. Item 11 is going to take some time. It's 7 o'clock. I know the Fires wants to speak. Are we under any kind of a time restraint on item 11 to where we have to do things now, or can we table that till the next meeting?
Ryan's shaking his head no.
What's that? We need to do that tonight? No. Then I'd like to make a motion, if I could, Mr. Chair, that we table item 11 till the next meeting so we can give it adequate time.
I think we've had people sitting in the audience waiting for item 11 all day.
Yeah, they're waving their hands, don't do that to me. You're good either way? Okay. What we need to do is give it adequate time and have an adequate discussion and.
I'm sorry, guys.
And, were you done?
Yeah, I just wanted to see what the council felt, and I wanted to make that motion to see if there was any support.
Okay, so you're making a
I
motion,
second.
you're making a motion that we table item 11. Is the vice mayor still here of
I'm here.
Orange City? Is that, how does that affect you? You've been sitting here all day. Okay.
Apologies.
I mean, I'm okay with staying as long as we need to finish the meeting. I mean,
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by, excuse me, by Councilman Lowry to postpone number 11 until the next meeting. And was there a second? Billy Wheeler seconded that emotion?
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of discussion that needs to be on that, and I want to make sure we've got clear heads and that we have ample time to answer lots of questions.
Okay. I'm gonna call for the vote, and then Heather, you still wanted to speak. But I want to say this before we speak. I would prefer to move ahead and finish the meeting, but I don't think it'll be productive. I think emotions are high. I think that people are tired. I think this is too important to just try and run through it at 7 o'clock and maybe be out at 9. I'm good with that if that's what the council decides. But I think it's too important to do it that way. I would rather everybody approach it fresh. But so I'll call for the vote. All in favor of tabling item 11 until the next meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
no.
No, you're opposed? Okay. So motion carries 6-7 and
6 to 1.
did somebody say we're tired?
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would ask is if we are tabling it, that for the next council meeting, then that it is moved up so that we don't have this happen again. It is moved up higher into the item.
Duly noted, County
Well, what
Manager.
we're up against, just, we had talked about, were you going to have a separate meeting on August 31st? Where you were going to talk about budget. You could take this ARPA as part of that discussion. That would be the only item on that day. It would, and it would have to be advertised as well, it could be the ARPA and the budget, but it would have to be, I think, advertised as a special meeting. That way you could actually make a decision.
What's that day?
Okay.
Otherwise, or if you want to deal with it in the early part of the September meeting, but then we would have to make adjustments and be ready for that night if you had any other substantial change.
I think we need to do it now as part of the workshop, but somebody needs to present a motion one way or another.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion, if no one else will, that we would add it to, we're going to do a budget workshop on the 31st, correct? I'm questioning staff.
Yeah, I believe so now because we need time to discuss what you guys requested of us, the 3
I think it would be
and the
good to have
5.
that conversation before we have the budget meeting, so.
Right.
I would make that motion.
And the date is August 31st?
Yes, that's what Mari had come up with. I think one person may have had a doctor's appointment that has to get moved, but that was when everyone was clear. We could have it in the morning and get it, I think if we attack it in the morning, you would have the ARPA question and the budget question, and that's what the meeting would be.
Great. Works for you?
Yes, it does.
That's my motion.
We have a motion by Wheeler, a second by Lowry, all in, to move this item to the October 31st. What did I say? Oh, God. August 31st. And do you want to do it this year? I'm sorry, this is really not funny, but it's extremely important. And I honestly think this is the best move forward. We have laid a lot on you, on the rest of staff, the county manager, and I think it deserves the time to really flesh it out. So, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Feels like we just voted on this. Any opposed, say no. Okay. Item 11 has just been moved, but you're not done with item 12.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yes, sir. Mr. Post has a question.
And you brought the fire chief in, who sat through all of this.
I've got everybody here that's helped me put all this together. They're
Okay.
all good. They're
You're
all
good.
good. They're
All
all
right.
good.
Heather Post.
So, Joe, didn't we just get 80 applicants for EMT paramedics?
Did we just get 80?
Don't we have 80 applicants under fire?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Fire.
So that's for EMTs, paramedics through fire. We seem to be creating the message that there's just no people across the board to fill any positions, but that certainly is indicative that there are people out there willing to fill those positions. I'm looking at the staffing request that the director is making to bring us to adequate response times. It's for us to say that, well, there's nothing we can do, even if we fill the personnel request because there's no personnel, that's actually not true. I think that's evidenced by the applicants. So setting that aside, we're not having a problem with people applying. Okay, so
None at all
we have the
in
director
fire.
saying we are absolutely not having a problem with people applying. We have people that want to work with the county. So that is absolutely not the issue. It's the matter of actually hiring them and allocating funds to hire them. That is the issue, to bring us to adequate response. So I'm looking at the staffing requests. You know, we're talking about, well, we have to think about this is one-time monies for ARPA, and this is a recurring cost, right? But it's not a recurring cost that we're looking at for the next 20 years to hire someone. It is until you're suggested already in the plan for budgeting out to get us to adequate response times by 2025. So ambulance response.
No.
Fire.
Fire.
That was an example that we absolutely have people applying. I specifically asked Joe, are we having problems with staffing? He specifically answered no.
Not on fire. We don't have any issues recruiting and filling the fire vacancies.
Do we have no applicants if
We
for
have
these?
applicants, yes, ma'am, for that.
Okay, so he's saying we're having no problem actually finding people to fill these positions. So what I am saying is we're looking at, this is in totality to get us to adequate response times today, to get us to adequate response times for our citizens. We're dragging it out to 2025 because of budget. If we have the availability in ARPA funds to, instead of 22-23 fiscal year hiring these people, why not hire them now out of the ARPA funds and fill that void that we would have tried to hire them in this year, and do the same with what's on here? Because inputting that, I think you mentioned, well, if we spend $1 million, to me, out of 109 million, or 107 million, if this is going to get us, you're telling us that this will get us to adequate response times for the ambulance division. That is what you're saying, correct? To fill those positions?
Snapshot in time, yes.
Yes.
This will help us.
So you are hearing from him that there is zero problem right now with actually hiring people, with getting people. The problem is on our end, budgeting to actually make those hires. So it is within our realm to use the ARPA funds. It's just really, what is our priority? If our priority is to ensure that we're providing adequate response times for the citizens across the board, and we can get there by doing this, then that's my suggestion. And
Can I clarify?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the question? How?
If someone is speaking, I'm not hearing anything.
That's because it's late and his voice is failing. Director, I want to ask you a question so that we know that we're all talking about the same thing. You just said that we were just told that you have plenty of applicants for fire as paramedics.
EMTs and paramedics.
I think part of the issue is they don't want to work for EMS right now. And I think some of the proposals that you have made that we need to implement will help solve that problem.
I'm sorry, I really want to clarify though.
That's why I asked for a point of clarification.
He also said, we have plenty of applicants in EMS.
We have.
We can fill these positions now. Right?
You started to discuss, you mentioned fire. We're okay with fire. We do have some paramedics in the process, applicants, okay? And I'll just read off what was yesterday. We have 3 in the pre-employment clearance process. We have 5 that have an invitation to test and interview. We have 4 interviews scheduled. EMTs, we don't seem to have a problem recruiting. Have the basic life support folks, we don't have a problem recruiting.
Okay, so we don't have a problem recruiting the basic life support.
We don't.
Those positions, those paramedic positions are not new positions. Those are filling the
vacancies, yes, ma'am.
vacancies that we just created. But you're asking for EMTs, and you're saying that we have.
We are in that, yes, ma'am.
Yes, so this is my point to council, and Ben, I'm not sure what your question is of how are we going to fund this. Just fund it. I mean, I don't.
No, just fund it. When you turn around and this year, the things you put up on the budget, and you turn around and say, go back to rollback, and we end up in problem. We cannot take and say we're going to have the money till we have it and budget it. So if you hire the people this year off of ARCA monies, and next year we go to rollback, you cannot pay for those people unless you fire a lot of other people.
That's correct. You have to get the funding for the people will have to come from the tax funds. And in the case of EMS, also they enjoy the charges that they make. So it's the people in EMS are funded by the charges and by the general fund. So that's how they are paid for. You can use the ARPA to bridge a gap, if that's what you're saying, but then you have to commit to higher taxes in order to pay them down the road. So, or we get enough growth in somehow in other revenues to pay for them. So now,
Mr. Chair, we've discussed this 3 times, that the manager has had to say the same thing.
Correct.
It's actually not true.
Let's just let the manager finish, and then I will intervene.
I think the thing, we got the message that we'll take a look. That's on the 31st of what we can do to speed up what he has put on here, but it won't be coming necessarily from the ARPA funds. I'll have to look and see if there's something else that we can trade off for, because that's what's gonna happen eventually anyway. If you use the ARPA funds, it'll be next year you're doing that, so we'll just do it this year if that's where you guys wanna go, assuming we again get the people, because they have been budgeted. They have money this year for people. I'm sure they've been trying, but when you lose people in the bunches that they lost them in this year, because of the pandemic, the system, like he said, he's got them in process. He goes on out and gets them. How many days does it take to clear them?
It'll take, once we get them on board, 90 days.
So 90 days before they ever really are a functioning paramedic. So really the idea, honestly, which we've been working towards, is to not only get everything filled, but to get people more or less on a list ready to come in and fill when someone else leaves. That's how we also use intermittent paramedics. We've done that for several years. And of course, that's the first place we go when one leaves, is to see, hey, someone who's already working for us part-time or intermittent, do you want a full-time position? But what's happened, of course, again, in this market, they're all used up. They're all going to other places. So again, we've done the bonus, which you've now done both the two types of bonuses on this. That's unprecedented. But we've done the unprecedented thing in unprecedented times. And we'll continue to do that. But I'll come back on the 31st with what we need to do if you want to speed that process up. I just caution that, you're speeding it up with data. I would try to do it on the data based on growth more than I would the data based on the pandemic, if at all possible. But I'll ask for both a range from Mr. Pozo and his team, of what they think they need, and we will have time to study it and come back and give you what the results are.
And I think that's exactly what we need to do. We've already voted on tabling this into the 31st. I hate kicking things down the road, but it makes sense in this case. We've given you, staff, a lot of things to consider. I want to hear the answers from you so that we can make wise decisions. And Heather, I'm with you, but we're working against the vote that we need to move ahead. So let's honor
that, yeah.
Let's honor the vote that we just took and table this to the 31st. If you want to continue on with fire or rainbows or whatever you want to talk about.
And what we'll do on EMS is we'll go back to the May. We'll go back to May when we brought to you a decision or a recommendation to put those other two ambulances up. And we've already got that pre-COVID data. So that's going to be the best data set to use. And we'll do that for you. Okay, so fire was in 2019 as well, early 2019. So we went over the fleet, staffing, relocation of fire stations, and a fire prevention permit and fee schedule. So to begin with, we've completed this. Many years ago, you would go to a Volusia County fire station, Mr. Chair, and you see an engine and a tanker or a vehicle that carries just water. But we only had 2 people staffing, okay? So you had to make a choice when you left the station, which unit to take, and it just wasn't really effective. So we combined those 2 units into one. So it serves as an engine and a tanker, carries 1,750 gallons of water. It's very adequate. And we started a plan back in 2011 when I was the fire chief. And we just picked that back up, and we have put one in Station 36 down in Osteen. And for Station 12, which was part of our presentation, they went for a review where they reviewed the specs, and it should be completed by January of 22. We have the same plan for Station 18 in Reimer Ridge. So we will continue that as well. We got our first ladder truck in service in South Beach. That was a big deal for Volusia County Fire Services. That does a couple of things. It gives us an elevated water stream on 2, 3, 4, 5-story buildings. We can effect a rescue from more than a second or third floor. And it also helps with our Insurance Services Office, or ISO rating, countywide. So we got that completed, and we were able to work within our budget and have ordered 2 additional ladders, one for the North Peninsula and one for Glenwood on the west side of the county, because we do not, as a fire service in the unincorporated area on the west side of the county, have a ladder truck. And there are ladder trucks on the west side of the county, but they're in the cities. And we do have and have had times where we needed the elevated stream or we needed the use of that ladder. So the fire chief and I got together, we got with fleet and we got with our fleet folks, and we figured out a way to make this happen within our own budget. So again, that will increase and help with the ISO rating, which directly impacts people who pay insurance, and gives us these capabilities, these increased capabilities, and it serves as an engine as well. So we're not adding any staffing to do this. This is everything in one. Carries water, has a pump, has a ladder, has a 75-foot ladder. So a very capable piece of equipment. Staffing. We came during that 2019 presentation and we asked, can we do a SAFER grant, which is a FEMA grant, it's a federal grant that provides funding for adequate fire staffing. And we applied for 9 people for these 3 specific stations to get them to 3, South Beach, Spring Lakes, and the North Peninsula. We received that grant. We hired the 9 firefighters. And you see there what the FEMA share is, $1.2 million, and our share is $765,000. So with the staffing, and if I could just take a moment, in October of 18, we had 3 stations that had 3 people assigned, and 1 station that was at 4. And because we had a rescue engine in there, well, or an ambulance. Today, and through this SAFER grant and just what we've been able to do with people that may have been assigned to float, to fill vacancies, etc., we have been able to get that to, we have 10 stations now at 3 and 2 stations at 4. So we have 18 structural stations in the county that we staff. Flagler County staffs 1 up in North Ormond, our station 16. So we have only 6 left now. We've been chipping away at this to get it 3 across the board. And you'll see coming up how we're attacking that in the next budget year and then future budget years. We also, lieutenants, the supervisory, the first line supervisor in the station. In October of 18, 13 of the 18 stations had lieutenants across all 3 shifts. We chipped away at that just through our own savings in the fire fund, and we just converted firefighter positions to lieutenant. All shifts at all stations now have lieutenants. So we've been able to do a lot of things here, as we have done in EMS, just looking within our own budget, finding savings, and making things happen. So we don't have to continue to come back and request, for additional funding. We had relocation of fire stations, and so that's in process. Our Station 18, that is funded this year for construction, And we're just working with, our real estate group just to try to find some land along that Route 40 corridor, which is a little difficult, okay, but we continue to look.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yes, sir.
I think you just said that right now that's staffed by Flagler?
Our Station 16, we have an agreement with Flagler. So 18, Rima Ridge is actually in Flagler County. We staff that, and they staff our Station 16 up in North Ormond, up in Halifax.
And you have plans to move Rima Ridge?
Yes, sir. We want to move that out onto Route 40.
Will that affect staffing?
No, sir. We'll take the staffing with us, and then we will continue to respond into that Flagler area where we have an agreement.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pozo,
yes.
What about Seville? Who services Seville? Because I know we had some.
Yes, ma'am. Pearson. The Pearson Station services Seville.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll just jump down to Station 23. We just brought those pre-built buildings in there last year, but that is due to move, and we're going to move that down 44, get it closer to 415 because we have more of a service area down there. And New Smyrna, continually annexes, land in and around that area, and that Station 50 is right there. So we're trying to find the best location for that. Station 15, we didn't get an endorsement from council on the movement of that, so we have, we budgeted some funds. That's our training center. That's where our hazmat team is. So we're going to renovate their living space there. And we found some money, and we have some impact fees as well that we can put towards that. But we want to give them a better living space there as well.
What's the location?
15 is Tiger Bay by our Emergency Operations Center, just past that, just west of that on the south side of the road.
It's kind of like acronyms in government. A lot of people don't understand them, and most people in the county don't know where a particular station number is. So
sorry.
That's all right.
Should have put that on there. Susie. That's our Tiger Bay. That's where our hazmat station is. And actually there, we're looking at, we had that route there, that Route 17 corridor, doesn't have the heavy rescue vehicle capabilities we have. We have 4 of those. We got a little bit of a gap there. So we're looking now, the fire chief and his team, we're looking at redesigning that vehicle there to be more of a heavier rescue and combination hazmat vehicle, so we can increase service levels there. And we're finding some savings to get that done as well. So that's in the future. But we're working on that as well. And we came to the council and we asked, we did not have a fire prevention permit fee and schedule. So we came to the council, we got permission to put one of those forward, and we brought it back. Council approved it. And so we are collecting fees now for all of the various types of fire permits that we do that is sanctioned through the Fire Prevention Code. Enhancements. We've done a lot in fire just through operational funding and capital funding. I'm not going to name all of these off. You've seen them. There are a couple of important things here, though. Each of the firefighters has received a second set of gear, of firefighting gear. That's a pretty standard thing across the country now. You go out, you fight a fire, or you get into perhaps an EMS auto extrication, you get contaminated or hazmat. You should drop that gear now, bag it up, send it to get cleaned, and you should have a fresh set of gear to put on. So we've gone to that. And actually our correctional facility is where we drop it off, and that's where we have the extractor, the heavy extractor for the turnout gear and the dryer, and they take care of our gear for us there in their inmate laundry. So if Director Flowers is listening, thank you very much for that. We've also replaced all of our self-contained breathing apparatuses, or SCBAs, very important. There's a National Fire Protection Association standard for those, and that changes every 5 or 6 years. And when it changes, there's typically some significant upgrades to that equipment for safety of firefighters. So we try to keep up with that. And then there's just a myriad of facility improvements we have done, or just your maintenance, such as painting, concrete work, and things such as that. And that all just continued into last year. A lot of painting, parking lot renovations, exhaust systems to remove the carcinogens and the carbon out of the apparatus bays when they start the vehicles and things like that. So a lot has been done to the facilities because we have some old facilities. The majority of the fire facilities were built between 1965 and 1997. So they just require a lot of upkeep, a lot of replacement parts. So the budget and fire, you see what that is. We have reserves and we have capital improvements. And, this is a distinct fund. So we actually save money here. We put money away specifically for the building of fire stations, or when we have to do this SCBA upgrades every 5 or 6 years, we put money away there in budgets so that when it comes time to do these replacements, they're planned and we have the money to do it. So it's a fund in itself, and my hat is off to the fire chief. He manages that, and when he has savings, he does talk about what's the best way to spend those and or save them and put them in reserves for future projects. Some of the things that we have coming up in our capital outlay, we have to replace the cardiac monitors in fire just like we do in EMS, generators, extrication tool sets, thermal imaging cameras, all those things that we do. And of course, the Fire Station 23 relocation. We don't have all the money for that. We save for that because we have a targeted year, so we can take care of that. Staffing, very important. We have asked for this year, and the manager has approved it. Two sets of staffing. One is fire fund staffing, 6 positions, where we can increase staffing at 2 fire stations from 2 to 3, and that'll be Station 45, St. John's, which is out west 44, just before you get to the bridge, and Station 41 in DeLeon Springs. The DeLeon Springs is key, because when we get the ladder, we're going to put that at the Glenwood Station, and then we're going to take the heavy squad that's at Glenwood and move that to DeLeon Springs, because it's right there on that 17 corridor, and that's important to us to get that moved because it's a little bit more central and can service more district that way, and then into even Route 40 as it comes out west, and we can close that gap. And we've asked for 6 firefighters, again, through the 2020 SAFER grant, that FEMA grant. They will start awarding that typically in September, October, so we should know something here soon if we get that. And if we get that, then we'll increase staffing from 2 to 3 at Osteen and Station 42 on Kepler Road. That's right there at 42 and 92. That leaves us with Station 18 in Rima Ridge, Station 34 at Indian Mound, out off of Enterprise, 36, 41, 42, 45. So we do have some left, okay? We get the SAFER grant, we'll chip away, okay? And then that'll leave just a few stations remaining if we can get all of that. And so fingers crossed on the SAFER grant, so we can continue to increase the staffing to 3, okay, which is important. Shift relief, we also have staffing request for shift relief, 3 folks a year, 3 firefighters per year, 12 over the course of the request. And this helps with shift relief, which cuts down on mandates. Doesn't cover all the leave slots, but it cuts down on some, which will cut down on mandates. And certainly that cuts down on overtime as well. So we've asked for that, and we're going forward with that. Mr. Rechtenwald, I did go to and ask him and Ms. Conchin with the with where we are, at least with the fire fund now. He's been interviewing, the fire chief has been interviewing. Can we go ahead and hire early? And he's approved that. So that'll just move that along a little quicker for us, so we can get these folks in, because we have some vacancies now. And, we're still dealing with, a lot of folks out with COVID or exposed to COVID. And that's something that we deal with every day, which is driving mandates up, which is affecting the people. So we're trying to do everything we can to lessen that impact as well. So Mr. Rechtenwald has been working with us on that. He understands it, and if there's any more discussion, I'll be open for it.
Can you back up 2 slides?
I
To
can,
the
sir.
stations? Yes. So the remaining Volusia County stations of 18, 34, 36, 41, 42, and 45 will be stations that still have
Currently-
just 2?
Currently today, we will fill 45 and 41 this year in October. And now, okay. And then if we get the grant, we'll knock off 36 and 42, and that'll leave us 18 and 34. It'll leave us 2. We've been hustling on this one, and we've looked at every staffing maneuver we can make to get as many as we can to 3.
I say wow, because that's a huge accomplishment. You don't need them until you need them. And when you have a house fire, any kind of a structural fire, and you send 2 guys out there, it's dangerous. I want them to go home to their family at night. They've got to have 3 people. So good news, progress. Any other discussion? Heather Post.
I just wanted to point out that we're filling those positions via Safer Grants, which is the one-time monies for the grants, which you are doing an amazing job. But I'll just point out that we're filling those with one-time monies. And I'm not hearing the argument that we're going to have to raise taxes and do all those things in the future. So
Because the growth.
That's one-time money that's planned ahead.
Right, I was going to say, that's because the growth in that fund, remember, it doesn't compete against anything else, it's its own fund, and the growth has been anticipated, so that when the grant runs out, in 3 years, that we'll catch up with the property tax that's associated with the fire fund. That also means, you must take the growth in the fire fund over the next 3 years. There can't be any chiseling away or anything at that rate. It has to stay where it's at. That's what it's planned as.
Thank you. You worried me for a second because Ryan stood up, but then he sat back down. So I think you answered the question correctly.
We did. Before we could do that, we forecasted the budget out so we could make sure that in the out years and when that grant stopped, we could pick those folks up. And we did the same thing for the 2020 grant as well. We forecasted that out to make sure that we could cover it.
and you're making sure that's a priority in the fund. Excellent job.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
Excellent.
Okay. I don't see any other questions. And it's only 7:32. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Very important conversation. All right. Kevin Captain, you're still here. Item 13, community events.
Good afternoon, Kevin Captain, Community Information, giving you the events update. We do have some events at DeBerry Hall, plant pruning, line dancing, story time, bike tours, you name it. So there's some exciting things. I just wanted to give you an update that the county recently launched a new campaign with flyers, posters, and social media graphics to include how to thank a healthcare worker, how to thank a frontline worker. And again, this just goes to encourage our community to consider vaccination, continue the tenets of our Step Up Volusia campaign. And in addition to that, our other two campaigns, actually three campaigns, continue to still thrive on social media, and they've had anywhere between 300,000 and 600,000 impressions. As far as public meetings, again, if we look at the county calendar, you can see that we still have events. I just want to draw attention, before I talk about the Affordable Housing Initiative, there is the Reptile Breeders Expo this weekend, if you guys are interested in that. So for the Affordable Housing Initiative, we are going to be postponing that event. We are working with Community Services and with the Ocean Center. Advent Health was one of our big participants in that, and they, obviously with the current spike with COVID, have a lot of other priorities that they've had to shift. What we're looking at right now with collaboration of Community Services are dates somewhere between the third week of October and mid-November. Again, a lot of that will depend on council member calendars availability, speaker availability, and of course the Ocean Center availability. But we are committed to do that and get it scheduled, and we hope to have a date scheduled very soon for that. And that pretty much completes the updates. Questions?
No questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item is important because the Historic Preservation Board needs another member. We have 3 nominations that are needed from District 2, District 4, and Chair. And before Ben, well, he doesn't get a nomination. Before somebody else steals her, I would like to nominate Margaret Beresford.
Oh.
Was that who you were going to?
That's what I was going to do.
She's the only applicant.
Oh, I thought we had 2 others. Okay. Billy, you want to take that nomination? Billy
Yes,
Wheeler?
sir, I would like that. Thank you. That would be my nomination for Margaret Beresford.
Okay. Second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. And then the District 1 appointment to the Library Advisory Board. Barb?
Louise, is it Kakamis? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah. Louise, is it Kakamis or Kakamis? She's a retired librarian, so I think she should be on the library board.
Good. I don't know the correct pronunciation of her last name, but she knows, and so is there a second for Louise? Second by Lowry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Louise is appointed unanimously, and I think I know what's going to happen here. If we now go to final discussion from the county manager.
Yes, sir. We have a deadline, with the Florida Association of Counties. Of course, we do set our own legislative agenda. However, the Florida Association of Counties has a deadline for legislative items that they may want to take up. And I had placed each of your places earlier today some staff recommendations for 2 items they may want to take up as a group. The first item was we advocate that Florida expand the Medicaid eligibility under the state's plan to cover inpatient services of inmates available under the Medicaid inpatient exception to the general coverage exclusion in compliance with CMS guidance and federal requirements. Really what we're doing here is advocating for a plan that's very similar to what we use in EMS. That has resulted for us in nearly $2 million a year in revenue that comes back for the amount of money that we put in to basically cover the state's portion. The state itself is not in the Medicaid, but this allows us to do that, and it would help us with our inmate expenses. The other proposed policy amendment would be to advocate for the amendment to the vacation rental statute. Basically here, we're looking to change the section that regulates the duration and frequency and allow us to have more local control as was proposed last year. It didn't go very far, but we want to keep up that fight. So if there's no issue with that, I would like to, if the council would make a motion, we'll send that along. It has a deadline of, I think, the end of this week.
We have a motion by Lowry, seconded by Robbins. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And we will advertise for the special meeting August 31st, and we'll get that out and we'll work on that tomorrow. And I do appreciate, I think, a lot of fruitful discussion today. I know it was a little spirited, but it's important. And so I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Michael Dyer or any of your staff?
Yes, sir. Just as an update, was contacted by the attorney for Halifax Hospital, and they were going to provide us some feedback on the medical lien ordinance project. And obviously, I know they have been busy with just operational issues. They asked for some additional time to provide that to us. So as soon as we have that, we're able to process it. I'm hoping it'll be the second meeting of September that we can bring it to you. But I did want to let you know, and I know they haven't forgotten about it. Next issue, if I could, Mr. Chair, ask Ms. Slack to come up. She has a 85-slide PowerPoint update on the reapportionment process. But actually, she just wanted to give an update on where we stand.
She's boiled it down to 2 slides.
Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. Just wanted to give you a quick update on the redistricting process because things are picking up. The census did release what they called legacy data on August 12th regarding all the down to blocks. Unfortunately, this is raw data that won't be converted until later into usable data, so we're still on the September 30th for the actual usable data to be released. In the meantime, we do have an overall population for Volusia County. It is 533,542 people. That essentially, if you do the math, divides out into 110,708 people per district if you do the equal. Now, they don't always turn out exactly equal. We have the 3 joint meetings that we've coordinated with the school district. Those are going to occur in October. They should be coming on your calendar soon. And other than that, until we get the street-by-street level, we really don't know exactly what impact it's going to have on each district. Any questions?
No, but I am glad to hear there's some movement. I know that's creating some stress for...
It is, and essentially, it's going to make it to where a lot of what the council does is going to be in October. I mean, it's going to be a lot of work on you in October. So,
Okay.
Because it'll take us a long time to do the ordinance and the actual legal description once a map's chosen. So
Okay.
we'll be moving quickly in October. All right?
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chair.
good for you. Suzanne, do you have anything you would like to add? I don't have any, before I ask for counsel, I don't have any requests to speak from the public. Are you holding any? Okay, let's not stir the pot. Okay, Danny Robbins. Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I just would like to ask staff, are we looking at, nobody is saying anything about the circumstances with COVID right now, and it certainly is continuing to climb, and I think of all places we need to enforce with our government buildings, but I'm wondering if we can get some testing sites. That's probably the one thing I'm hearing the most from the citizens, that they can't find places to be tested, that they can get an immediate result or close to an immediate result. So is there any way we can organize any testing sites on maybe the east side and the west side?
Yeah, I'm going to let the director and maybe Suzanne deal with that, but they are compiling that list, is my understanding. Go ahead, Director.
Yes, sir. Joe Pozo, Public Protection. We are working with, as a county, the health department in the city of Daytona Beach is going to host at their stadium a testing site.
Okay.
We did a lot of research, Ms. Wheeler, on where the test is, and there are some waits as long as 3 to 4 days to get a test. So we are doing that, as well as a myoclonal infusion center that's going to be run by the state and at the New Smyrna Beach gym. So we've been working on a couple of things.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Barb Gertman?
Of course, Billy did the questions for me, because it was about testing and the same concerns here on the west side about having access. Vaccines available, testing not so much, and especially free testing. So I think if we can do that with some of our COVID money and resources, I think that's important. But I also think it's important, like this meeting, there was no update. We meet every 2 weeks. It was at one point, we were getting, ongoing updates as far as what's going on. Right now, we're in a worse surge than we've been at any time in the pandemic, and there's no information specific to Volusia. You've got to go seek it. So why is that the case, and why isn't that part of the communication on the record to the community at minimum at our meeting?
That's a really good question. I've actually talked to some area doctors that I know that are providing private testing and private treatment, and have asked them if they would come. If they give me an affirmative answer, I'll pass that along to staff. But I think we should be providing that every meeting of what can we do to prevent it, what can we do to build our own immune systems, and
No, I'm asking for the data from our staff and from what's impacting the community, not to have, we had Halifax, we had Advent last time, and I think, I don't have a problem with local doctors also giving us their feedback, but I'm saying we're not letting the public know where the main impacts are, what we're doing, how we're doing it. None of that we were doing previously seems to be happening, and it's a worse case now than it's ever been, and I don't understand that.
Suzanne?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gertman and members of the council, what data we have been sharing through our daily updates with council members every evening from Mr. Captain, but be aware that the state's data that we used to receive on a daily basis is not being provided to us. Having said that, whatever data we have, we're happy to share and continue to share, and we're happy to bring back the COVID updates on the council agendas from here forward. You're absolutely right, the situation is dire. The hospitals have record patients, and they're at overcapacity here in Volusia County. To the extent we can ask the hospitals to participate in those briefings during your Tuesday council, we'll be sure to ask them. We know they're very overwhelmed, and so we want to use their time cautiously, but we'll also have Dr. Springer and others available, so we're happy to bring those back at your next council meeting and share whatever data we're able to that we have to provide.
I appreciate that, and I think it's important, I mean, even what Mr. Pozell presented today, so we know how it's impacting our departments, our medical, any of our medical, any of our, any of our main departments that have a major impact, either financially, staff-wise, or otherwise. I think we need to have those discussions and see if there's anything different that we can be doing, or what we are doing, and we need to be aware of it, and so does the community. So I just want us to get back on being more transparent and not acting like this is a secret when it's not. And that's it for me. I'm tired. It's been a long day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. Councilman Johnson? Councilman Lowry? Councilwoman Post?
I have 3 quick things. I don't see Ben Bartlett here anymore, but I did, is he hiding? No. I did want to thank Ben Bartlett and actually his team for coming out and responding to Ormond by the Sea, to some flooding issues that are occurring because of new construction. And they were able to respond like the very next day, and met with about 23 residents up there that are being affected. And then followed up immediately with solutions, and were able to immediately put stuff into place to remedy the problem. So excellent work on that end. I wanted to make sure that council knew that I have been appointed through FAC to a newly created preemption committee. So I'm very proud to be on that. And certainly I know we've had many discussions as council on the importance of home rule, and this committee is specifically going to be intent on focusing on the legislation at the state level that goes against home rule, and really pushing to make sure that the decisions made are the best for us locally.
Most people don't know what FAC is.
Oh, Florida Association of Counties.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last thing I had was, had the unfortunate opportunity actually to attend Justin White's funeral, the Port Orange police officer who died. But I wanted to point out going into the funeral, it was clear weather. Leaving the funeral through the procession, it started to drizzle a little bit, but by the time everybody got to the cemetery, it was torrential downpour. And not only was it torrential downpour, but it was probably some of the worst, very, very close lightning that I've ever seen. I was out, this is how bad the lightning was. I was out there under the umbrella. It was the first time in my life, by the way. Now I will really listen to beach safety in terms of getting off the beach with lightning. But lightning hit so close that a number of us actually felt the shock holding the umbrellas. So, but anyway, I wanted to thank everybody that showed up and actually stood out there in the torrential downpour and the lightning and showed their support, because that really meant a lot. I definitely know it meant a lot to the family and certainly to the other officers in the county to show that he was really worth it. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. And with that, it comes down to me, and I'm going to hold what I have, but I will take this time to thank the council that I've asked twice for nighttime meetings. This is not what I expected, but thank you for an exciting nighttime meeting. And with that, I'll ask for a motion to adjourn. Don't you want to think about it? Motion by Lowry, second by
Wheeler.
By Wheeler and Gartman. Wheeler, you'll get the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please remain silent. And motion carries. The meeting is adjourned.